Coming off another negative performance on Friday, reversing gains that we saw on Thursday's session. Futures back in positive territory here this morning. We are looking at more bank earnings this morning. BAC out with a bit of a mixed report. We'll talk about that coming up. We got a whole bunch of banks on Friday, if you remember, for the most part to the downside. Outside of JP Morgan, a lot of those looking a little bit better here in the pre-market so far this morning. There's news, a little bit of news, chip-related news on Apple this morning and what they're going to use coming up, going forward anyways, as far as chips are concerned, coming out of China. We'll also talk about Tesla a little bit here this morning. 52-week low on Friday for Tesla. We are higher here in the pre-market ahead of earnings coming up on Wednesday for Tesla. It's Monday, October 17th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Nice look to start things off on a Monday. 1+% for the most part right across the board so far. The S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all in positive territory. Crude oil trying to get back to the upside as well. It was down about 0.5% to kick things off this morning, but we are trying to bounce currently. Bitcoin and Ethereum also in positive territory. So a good look coming off of a wild ride. It's worth mentioning to end off last week. Good morning, guys. Welcome. Going to be an interesting one here this morning. If you remember going back to Thursday, big move down. We got the, or big move up, I should say, big move down on Friday. We're getting a bit of a bounce here so far to start things off this morning.
Yeah, I got a bounce. You'll see I'm wearing blue and red, kind of like go Bills. What's up, Kansas City Chiefs? You fought hard, you lost. It is what it is. But I'm in a good mood, obviously, because of that, and the market's up 1%. So starting things off on the right foot. BAC, they beat. Report was kind of mixed, and we'll maybe talk about the bigger names that are coming up this week because obviously Netflix and Tesla. Tesla, it's going to be a big one when they come out because that $200 level is going to be in play. A lot to look at, certainly this week. You had some backtracking by England over there, so that's leading to some strength in the markets, pulling those tax cuts away. And then individually, it's almost like every single big tech has some small piece of news here today. But what I want to see happen, or like what I'm hoping to see happen, is just once again, you've got one of these like crazy bottoms that got made last week. And I'll maybe pull that over so you can see, get the QR code right there. But that crazy bottom, one of these big wick bottoms on the SPY here, and you'll hold up. And if we can hold that support, that Friday bottom, then essentially put in a higher low, and maybe we can get some juice into the upside there. So a lot of charts are set up this way. It is looking like it's going to be an interesting one. But this is all about earnings starting to come into fold. And once the big boys come in, there's no room for error there. You know, you're going to get beaten up. If you have some big misses. But at the same time, that goes both ways, right? Like, where market's at levels now where if the numbers come strong for some of the big tech names, it's going to be hard to ignore them. The banks so far have done their job.
Yeah, that's what that was the one long that I was looking at. I was sending my wife all these emojis now that I created my own guy here as an emoji. You see, like, I can send this to her. Like, you see, there's like a little heart there with my own guy.
I think you gotta hold it like
hard to see. Yeah, hard to see. Anyways, there we go. Heart wife, Apple emojis. Okay. I had to blame Katrine and Liz for that. Fahad knows. I was messaging him on the weekend about creating those emojis there. Yeah, Liz and Katrine had them in the chat, and I was jealous. So I learned how to do that. But okay, guys. Yeah, yeah. We're wearing similar shirts today. I started your Isaiah McKenzie, and it cost me a week because I didn't go with Juju, but
he was terrible.
Well, he dropped that one in the end zone. I think he tripped there at the end of the first half.
He tripped on his own feet.
Yeah, exactly. So that was pretty smart. Anyways, yeah. So good weekend. Of course, my Packers lost to the Jets. Like, I feel like we should just lose the rest of the games and then just figure out finally get a draft pick and finally move on from that. No, hopefully those will make the playoffs. But okay, yeah, you said the market up 1%. Yeah, scratch that. 1.6 on the NASDAQ and now 1.3 on the ES. So the market's starting to blast off here. We don't have much going on the imbalance locator here today. My sticky note's kind of boring today. It's just kind of the usual suspects here with AMD. Still really like AMD underneath 60. As long as there's some levels here, AMD under 60, Facebook or Meta under 132, Apple near that 138. There's going to be a lot of key levels to look at. There are a couple of low float stocks that we have on our watch list as well that are being looked at. So you can look at those ones. What was it, Mist or something, and that V, something like that. Anyways, a few different plays going on there. We'll see. So here's Apple dancing right now. It's the 138's right here as a bottom. We'll see if that gets tested. I'm not sure, man. I mean, we got killed on Friday. We had a great day on Thursday, and then out today it looks like we're off to the races here one more time. So wait for key levels to come in, and when they do, we'll smash them. But for now, it's just hands off. I don't have any orders pending, waiting to see where this market goes. I'm kind of sitting on the outsides right now.
Interesting note from the Wall Street Journal this morning on Meta. I want to talk about that coming up. It's suggesting that they're nowhere near where they want to be in progress as far as building this metaverse out. So we'll talk about Meta coming up here, some of the big tech names moving around as well. Here is a look at the yields this morning, because the yields are coming off, and this is helping equities back to the upside as well. So 10-year over here back to 392, and then the 2-year over here back to 4.41. We topped out above 4.5 for the 2-year back on Thursday of last week. So a bit of a pullback in the US dollar as well. I don't have that chart yet, but a bit of a pullback in the US dollar as well. But all three of these kind of lending to the support here of the overall market. First segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. Shout out to them. Going to be joining us actually coming up on Thursday, I believe it is, this week in the afternoon. So we'll talk to those guys on the show, but check them out on screen there. But yeah, some of the yields in the US dollar back to the downside this morning as well.
Yeah, to be sure. That's actually something I've been looking at maybe a little bit more than normal recently. And we talk about yields all the time. I tend to use as a secondary indicator, UVXY and take a look at the VIX. But every now and then you want to make sure you have this up. So I've been looking at TLT. I just sort of marked off the bottom top on TLT just in case we get a break, and maybe you have alerts set out for that. Like a lot of things, pretty significant channels got made last week, right? And so when you have levels like this, I mean, it was pretty intense, like the whipsaw action that we saw for a couple of days in a row. But the fact that we basically held 98, 101, any break of these channels, now remember, when you're looking at 20-year treasuries, right? So treasuries go up, that means yields go down. So this should move up with the markets. If you break out this 101 or break down, that's going to be a significant indicator for me on the entire week. I mean, I also look at volatility, although I feel at times that hasn't been as good. UVXY for me is still sitting right in the channel. There was a breakdown. It was that breakdown on Friday that got heavily reversed there. So that 12.6 area for me is still a bit of support. I think for the shorts to really come in, you got to be beneath that level. And we had all kinds of trouble getting through those tops. So if volatility does creep higher, I think it's going to be hard to have complete capitulation unless you're taking out some of those tops. But both of these two indicators I use are in the middle of channels. And what that usually tells me is make sure you have support and resistance levels that you like for buying in front of support, shorting in front of resistance. Because if we're not going to break out of those things, maybe you have some inside kind of days here. And I have this chart up just because last week I was talking about XPeng. NEO, XPeng, all the EVs. I mean, Rivian was brutal. We keep talking about Tesla, but the downtrend in all these EV stocks is absolutely tremendous. And NEO is on the cusp of its May low. So this low here, just below, it's like 1170 or so, had a wick bottom at 1170. And you tested that, basically bounced off it on Friday. There was no reprieve in sight. You guys saw Rivian go to the downside if you're watching that. So NEO's at a pretty monstrous level as well. So there's a heck of a lot to be watching there. Ooh, I see we got some numbers from Roblox.
Yeah, Roblox daily active users pretty booming right now. Daily active users up 23% on Roblox. Hours engaged were 4 billion, crazy. Up 16% year over year. Estimated bookings 212 versus 219, up 11 and 15% year over year. So Roblox right here really taking off to the upside. I think you got to buy this name every time the market dips down. I mean, you know, they're just going to come out with little numbers like this and blow them out of the water, like 23% year over year daily active users. That's huge. So we'll wait to see. We did get a bad read. I think it was August numbers were pretty bad for them, which created a nice little move to the downside. But there goes Roblox right now again, trying to break out of this channel, right? So, you know, this is going to be on my radar right now too. Breaking through $40 looks pretty solid there for Roblox. So you're getting ready to break through. You know, any dip bottoms here, you could probably use 30 as a bottom. I don't know. We'll see what earnings come through for a lot of these companies, and that's sort of what I was going to get at, was just that, you know, the bank stocks are the ones to watch out because they've reported, and BAC reported today, and JP Morgan still trying to take out some nice levels there, including 114 to the upside. Morgan Stanley was down about 5% on Friday. The other banks, you know, kind of have been holding up. There's 114 right there for JP Morgan, so chance to break that. We broke it early on Friday. We got, you know, some crazy action. Here's us shorting it into the close on Thursday off earnings, and then Friday a big pop early and then kind of fizzled late like the whole market did. But even considering what the market did on Friday, this name still held up and was still positive. So you're gonna, or close enough to positive. Yeah, I guess there's a close, so still positive, barely on Friday, but I'm looking for a 114 break right here on JP Morgan today. So JP Morgan and now Roblox added to my watch list. I want to buy any dips on that one. Good news coming for these guys. Hey, daily active users up. I mean, that's a great little sign for earnings. If their users are going to be up, hopefully they've converted some of them into spending Robux. Brendan, did you know that they're called Robux for Roblox?
Of course you did.
Did not, but now I do. Earnings November 7th, guys, for Roblox, so still ways to go here. They did actually release some monthly earnings numbers here with this dump that just came out. Here, September estimated revenue between 171 million and 180. So that's up, actually down, -2% to +3%. So in line, I guess, more or less with estimates. But yeah, that's a huge number, 23%. For daily active users, 57.8 million. I want to mention this as well. I'll drag this over so we can have a look at some of the other tech names. We'll talk about Apple coming up with a note from China, but this story on Meta this morning, there was a Wall Street Journal story posted over the weekend suggesting they're nowhere near where they should be when it comes to the progress of building out their metaverse. And I mean, daily active users for them in this report, essentially half of where they wanted them to be at this point. So a bit of a slow grind, I guess, for Meta, as we've seen under pressure the past couple of weeks here.
Yeah, look, I don't think anyone's terribly surprised, maybe that things aren't going as well for the early look. And you're so early stages here when it comes to the metaverse, and I guess that's understandable, but it's still a disappointment. I think it was, what was it, like 9? Most people that are going to some of these rooms are visiting once and essentially not even coming back. Like 9% had almost no return viewers at all. 200,000 versus 500,000 is what they were expecting. They're not gigantic numbers, but when you're spending a lot of money to make a big change and go into a new direction, you want to see some progress. And you throw in the fact that, like, you know, obviously the environment that we're in, where growth is already getting punished enough, and you kind of have a stock which, despite the actual money that they're making, is just getting put into purgatory. All of that being said, it's got the exact same setup that I was looking at on the SPY, and I think almost so many charts are going to look exactly the same. You got wick bottom, hold 126, and now you're trying to break back out. But my trades aren't really showing up from last week, but what I can tell you, if you remember, I was looking 131, 132 for a target area for shorts, and it was just when you broke this shelf, using that to short. So those are still valid. It did extend and make a wick high to 133, so the channel is a little bit bigger that got rejected. But what you have is a floor that broke on the daily, and you're still essentially making a double top off of it. So I want to fade Meta into that high. I have to acknowledge the fact that it is currently a wick bottom, and if 126 holds up on any pressure to the downside, then that becomes a pretty solid long level there. But I wouldn't be stubborn at that 126 level. You're diddling in the middle here at 129, so I don't think I'm touching Meta at these prices. Either it needs to test higher into that 31 to 33 range where I'm looking for rejection of that price area, or find support at 126. Long term, this story has a long way to be able to play out here. I think if they can get some stabilization in terms of ad in their core business, then maybe you can see the stock start to perform better. Because next earnings are going to be pretty key, but it's never a good sign when you're trying to make a little bit of a shift in the business and things aren't going too well early on for the metaverse. Probably not going to affect the stock this week. I think the overall direction of the market is likely to just drag Meta with it alongside today. So I just want to respect some of those levels that we have on it and not get too complicated with it.
Yeah, I wrote down here, if you want to join me on the sticky note, you can follow me right now. I just tweeted out some stuff about Roblox as well. But right here, I have that 132 level for Apple, right? So, or for Meta. Still trying to short it if we get anywhere around there, 132 for a kind of a pop. So still like that Roblox breaking through 40, so we're going to watch out for that as well. But yeah, as long as we're below here, 132, then I think it's going to be a short. You could still get to that, and then if we do, we break it, and then we hit the long. So I think it's a pretty easy trade. 126, we could get down there. I don't think so, not on a day like today. You're already up 2%, so if the market does come in, then it's a no-brainer long. Probably even 128 you can try. But yeah, 126 down there. I really like a 132 break long on this name, so that's what I'm going to be waiting for here. I'll test the short. We want to go short for sure into this name here. There's 132. We've been under it the last couple of days, basically all last week. So as long as we stay underneath 132, it's going to be a short, and right now we're at 130, so we're not, or 129, so we're not too far away from that level. But again, if it travels all the way up there, I think that's a nice win for that. That's $3 up right now. You add $3 to already up 2%, so you got to be up, let's call it 4% or so from here, or in total 4%, probably a lot for Meta. So I'm going to be shorting the 132 area on META Meta, so look out for that one.
Stories when it comes to EV land this morning. There was a duplicated story on the watch list as well. Apologies for that this morning. Here's this VEV, which is Vicinity Motors, Canadian company. We talked about this going back a month or so ago when they got this initial order for these electric commercial vehicles. Apparently they're like dump trucks, apparently. So they've started delivering those vehicles. So there was 1,200 that were ordered. They have started delivering those vehicles. And then down here, Go EV, Canoe, up on a big order for them, 9,300 electric vehicles ordered for Go EV. So here's this VEV still holding on to some gains. And then Go EV also back to the upside today.
Oh, EVs. Like I showed you the Neo chart, it's an ugly one. I'm not going to tell you that Go EVs is any better because on the daily chart, quite frankly, it's more or less the same thing. I can't tell you how many of these you look at. And just going back to probably the end of August, you're just in a pretty straight and linear move to the downside. But like all things, they tend to come to an end, and you're consolidating at the bottom. It's trying to break 150 if you look at the bottom, if you look at that channel. So it's hard not to think bearish in the 150 to 155 range. And then if it breaks out from there, I'm talking Go EV. Not that VEV stock, but Go EV here. If it does break 155, there is some room to actually get out of this trend. But you can see that you're still at the top end of this channel. I paid for locates. If you fail up here at 155, then I think that's a rejection of this positive catalyst. It is up a solid amount here today. Volume is pretty good as well. Like I said, in that EV space, man, I'm going to be looking hard look over at Neo today, and that's just because of that bottom that got put in. It's now a double bottom on the daily chart at 1170. You're trying to hold above $12. You could end up with a wick bottom breakout, which, if you hold that low, 1170 on Neo, and don't break the bottom, there's $1 worth of room to this resistance at 13. So it's just when you get to a level like this, any bounce off the low for support is fantastic, but if it can't hold that low, the stock has been on a free fall all the way to $10. XPeng did something very similar to this. except it broke through that 9, made it all the way down to 8, is still below that $9 level. So it needs to get back above 9. That's why I'm kind of looking at NEO. Floor break was on XPeng on Friday. The question is, can NEO do exactly the same thing?
I'm still looking at Roblox here. I mean, nice move up, now up 10 and almost 11%. Looks like it's going to try to take that 40. I just tweeted it out, right? And I mean, it's just right here. That 40 level looks pretty juicy, man. So we're going to wait to see if I can zoom back out here if and when this loads. That's not going to do it. It's going to all of a sudden do it in a couple seconds because I hit this like 3 or 4 times. But breaking through 40 bucks there, looking pretty good for Roblox. So we're going to wait to see if that can, oh, there it is. So right here to see if we can break through there on $40 for Roblox. Obviously dip back. I'm already bidding now 38 with a decent amount of shares, so we'll wait to see here. Really like this 40 break. It's probably gonna, I think it's gonna break it and then dance around it. So I don't know if we'll play. Well, now it's up. Now it might break it right here. It's at 36, 39.70 right now. We'll probably test it for a little small trade here once we break it in the pre-market, but normally I don't like to do that. I mean, breaking something here with 40 minutes to go in the market is pretty risky, but we'll try it. I mean, any sort of a dip back down to 39 probably worth the buy as well. So I don't know, man. I really don't want to take this break at 40 right now, so we'll just wait to see if a 39 comes into play, and if we could dip buy it here off the open. But this is a much exciting name here for me, as we're going to have a lot of liquidity on this name, and this is a name that we normally make money on. So Roblox right now looking like it wants to take 40. Maybe a small little take here if we break, but wow, here we go, Roblox, here we go. A big day in store for this name.
Back to day highs here for RBLX. I was just double checking. Somebody talking about BAC there. The call was 8:30. So on right now, in fact, for Bank of America, for the earnings call, we get Goldman coming up tomorrow. We get Netflix. We get Tesla this week. So going to be absolute monster week for earnings coming up the rest of the week. Here's a few analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades. Clorox to the upside. This NET, Cloudflare. On the side. There's JP Morgan as well. Nice look for JPM off earnings on Friday, the one and only that was relatively strong. Decent report for them as well. Nothing too exciting, guys, on the downgrade side.
No, it's you know what? That's actually.
What else was there?
I can't even remember the last time that there was nothing interesting on the downgrade side of the board. Maybe it's a bit of a sign. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's a bit of a sign. The bank didn't do that well. I mean, JP Morgan going to be on that. Going to be on our minds, and I think all the banks have been, and you get on the good side of the board, that's fantastic. But I didn't think Morgan's quarter was all that great. So if there's a lot of strength here, until we get Goldman's earnings, I'll still have sort of the same thoughts when it comes to Morgan. That's going to be trying to fade 78, 80, and not really changing anything from last week. Those are the 2 price levels that I want to go to. It's just obviously not quite as strong a response to the earnings. Today you might have the same percentage move, but not quite as strong a response as you see in JP Morgan. You have one stock which is breaking out, and you have another stock which is essentially holding support, and if anything, trending to that downside. So, I got relative weakness in Morgan Stanley until maybe something from Goldman Sachs changes my mind, which could happen. We get Goldman Sachs this week, and I think they're going to be a big bellwether for some of the big trading firms there as well. But JP strength. Sean, you already said the 114 break. We get that break, I'm probably looking for a couple of opportunities to fade Morgan Stanley if I can. The market gets to some highs. I want to have stocks in the bucket. Meta will be one of them. Morgan Stanley would be another that I'm looking for shorts if we go up.
Yeah, we have, I'm not looking short on the banks, but Morgan Stanley obviously would be the right one there, as surprising and not great. But again, not too many deals. Looking for the same kind of thing with Goldman Sachs there. The big money center bank like a JP Morgan doing well, net interest loans, so on and so forth. So we're going to wait to see here. JP Morgan now trying to take out the 50 period, which is 114. So that's why I look at that. You're right there. It's been a huge move upside for JP. They touched 100 or close enough to it, 101 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row, JP Morgan all the way upside, and now looking to take down 114. It can rock pretty easy. It has no problem going up. So that's the one thing. Like, we opened up on Friday, sort of down here, 110. Within the first 15 minutes, you're at 115. That's $5 straight to the upside there on Friday for JP Morgan. Why can't we do that again? I don't think you're going to get $5, but but you're going to get something. So watch out for that 114 break right there. We might not be looking at banks. It's BAC that's reported here today. So I don't know if there's going to be too much love for JP Morgan, but this 111 bottom as well, if it does hit down side, that's a level to look at. Let me just quickly check on Bank of America just to see what it's doing now. So up to $33 here. Again, another big day for Bank of America. So if you're going to trade something, let me see, 900,000 shares. JP Morgan only 77,000 shares. So maybe my focus needs to switch over here to Bank of America. I mean, almost 1 million shares right now. You're at $34. That's close enough as well. We could hit that today for sure. That's only $1 up on 30. So, I mean, that could be done, no problem. BAC looking actually half decent right now. Nice report right there. 32.60 coming into play, 32.40. Yeah, so you do have some nice little bombs. We're into Roblox now, by the way. We've got 39.60s, 39.61s right now for Roblox, basically flat. But yeah, Bank of America looks pretty interesting down here where all this cluster is at 32. So if we get any dips down here to $32 or so, I think that's a buy here for BAC on a decent report as well.
Just noting Amazon, guys, ticking back to the upside. I mean, the market ticking back to the upside as well. Not on the board this morning, but it's worth noting there were contradictory analyst moves on Amazon. Cowen and Company cutting their price target, and then I saw there was another one to the upside as well. There was a price target increase for Amazon as well, but nicely positive with the overall market, regardless of 2% here for Amazon coming off that second prime couple of days last week.
Yeah, look, the thing about Amazon, some of the big tech names were weaker on Friday than others, going essentially all top to bottom. Like this looks exactly like my TLT chart, where Amazon got right up to 115. This is the level we're looking for shorts in the morning. It goes all the way, double bottoms, not quite to 105, but I mean pretty darn close to it. Just got a buck away from that low that we saw on 13th. It's just a crazy morning, obviously, when you get that CPI down there at 105, and then the hard reversal. And then you're still below this 110. So I think, look, Amazon needs to get back above that level for me to like some longs there. It's probably the one name that's maybe the closest to, I think, a fadeable level and just like a shortable level on the big cap space, and that would be that 110 for a pop and maybe failing that price in particular. When you go higher time frame, I know this isn't necessarily split adjusted, but when you go to the daily and sort of look at what happens if we hold beneath some of these levels here, it just feels like you're challenging 100 on any kind of weakness, and then that's a big psychological level, big level when you pull the daily up as well. So Amazon, it's in the penalty box till you're above that 110 area, so $100 area. That's going to be a big price for me. For those of you that are watching some of those small caps, I know there's a couple of other big ones out there, like there's an AXPI or AXTI making a bit of a move. Some of these are just low float names that are running to the upside. So we will keep our eyes on them, but I feel like I'm looking at every single big cap tech name on the board, whether it's Meta. The only one I don't have ideas for is Microsoft, come to think of it, but Amazon, Meta, Apple, Tesla's in the picture, EVs, with the exception of the chip. So it's going to be a busy 9:30 because a lot of big tests have to get made in this market. And I don't think we're smooth sailing. It's strong this morning, but there's a couple of names I do like for shorts.
I mean, look at these Amazon shorts we had on Friday. I mean, 115, like we were short up here on Friday, right? Big time movement to the downside. We only covered 110. Still, $5 winner. But there it is, a nice little move downside for Amazon there on Friday. Came all the way back down into 106.50. Absolutely disastrous for those guys. I'm just going to wait to short this name. Good. I don't think Prime Day went that well, but I don't really think it matters. The consumer's not very strong right now. I think we've seen that in some reports. Roblox right now, again, not a bad idea. That's 25 cents in the money. We'll see if that one can keep going. But right now, yeah, Amazon, anything down here, 106. I'm not really super excited to trade this name today. It's not really near any levels for me. So I think will be a pretty hard pass on Amazon. I mean, if we can get to this 114 area again, then we'll look to short it. But that's still a while away here. It's only at 109. So kind of in the middle. I'm not super in love with this name here. Forget about the daily chart. Where's my 20-minute chart? Where's my 20-minute chart? It has disappeared. So we'll have to wait on Amazon. But for me, nah, it's too much in the middle. It's not. I mean, there's a bottom here of 104, 105. That's not going to come into play today. There's Roblox right now, nicely cooking to the upside right now, Roblox, as it does take 40. There's our long rate there, 39.60. So yeah, nice little 50-cent win rate here for Roblox and counting as this name continues to go. So we're long at 39.60 here on Roblox. We tweeted this out about 20 minutes ago that we are now looking at this. So, you know, now that we've broken above 40, let's just hold this and see how far we can go. Roblox right now with a nice little start to the day.
So far, wow, what a move. Let's go to Europe here real quick. We'll get a check of how things are shaping up over in Europe. This is kind of mirroring what's happening in North America right now. Nice positive numbers right across the entire board, better part of 1% throughout the European landscape. That is your social sentiment board. For a Monday, another very, very negative red board shaping up here. INPX was on here on Friday. It's up again this morning. We'll talk about INPX getting through $1. Or no, it wasn't INPX. It was another one that broke through $1 in the pre-market here. Lace, I wanted to mention as well. This Lace has been just a wild move for the past week or so. FNHC, there's ATXI, a GFY, and ILAG as well. A couple of wild movers last week. But look at all the negativity on here once again this morning. Same story as what we saw last week. Let's get Arun in here, get a check of the overall market as far as the futures are concerned. I mean, we're trying here, Arun, to get back to the upside after what happened on Friday. What are you looking at today?
Well, I mean, welcome to the roller coaster show, right? Here we go, up to the upside now. We're almost at 2%. There we go. We're at 2% right now on the NASDAQ, still going strong, north of 3650 on the ES. And the issue here now is that because of the way it's been trading in the last few days, the ranges are super wide. So if you're willing to take a trade, you're going to have to put up the risk to take that trade. So the levels I've got for you guys are pretty wide levels. We've got 3600. We were roughly around there when we were closing on Friday, 3600. And then 3575 is sitting there below that. That's been a marker until we got to that CPI day. 3570-ish has been a decent support level. So I'm going to keep that in place, ignoring the CPI day. I mean, you can't ignore it, but let's just say the 3575. I still think there's some significance there. So 3575 on the bottom end, 3600 is sitting just above that. If you want to, you know, try to find a cheaper trade if you can. And then up top, you got to start throwing in some levels around 3685. There seems to be a decent amount of activity, even on CPI day and also on the way down. Seems like everything from 70 on up seems to have a decent amount of activity. So we're going to say 3670 all the way up to 3685 is going to be the bracket that I kind of want to work with. And then above that, we've got 37, just over 3700. So I'm going to say 3705 up top. Well, not up top, above 3,700, and then the top end price is going to be 3,725. So 3,725, 3,705, 3,685. You're kind of stacking up the levels, but again, these are getting wide. They're wide ranges, but once you get into a certain area, you get a bunch of levels, right? And that's how this market's been working right now. And now we're up as much as we are, and it's going strong. So respect the strength to the upside, regardless of whether the fact we're actually going into this resistance. But once you get some sort of reason, however you develop your trading plan, if you have a reason to take a short inside those ranges, it makes sense, right? Because there's pockets of volume waiting there. So I just keep an eye on those levels, and you can never argue out either side, or you can never rule out either side. You can easily see this market above high of 3730, or you can see this market back at 3600. We don't know, but go with the trend for now. Clearly to the upside, we'll respect it. See if we can't pick up a long at some point. If we can't, we'll wait for that short if it ever shows up, and at that point, we'll just work with the levels we have.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Here comes the watch list, guys. Everything else you need to know for a Monday. Make sure you grab that every single day. Just keep my eye on oil making a move right now. Make sure you grab that every single day. Free for you. And then you come join us at 8:30 before we come on. We send that to you right to your inbox. You can use the link there or check out the QR code. Let's talk about Apple. First up this morning, there was an interesting story reported by the Nikkei, the major newspaper over in Japan. Back to the upside this morning, however. I mean, it's not a major story, but they're reporting that the company is going to pass on a plan to use this Chinese company's chips going forward after this move from Washington last week to further restrict what companies in China are able to get their hands on and use as far as U.S. made and U.S. manufactured products.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that story is Roblox now a buck over there for you, but I almost don't care. And it's not to say that I don't care about that story. Apple, for me, right now is like the litmus of relative strength, or not litmus, is the pinnacle of relative strength out of the big tech names. And so I just want to be looking for opportunities to go long when I think the market's going to be a bit bullish. Well, I got that one ugly wick in there. But either way, like you might be diddling in the middle here because you got 138, which is great support, and then you got a 145 Friday high. But then this 142, like this was, until we got to the mayhem that was Thursday and Friday, 142 was the resistance level. And really all we did was break it out on like one of the craziest rallies that I think I've ever seen. I can't remember the last time bottom to top you had a move like that on Thursday. So you broke it on that. And then when you think about it, at the open, we then took down 142, and that was the reversal of the trend. So as far as I'm concerned, 142 is still a pretty valid level here for Apple. A lot of times you'll break a level like that and you're like, okay, it's not important anymore because you've gone through it. I'm not sure we're there yet. You hold that bid, and I think it's like an all systems go above that price for Apple here. So, good bottoms got put in last week. I like this one to the long side. I probably wouldn't be thinking fade unless I saw those Friday highs, maybe 145 could be something like that. But Apple, I just want to continue to look for that 1.4 strength. Although, as I say that, Meta, which obviously on the Roblox numbers is making a bit of a boost to that upside, it might change a little bit. My litmus there, because I like the 131 to 133 range on Meta. Given what Roblox is doing, I might have to respect the top end of that range, because those are two related names, and strength in Roblox is not going to hurt Meta by any stretch of the imagination.
All right. So we wrote down Apple here, 138. I don't know if that's going to come into play or not. That was the bottom there. I'm not super excited to take it breaking any longs right now. I mean, if we can get up to this 144 again, then I think it's going to be short. I mean, we've already talked about, Apple is going to go, right? I already said that some of those reports last week were probably BS. You did get an opportunity. Everybody did get an opportunity last week to buy this name down low. I was buying indexes instead, but I'm already a huge Apple shareholder, so not as much as Uncle Warren, but anytime you sell Apple shares, it goes into one spot, into an exchange or into Warren Buffett, so I'm not want to sell anymore. Right down into here, 130, 132, 133, great bottoms. There's 138. If that comes into play today, you load up your boat pretty long side on that one for Apple. I had an offer for Roblox at $41. It stopped at $40.90. So we should have taken $1.30 on that one. Let's just sit up there at 41 flat and just see if we get the fill, right? So Roblox right now, a nice little win for us, starting the day off with $1 in the money. So hopefully it'll come up. Here it comes right now. Will hit us around that $41 mark and we will get out. I may or may not be 2 cents shy of $41. So Roblox is a good one. I am also going to be looking at the exchanges today, the market. So, the NASDAQ, the TQQs, the SQQs, all that kind of stuff, spiders. If there's not going to be too much action, the market's already up 2%, that's great. But if there's a lot of names like an Apple and like some of these other names that we've just discussed here that aren't really going to be at super key levels for me, then I'm just going to trade the market. So again, I don't feel like Apple's anywhere near a key level. If it was down here at 138, completely different story, but it's not. So we have to wait for a dip buy opportunity in Apple for me. Or we short some kind of crazy rips. So if that happens, then we can do that. I'm not sure Apple's, 2% up is already pretty huge today. I'm already feeling a little anxious to sort of start to short sell right now. Someone said in the chat here, on my sticky notes, what does SS mean? SS is short sell. So if you do see that on the sticky note, I'll call it up right now because there's about 3 or 4 people that are commenting on it. And again, thank you so much for everybody looking at the sticky note here. But if I just blow this up a little bit, can I go bigger than that? Yes. So in here, short sell Apple, if we break through 138, that's not going to happen. Shorts, wait to short SS Meta right there. Again, wait to SS AMD there near 60. So I'm just sort of trying to slow down or shorthand the penmanship there. People already can't read it. So that's what that means. And also, I'm messaging Michael Noss right now. Yes, he says for sure. So the best email, if you're having any issues with trade ideas, First of all, you can find Michael Noss on. Can I even put this in? I don't know. Yes, I can. So there, in the chat, you just saw me put it. It's info@trade-ideas.com. I saw some people in there having some issues or not understanding that. What's it called again? That race, the 2-day thing? It's called test drive. So if you guys are wanting to test drive
race, I was like,
trade
stop.
ideas. Yeah, I was gonna say race because it's the race conditions that I look at there. But it's called the test drive. It's a two weeks for $11. Info@trade-ideas.com. Whatever I just put there in the chat. That's also for you, Bears vs. Bulls. So thank you for checking out that one. And then Michael Noss is also on Twitter. So I believe all of our accounts follow him. I just realized I wasn't following him. So I followed him on Friday or this weekend. So make sure that you follow him as well. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas.
Yeah, their support channel is great, guys. If you need anything, have any questions, just hit them up. They'll get back to you right away. Here's the latest note on Bank of America. We talked about it briefly here, guys, but let's make it official. So they beat profit estimates, but there were higher loan loss reserves. And they pointed to this higher interest rates benefiting their leveraged products. So interesting chart here, just comparing all of the big banks on leveraged finance products going back 2 years, so 2021 and 22. They're still top of the list here for that specific area.
Yeah, the one thing, look, the conference call started at 8:30, as you mentioned there, Brendan. So that's probably the only reason I'm not already in it off this 32.5 level, because I don't like trading into that. But once we're open, I think we're going to get the all clear. It's breaking out on the daily. It was a beat of expectations. You found support. The group is running, with the exception of Morgan maybe. So look, I'm going to like the fact that you're breaking out on a technical standpoint today, and then the beat of expectations is really what I'm more concerned about. So as long as we're above maybe 32.25, these pre-market lows here, then I want to be looking for those longs, ideally at 32.50. If it ends up just being like a 33 break that I have to give a tighter stop to, I want to be on the long side of this. I just want to give a chance for this call to end when it comes to BAC. Now, obviously, year-over-year numbers and some of the concerns have already been baked in. I mean, you can't sit there, people sitting there talking about spreads and where they've been and how they affect the bank negatively. In addition to that, talking about recessions, a lot of that has gotten baked into these bank stocks, which already made these double bottoms. So you're bouncing off those going into these earnings. It was all doom and gloom, and it's not as bad as everyone had been predicting. That's why you get some of these beats. So I'm going to be looking for longs on BAC today in front of that 32.5 level. You start breaking down from there. I would abandon it if I'm shorting a bank. Today, it's almost certainly going to be Morgan Stanley, but BAC, once we get that open, I'm looking for some longs.
So, I mean, I just hope that you guys are already watching this one right there. We've talked about BAC a little bit. I like the long. I think you got to continue to do that one as well. But we just tweeted out, you got to follow me at TraderTV, Sean. This was 26 minutes ago when Roblox was well under $40. We were at 39.08 right there. I tweeted out that we like that daily average user look right there. So let's take 40 right now for a breakout. There it is right now. We let it fall back in a little bit. We got long 39.60, and there's the out at $41. So we just took a piece, half of it out right there at $41. This was tweeted out a while ago. So there it is right there, 27, 28 minutes ago now for that trade. And there it is, a nice little move to the upside for Roblox. Be very, very patient with it. Just let it fall back down. We are almost close to punching 40 long. I probably would have punched it long if the market was open, but we were able to get longer right there, so we didn't have to worry about it. I canceled my 40. It didn't break 40. Once it's broke 40, it's just been Rip City here on Roblox. So we'll probably hold this the rest of the day, up 15%, a good trade there for me to start the day. I like JP Morgan long, but it'd be crazy to sleep on BAC long. Here goes JP Morgan already to 114. So I mean, there's nothing else to do. I mean, you sit here and you make these calls, and then you're just unfortunately sort of at the mercy of the market to see when those calls will come in. So I still like a 114 long. Unfortunately, though, looks like the market might already be gone on that one because you're going to break it real early. Now there's 17 minutes left. Looking here at the watch list at our breakouts here, this is the market on open. So if you wanted to see anything here, there's not much. Fubo. There is some more talk about that. More people saying that they're loving Fubo. What a surprise. That means it's a short. CS, gold, CCL finally catching a little bit of a bid as well. I don't know what the story is with cruise lines these days, but nicely done up here. Another 200,000 to buy there for Carnival. So trying to make a move off that $7 mark. You know, a couple different ideas right now, but look at the NASDAQ really rocking and rolling here, now up 2%. So I don't know, you are probably going to get an opportunity to short some of these names, like a Meta up here at 132. It probably gets there. I don't see any reason why. Why not? The only thing that probably doesn't go is AMD. It's probably not going to get to 60 bucks. But so we'll have to wait to see what we're going to do with some of these names. Man, it's not getting trickier out there, but the market is going without. I mean, I have Roblox, so we're $1.50 now in the money on Roblox, so we'll just sort of dab up for that one. Oh yeah, that's right, the dab is not working. We'll hit the siren for that as we continue to go up on Roblox, $1.50. But I like the AMD short, but it's got to get to 60, so we're going to have to start looking long around this 56 area. But anyways, the market 15 minutes ago, it should be a real spicy open.
Seems like every day is a 2% kind of day as we go on here. Here's Tesla, speaking of 2%, trying to lead, up 2.5 versus 2% for the NASDAQ here, getting into some of the areas that we reached on Friday as far as resistance is concerned. 206.22, I just noted, is 52-week lows. So we fell to fresh 52-week lows into the close on Friday. Nice bounce here, though, for Tesla to start, guys.
Yeah, like that's, look, broken and then double bottomed is what you're trying to do here today. Tesla, we're pretty much at the 210 as we speak. So like that's kind of that line in the first line in the sand that I would look for. It was 210, 211 really. If you look at that just jailbreak to the upside on Thursday, that was that first resistance. So that's the channel. And that's the level that we're sort of playing into on Friday as well. I only traded Tesla a couple times, and that was the big level that we're looking for the short end. So if we get above that 211, I think it's almost like an all systems go. I just can't look at the EVs and think that NIO doesn't just have a bigger potential move in here today. I mean, if it breaks out from here, you've got so much room to the upside. And similarly, right, like if you fail and break this 11.7, like my goodness, the levels that have been taken out now on the daily chart, you get through that, and I think you're on a fast track into $10. So, you know, whether you're finding support off of the bottom and then trying to get that run to the upside, I don't mind jumping in front of support. If it breaks, you get the heck out of Dodge and reverse the trade. But if at some point this bounces, like even a small move in this little tiny channel on the daily chart, it's $1 for you there. That's almost 7 or 8% on NIO. So that's where my attention is going to be. And then the second one will be Rivian. Despite the fact that was down more than the other EVs on Friday, this stock is still like a good 35% from its low in the middle of the summer. So it's got some room to go to the downside if it wants to flush back in. It's below 30 bucks and below 30. I'd be looking to fade it. I think it has a chance to jailbreak if it gets above that price. Whereas I'm a little bit more, I'm more interested in the current level on NIO because it's at a more key level. You already had that breakdown at 30 even on Rivian. And until it breaks back above that, I wouldn't be terribly bullish there. It's too much distance between here and the bottom to like along that isn't like a clean in and out breakout style trade. So NIO first. Tesla second, and then Rivian, if we hold above 30, it's got some room to run. But I kind of feel like if that happens, I'm probably already in NIO anyways.
Yeah, I like the NIO 1250. Yeah, that's a good one for NIO 1250. Okay, I'm going to look at that one as well. I still like Tesla 225 right here. I mean, any kind of a pop to 225, you fade that. You're not going to get that today, but that's a good little level to look at right there. 225, we've been talking about shorting that. It was a great short there on Friday, obviously, as you wind up at 210, down 20 bucks there. So a disaster day for Tesla on Friday. Could get worse for these guys before it gets any better. Let's see what happens on earnings. But if you do like the long, forget about that. That's the daily chart. That doesn't look great. I like a 212 break, so we tried to mess with Tesla a little bit here at 212 on Friday. It didn't hold, and it fell back down, so we got out of the way on that one, obviously, as it closes down here at 204. Good thing we didn't hold it. But right there, 212 break on Tesla, especially if this market gets going. It's been beat down pretty good the last a couple months, I guess. Ever since it split, it's been getting hammered. So I think at 212 to relieve some rallies there, to relieve some pressure and give it a rally. I think I like that break. If you get a break of 212, you probably go to 215. So that's a $3 winner. If you want to hold on to the rest and see if you have a monster day today for Tesla, then you can get up to this 218, 220 area. But for me, right into here is pretty key again. So I'm looking at 212 right there for a break on Tesla. I feel like I'm going to miss all these breaks because it's just they're all going to happen right off the top there. I haven't looked at NEO in forever, but I've talked about some of these Chinese names. I called, what was it, XPEV as like one of the best shorts, or was it Li Auto? One of them was just.
It was Li.
It was Li. It was just outperforming, and I was like, what?
But they're both.
Yeah, so they're all right here, regardless of that. Anyways, here it is right here. 1250. I'm sort of thinking there's some, sort of gathering there at 1250. Maybe we break that. That's 1250, 1252,
Magic.
something like that. So we'll see if that does. Whoops, I just closed it. There goes my 1 minute chart. But yeah, NEO's got to get back upside there. I don't know where that must be. That's 13. Okay. I don't know, 1250. I like it on NEO. I think you can play that. But I think if you're going to go somewhere else and you can just sort of avoid all the China stuff, there you go over to Tesla and you take this that's still a NEO chart, but you take the 212 long on Tesla.
All right, here's the Wall Street Journal note over the weekend on Mark Zuckerberg and his metaverse attempt. Still not going as well as planned. 200,000 versus 500,000 expected on the daily active users. I was just reading a little bit more on this as well. In this note, it actually says most current daily active users don't last more than a month as far as returning to the metaverse as well.
Yeah, like we said, it's in the early stages, but since that happened, Roblox came up with some numbers, as you guys do know, that have caused it, pushed it to the upside. So the reason why Meta is now sort of outpacing the NASDAQ and had that strong push to break out at 130 is essentially, it looks like it got dragged up. I mean, the market's going up, but I think a lot of its burst past some of these levels is going to be helped out by Roblox. I'm not changing the thesis. I just think I'd be a little bit more patient, sort of waiting for that 132 to come in, maybe not jumping right into short 131s to be sure. If we do get a dump, it's less likely. When we're inside the channel, it was more likely that you could break down and then see a 26. Now you've sort of broken out of this little level here, this little dollar range that Meta's been seeing in the pre-market. Once you've broken out of it, I'll be on the bid if we see 126 on a red day, but it just feels like we're going to be tested to the upside first. And that's going to mean that 32, 33 area to that upside. And then maybe forgetting about the 131 because of Roblox. If it turns there and I miss it and I miss out on an opportunity to short it, I've got to be able to live with that. But the market's not going to sleep and it's not going to stop having news come out. And you have to be able to react to that news. And so I want to get better prices on any push to the upside on Meta that we are able to see. Just one more, because I don't think we talked about Netflix. They report this week. I don't know if we got to them at any point this point, but I like the support down at 230 on Netflix. Obviously, we're going to get them coming through on earnings. It broke out at that price. You look at the dump that we had on last week. Made some nice bottoms, but then it broke back out above 230. I think above 230, I'm looking for some longs. If we do see the mid 240s on a crazy up day or something like that, I mean, we're already at 2%, but if things were to get out of hand, I just remember how good the shorts were up there. I think I only got it once. The last couple of times we were up at those prices. But first things first, I want to dip buy into the 30 level on Netflix. We understand we're going into earnings this week, but we're day trading here, so it's not like we're holding these positions through earnings. We're just looking for that one run today.
Yeah, we had a huge trade on Netflix last week as well. I really like to trade that name, so we'll look at Netflix over and over again here today. Right now, though, we'll just go with money bags because Roblox is still holding upside. If you did take that 40 break, I know it's a little risky to take it in the pre-market, but now you're in the money $1.15, so that's going to be a good trade for me here to start the day. Nice little upside move there for Roblox, starting to take out 141.20 upside there, and I am getting excited as well. We'll wait for the imbalances to come out, but I'm also getting excited about BAC taking down 33.50. I think this is a good little level for Bank of America. It's right here at the 50 period. I mean, realistically, it's 34. So I think if you go long 33.50, you have to watch out for this 34. There's a lot of gathering here at 34 again, some back and forth here, high volume spots, didn't really get out of its way until it broke higher above that. So there's the bottom of 33 to 34. So we are in here for 2 weeks basically in a dollar. So we made all the way downside there, touching those June bottoms again. I guess it was, June, I guess it was July for the banks, right there of $29, a nice little bump up. Looking to take out 33.50 right now. Bank of America is interesting to me here.
Doing all kinds of volume here in the pre-market this morning. INPX, there's not much on this. It regained minimum bid requirements going back a couple of weeks ago with a reverse split, if you remember. So low float. It had that reverse split that sent it back above $5-6. We're chopping around here, really not showing its hand. You can see we're going sideways right now, holding 750 as support. So below that, we'll visit it as a short, 925 up to 960. 960 on the daily chart is significant resistance. So we're stuck in the middle here for INPX.
Yeah, I actually was looking at that one for a fade, and I did pay for shorts on that particular name. If we do get a fail of that high that you were just mentioning, I'm going to favor the short side of it. I wanted to come to a couple of travel names here, starting with AAL. A pretty strong group. Obviously, we saw them break out last week, and when you were starting to give some of those moves back, all you will see is a series of higher lows and then a breakout at 13 for AAL in particular. I do have a dip buy, which I don't know if we're going to see now with some of the market strength that we're seeing. NASDAQ 11,000. You're at this 50 period on the daily. I still think you have a chance to break it. Right now, the top is a 13.6 break. I'm looking breakout on AAL here. If it comes first, the dip buy into 13, I don't mind that long either. Maybe give it to a 12.90. The other end of this spectrum, not the other end of the spectrum, another related name here, CCL, some of the cruise lines, also holding some relative strength. The difference here, as you'll probably be able to plainly see with CCL versus, say, AAL, is you've got Thursday's high, you've got Friday morning's high, and you've got right now just sitting at this it's about 743, 744 up at the top here. So maybe he needs to break a 750 level, but that's just a series of lower highs, higher lows, breaking into an obvious sort of breakout point there for CCL. Whether you're looking at that or an RCL in this entire space is, come on, load up chart. Sort of the same thing, right? Like RCL, you've got this 46 level. I want to say it's been the stronger stock. It is above the 50 period, which does have me favored a little bit more. I usually prefer trading CCL because of its volume as a day trader, whereas RCL isn't always as liquid or has this fantastic volume. But the break just sets up a little bit cleaner here if you get through the top, and I'm very inclined to likely have both of these, but one of them is above that 50 period and just showing a little bit more strength, whereas CCL you could be catching trying to break that 50. So I like both of these for potential long breakouts here today. You have AAL sort of sitting in that spectrum as well. I do want to go back over to one oldie but a goodie, because that NEO, I was going over the notion that you could get an absolute jailbreak to the upside. I just sort of want to make it clear here, right? Like if we don't hold this bottom at 1170, like I am looking to take that breakdown to the short side. It's SSR, which is short sell restricted, because it was down. I mean, it was down well over 10. I think it was down 10% at least. I'm pretty sure it was. Actually, it might not have. Our system is actually saying an N, although I thought we got to 10%. So it might not be short sell restricted. So scratch that. I think you can hit that bid on NEO. If it breaks down, certainly I am reversing into a short, but it's made a significant bottom that I think needs to be respected. And just to give you another name in that space, you had this potential break, which I still think is going to sit out there in Alibaba. But BABA 77, this is one for this week. I think if it gets to that price, I know what can happen when this stock runs. It's a little bit of ways away from it, but it feels like the travel names, if I get in breakouts at 930, they're all setting up in the travel names, whether it's AAL, RCL, and CCL, all of them right on the precipice for these breakouts.
Precipice, good one. All right, I'm going to, good word. I'm going to go long on Apple here, take advantage of this move to the downside right now. There was an Apple sell. There's a Tesla sell as well. So they are trying to sell some of these bigger cap names downside, but then Apple just sort of says, hold my beer on that one. We are now $1.80 in the money on Roblox. There's the Apple dump that just happened on that imbalance. So 140, 170 down to, I don't know if Neil was talking about this, but down to 140.80 right there. So just moved down $1. Good opportunity to buy it, but again, missed it. Wish I was here, was not. Just reloaded my tea right now, but that went right down to 140. 40.70. That's a good little level there for Apple. So let's see if it dumps off the open again. Here are the imbalances. We just saw Tesla. Did that affect it to the downside as well? Wow, yeah. 211, like you wanted some longs. You just got some gifts there in some of these names. But again, the market's just starting to go up now 2.5%. We started the day up 1.6%. I remember Neil was like, oh, we're up 1%. It was 1.6. And then now it's 2.3. So the market is definitely getting going here into the open. That BAC is also going to break out through that 38.50. That's going to happen right now. Let me guess what JP Morgan's already done. I mean, we had a 114 break long on that name. Now you're in the money now, 70 cents. But again, pretty risky to take that in the pre-market, so I didn't do it. Now we only have 1 minute to go. This is going to be a very, very exciting open, needless to say. I don't have many stocks to go yet, though. I do like NIO breaking through 1250. That could happen anytime as well. Tesla breaking through 212 is another name to go. But with only a minute left, man, this is going to be really exciting. We almost got through 212. Oh, no, we didn't. That was 210.50. So that could be a level as well. 210.50 coming on Tesla, but I'm waiting for 212. Man, this is going to be exciting. BAC might be the one I'm watching early. Remember, it might not open right away.
It's New York, yeah.
Has to settle down.
Yeah, and the call should be, wrapping up at the open. Look, we do have, and someone asked in the chat, am I looking for the breakout on CCL? Yeah, you better believe it. I think they could all come in. AL is going to be pretty close to it as well. Tony is going to be on the bill. I will be watching BAC off the open just in case there's a bit of a dip that we can get into. That was a little bit slow reaction there on my countdown clock. But all the travel names in play for me. I want some dip buys and breaks. Then 3, 2, and 1.
All right, thank you, Tony, for that one, as we don't have quotes. My quotes are down. Are your quotes not moving?
I think so, too.
Right now. So we don't have quotes to trade early here. But
okay.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
So now we're open. The market is open. A little delayed open right there. All right, Microsoft breaking highs as well, man. 236. I'm looking at a 237.25 break here on Microsoft. 237.25.
Oh my goodness.
Roblox right now, huge win. $3.
NIO just broke out in a big way off of the open. So look, I had Tesla up there because it looked like it was about to make its break of that 211. But NIO just immediately shot to the upside. I'm not even sure you could get that consolidation break. If there's a quick dip, I might take a shot at that, but this one is now off to the races. Meta going to make a bit of a power move to the upside. Neither one of those travel names have come into the upside for me in terms of fading it. Remember 133 on Meta. I'm going to want to take a shot at that short trade. CCL has not broken. Looks like it's still at that. Yeah, it's still off those highs and now pulling back a little bit. So the breakouts on those travel names will have to wait.
Yeah, I still like NIO breaking through 1250. We'll see if that comes into play right now as the market is just on one. That's for sure. Look at what we're doing right now. Up almost 3% in the NASDAQ, saying completely hold my beer. All right, Microsoft, I'm going to take something because I want to be long. Like, I don't know where all my charts are here, but I want to be long breaking through this 237.50 area right here for Microsoft, trying to take out some of these highs. So let's get long on that one. We're still long on Roblox. These could all be fades, though, man. It was a big move upside for the market right now. So let's just be patient with some of these plays and see if they can come in. So right there, I don't know what just happened. Something... Oh, NIO just broke out, and for some reason my mark did not trigger there. 1255 did not go out for me, but I'm gonna have to get this.
Yeah, I tell you, Tesla is now above that 21 level, 211 level. As it, like, I'm getting crazy dark prints, and this is a thing. Like, I'm getting a lot of dark pool printing, but it is now at 212. So I might have missed out that chance at a 211 break on Tesla. NIO, I'm just gonna have to get in front of those quarters. I'm just gonna trust what I see in front of me, and that's NIO showing some strength there. But yeah, like you said, Sean, we're having a little bit of an issue with some of our quotes. Meta did not get to 132. It looks like it's just holding this 131. That's that top of the channel, but I liked it a little bit higher than this. I might not get that opportunity. Is the market screaming and Meta is just stalling out here?
Boom, we got another one, man. Hit it, let's go. Yeah, Roblox now $3 in the money and blasting. NIO, man, never fear, NIO is here. So we have the long in NIO breaking through 50, average back into the 30s down there for NIO, taking some out now in the 50s. You can see where our average price is. We're just going to try to get some out and just continue the damage that we've been doing in this market the last couple of days. Hopefully NIO doesn't fall back. You are high up right now. I mean, the market being up 2 3/4%. 2.75%. Just be careful. Try to play the right names here today. All this could easily fire down, man. So let's get ready to rock and roll here as this market's getting excited one more time. What's up, Brendo?
Just be aware, some people mentioning this LFG, guys. This is a buyout. BP acquiring LFG. $4.1 billion or 26 bucks for LFG.
I should have mentioned that. You'll probably see me in and out of that a bunch of times. Cash deal, so nothing crazy to see there. But Meta, it's made a double top here at 131.25. So I'm going to take the first shot at it. If it breaks these quarters, I'll just get out. It wasn't the. Oh, there we go. It just broke it. So quick in and out. If it goes to 133, that's the other level that we do like. Apple's real close to that 142. Yeah, it is. It's very close to that 142. That's the break that I prefer on Apple. And then remember Tesla. Yeah, still getting these crazy wicks. It is trading at 212 here, so it is solidly on the breakout train. I am looking now for that breakout long there. NEO just ticked in for me in front of those quarters, so we'll take our first long in that one. But Tesla, I do want this closer to that 211, 210 area, and it looks like things are starting to settle down above those prices. Just one other look for you guys. AAL, CCL, all of those now dipping back in, so it looks like we're giving up some of that strength that we saw going into the open on the travel names. NEO, for me, like I said, I like that breakout. I didn't get the break, but thankfully, it's coming right back in to give you a dip buy in front of that pre-market breakout.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Some of that. So I'm just noticing now that some of the routes aren't working. So I think that's part of the problem. I just gave it to Greg. We should be long Tesla, but again,
that's what's.
No, you don't use it. It's a different order type there. But maybe that's the problem. 212 break here on Tesla. We should already be long. Like I said, unfortunately though, one of the scripts that I used wasn't working for a dark gateway. So there we are. We are now long Tesla into this move. So we'll try to hold this back to like 210.50 or so here for Tesla. We might be buying a lot of these tops, so we have to be very, very careful with these trades that we have on board right now. So TSLA right now, we wanted to get 212. It did rip up to 213 when that first happened, but we'll try to hold out for this a little bit here, giving it back to 210. So a 210 break right now on Tesla. And we're get out. I'm just putting the orders out right now because I have to switch over. I normally use something, I think it's called Fox Run or something, but it's not really working right now. So we're going to have to just sort of hold out on this one. 210 is going to be my out here for Tesla. But I mean, you know, we're only in the money $1.50 right now on the Tesla trade, so hopefully that can continue to work out for us. Let's go Tesla to the upside here, breaking through 215. We said 215 was going to be a pretty key area, so yeah, you got that right, Trader Pratt over there. Tesla making some nice moves to the upside. 215 is going to be my first target.
Yeah, I just got a first hit on NIO. They're up above 1240 there. Got 33s to the long side. I tried to add on the way back up at 12.25. I think I'll dip by in front of that breakout price almost every single chance we get. Apple did not make its break just yet, and do not forget some of these small caps. Remember Go EV? That no break of 150. It looks like it's still relatively weak below that price. I want to be shorting in front of 150 to 155. Brendo?
Another little one that was moving around in the pre-market, guys, missed. Milestone Pharmaceuticals up on a heart disease drug trial that was better than expected. Big bounce. This thing came all the way back to where it was on Friday. Big bounce on volume here for MIST.
Oh, yeah, I missed. I forgot about that. But look, one stock which is relatively weak here, well, at least it was at the open, wick top, and then a bit of a fade here on Rivian. So Rivian tried to break that 30 level. I think above 30 is where you got to convince me for it to be bullish. And if it cannot get through that price, I am still going to be looking for short opportunities in this stock until it convinces me that it wants to trade above that price. So I'm going to work back into Rivian. We traded that on Friday. And I heard Trader Pratt just yell Apple out there. I didn't get filled on the on the 142 break, but you know what? It's still here, so I'll just take it now. So Apple breaking 142, got up to 142.17. These are tops that we're looking to buy, but I mean, this is what's happening. I don't mind buying some of these longs. This is what's happening on UVXY. We're crashing through resistance. Support, I should say. Crashing through support. So I do like what I'm seeing with some of these long potential trades there. I am in a Rivian short to 30, but Apple now trying to take out these tops.
Okay, yeah, we just got a $1.50 right there on Tesla for 1/3 of the trade. Now let's see if it wants to continue to go to the upside. The only trade that's really not working out for us right now is going to be NIO. It's too bad that we didn't look at BAC off the open because it did break that 33.50. But like we said, A lot of chaos there off the open. Now you're way back down to 33 for BAC. Let's check out JP Morgan as well. Yeah, this was really the one that we wanted, man. That 114 break was cash. It also comes back down into 114, and we missed that. So lots of opportunities today that unfortunately I missed. But I don't really consider me missing anything. We're having a big day. The only thing here is NIO not really doing the dance that I thought it would. We'll try to refresh some of these trades coming through, though. But right now, NIO, downside movement, really hitting me. Not hitting me, but, that's where we have the most shares in is NIO. Just money-wise, it's going to be Tesla, but share size is going to be NIO, and it's just trying to bounce off here. Doesn't look like it wants to break 40, so a little bit of concern here for me with NIO. What's up, Brendan?
Another one reporting this week, guys. Snapchat, an easy 7% here for Snap so far, straight to the upside. No red candles yet for that one.
Yeah, Snapchat making some power moves. And remember, you're going to get some big moves up across a lot of the social media group with that news on Roblox. Remember I was talking about Morgan Stanley being relatively weak. It just rejected twice some of these tops here. So back below 77, not quite the 78 that I would have liked. NIO just made like a second salvo into that 1250 area. If it puts in another lower high, I'm going to have to pay myself off a bit here, because if you don't, you can end up slapping yourself in the face. If it doesn't break out the top, I'll be kicking myself. So just got another leg out. I did miss that last dip buy into the quarters. I'll try getting in there again. Rivian's now above that 30 price. I didn't get the reverse there. My stop order, you know what, I'm going to use EJ stops from now on. But just a different stop order that we can use. I was able to get out at 30, but I didn't get my reversal in Rivian. So much room for these EV names to run. It had to be above that price for me to get into the long side of the trade. Now it is firmly above that, so I'm looking for longs now, Rivian above 30. NIO getting toward that high of the day. Apple's still trying to attempt that breakout. And let's not forget about, they just got CCL. I was about to say, let's not forget about the travel names, was going to go to AAL, but CCL just broke out the triple top from last week. So another long coming in as that looks to break its high.
Yeah, we're just sitting here in longs, so life is good over here right now for all of these longs. So we're getting out some more NIO as it does pop back up. You guys see where we're long. We're only long 43, but we do have a decent position. So let's hopefully wait for some more upside surprises here for NIO. What did we just get filled on again? We got filled some more 51s, 53s, sorry. Upside movement happening on NIO. We wait at 56 now and then at 58. See if we can take out the top here for NIO. Meanwhile, Tesla's still $2 in the money, trying to bounce off 215 and going. Look at the NASDAQ up 3.3% today. So yeah, we're banking today. Needless to say, guys. There goes Roblox. So we have this one on board and really crush City right now for a lot of these names. So yeah, let's just keeping this movement upside right now. Really surprised at what we're doing. The damage is being put in right now. We talked about all of these plays, man. Meta, is that breaking through 132? I don't know. None of my stops even worked. Oh, here's 132 right now for Meta, so we got to go long on this name as well. Big time movement to the upside.
Yeah, just got a 1260 print on NIO as that just continues to churn. Yeah. This has room to 13, like we were talking about earlier. Lots of room into the upside. Apple's still churning. I mean, we're now 100 points above that 1100 on the NASDAQ. But Apple now starting to follow through with that 142 level. I don't want to lose sight of Amazon here. That's on a big break. That 110, look, realistically, just about any price you would have put in would be good. But that 110 break, pretty solid. That's the one I'll also end up missing there off that open. So Apple long, certainly working out there. And I want to get back over to just a couple of the other ones. I have CCL, but RCL as well making its break on the daily, so you are getting a breakout in both these travel names into that upside. I just pick and choose. I'm not going to take two breaks at the same time. I think either one of them would have been perfectly valid. Going to look to start trimming some of this Apple as the breaks only go into that quarter. So if we stay in this range, I want to make sure I can buy and then continue that channel up.
All right. Yeah, we're doing pretty good here right now as we get ready to rock and roll and just watching out what this market's trying to do. All right, so Meta down here to 132. I did not punch longer in this name, but there is a possibility for that to come through. NIO still here at the 50 level, so that's something that I'm looking at now for NIO bouncing around here. So that's going to be something. Tesla, Apple. I guess that Apple 140 is not coming into play again here today, is it? Now we're up to 142 and still motoring. AMD, let's have a quick check-in on that one. Our Roblox did bounce off. It was almost $3 in the money, so that could be something to look at. AMD gets up to $58 again. I mean, it's just like maybe it's time to start fading some of these plays. Roblox goes to 140, it goes to 42.50 right there, which was above the 50 period into some of this action. So yeah, up 15+% here. So a little bit of a pullback in the market, sending Roblox back down to life a little bit here. So we'll have to watch out for that. Is there going to be a level that we get out? Of course, there's always is. But nice little, wow, this came right back into 40.50. Okay, yeah, we might have to get really excited here about Roblox. If the market wants to go up, fine. Roblox looks like it's going to be a good play, right? But right now, we are fading back. So yeah, 41 bucks. Let's take a little more long here and see what we do at about right here at the 50 period. That's 40.50. So if we break back down below 40.50, we'll have to get out of Roblox. But here it comes in again right now.
Yeah, and there goes Meta. It gets at 131. Now we're into that 132, 133 range. So being patient, should have just been patient with the entire thing. There's that top. It's 132.75 from last week. We get back up there again, and I want to look to be able to fade it. I just took another leg out on Apple because like Sean, I kind of feel like there is going to be a bit of a pullback here. I think we can get to 143, but paying yourself out in that first 50 makes some sense to me. Brendo, what's up, bud?
These little ones moving, guys. AGFY back to day highs here. Big volume alert on that one. INPX, another one, just took out day highs there on decent volume.
Yeah, that's the only one. I wanted that one if it failed that high of the day. I do see that Nerve is halted on 1 million shares worth of volume. Just be careful trading this one. Sort of a big move to the downside, gapping down pretty heavily. Now with an upward halt. Looks like it's just a straight volatility halt from what I can tell, and it did 1 million shares going into it, but not usually the most liquid of names. Just be cautious. Should be open up in a couple of minutes. You're getting a strong push to the upside. I saw someone saying breakdown on NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA 120 is a pretty solid level. I'm looking over there at a friend of mine called Intel, getting very, very close to this double top at 27. If there's a place I know I want to fade the chips, it's generally Intel, and that 27 level looks like a pretty big resistance. If I have to fade something, it's likely to be that.
All right, let's just keep on the right track here. So Tesla right now, a lot of these names are falling back in, right? I mean, we hit the longs, but we're starting to go, being up 3%. It might be time to look for some fades right now. So, stocks that are maybe a little bit underperforming the market here as we go. So if there is any names that you guys are short that you're looking at, I have wanted to go short on Amazon. Let's just see what Tesla does. We're still in the money on Tesla. We're still in the money on NIO, so everything is fine. Amazon's been a name that I've been wanting or been short for a while. But again, you're still up that 4% and right now against 112. So that could be something to come in right now as well. 112. I mean, we're still so far off some of these levels, but that 112 high would have been a good one to fade there for sure. Roblox, we're getting ready to get some more shares down here in the low 60s. But here we go, man. There it is. So now we are long Roblox. Let's just see if it takes down that 50, we can get out of this one. Roblox right now starting to go the other way for us. Downside as this market coming in right here, Roblox.
Yeah, market is definitely coming in downside. Had to get out Rivian and just reclaim that 30 level in a big way. I want to find some. I got to find some shorts back in here. One of them is probably going to be jumping right back into Rivian. You've now got a wick top. So I was just still on Intel there. You've got a wick top through that 30. And you're essentially giving a fail back below that key price level. Looks like we're going to get that short. I don't want to chase Meta too far. But at some point, you're not going to get that 132 necessarily again. Any pop we get into 132, I'm going to take a shot on it. Reloading Apple, I'll wait for it to bounce off 142 first. I need to see it show support before I want to dip by anything because you're at some pretty serious tops here. And by the way, if Meta takes out 133, it's a good break. But until it does, I'm going to be shorting the pop again into that key 132 to 133 area. I know you're all over Tesla there, but you're getting some of these banks start to come back a little bit as the market comes back in. So I want to come back over to BAC, which still looks strong, still above that 32.5. If there's one place I still like some dip buys, it's going to be over there in the banks. As long as we're above 32.50, I still like the long in BAC here, Brendo.
All of these stocks that have just been beaten down over the past couple of months, getting a bounce here today. Snapchat I mentioned coming up on earnings. Here's BlackBerry, guys, up almost 8% so far for BB. Not seeing anything on that one yet.
Okay, yeah, it could be. Again, we know that it's
8%?
not a huge squeeze candidate at all. All right, we've been getting out of Roblox,
What?
yeah, because it's a pretty low short flow.
Yeah.
All right, so Roblox right now, we've been getting out as it looks like it's going to take down that 40.50. So we're going to obviously remain up on the stock, but if it breaks down through 40.50, then we're going to get out. We just got, bigger position right there and just been getting it out, in the 80s, some in the 70s there as we were talking. But Roblox still continues to push lower off the market. So just be careful. I obviously like the long, and I'm trying to hold some of this for an upside move again. But if the market gives up the ghost here, which it looks like it wants to at 11,000, let's just see. Maybe it doesn't. But it's dancing around right now, 11,000 right there, 11,100. 11,000 is all the way down here. But there we go. It's just starting to break out to the downside right now. We did wick a little bit lower there. Let's just see if we can take this and continue to make moves to the high side. I'm actually just going to zoom in a little bit more on this so I can see it just a little bit better. There we go. Oh, shoot. Didn't take advantage of that. There we go. We got yes. Okay, Roblox. Here we go. Let's go to the party right now. Roblox getting excited back up to the upside. So far so good here for RBLX as that's starting to take off. This is my largest position right now.
Yeah, and I'm working into some more BAC as it is now trying to bounce off this 33 level, looking like it's found some support there. If you're watching JPM and the others, it is BAC that reported today, and I'll be a little bit more concerned with them. NEO has already pulled all the way back in, so breakout and then dip buy off 1230. 1220 was your breakout price. We need to hold that level. If this can't hold in NEO, then it's going to be a short break and a short party to the upside, which has been good. But looking like it might want to give some of that back up. Once it bounces, then I'll look to add. Brendo?
Halt right now. NERV halted on this. Guys, the FDA declining to accept their schizophrenia drug filing. So this one, NERV down huge.
Okay, that's, yeah.
Man, the nerve of the FDA.
Right.
Okay, so we'll just hold off on those cheesy puns right now. Roblox, we did get some more out as it went to 41 bucks there. So good outs for us on Roblox off of a big buy right there when he dipped back into this level. So now we have about a third of this position left. So now I'm going to try to hold to see if we can't get back up to the upside here for Roblox right now. Let's go upside movement. Here we go. Tesla also. Yeah, Roblox, we just got that right there, man, at 41.20. And by the way, look at Tesla screaming to the upside, 215. We'll take that, baby. We'll just put an offer. Oh, don't tell me. We just put an offer right there. A little bit of a run up here for Tesla, and we'll get out of a $3 winner. Come on, just hit us in the 80s right there. We're around here, guys. 80, 80, 80, 88. No, we did not. We're at 88. So let's see if it rips out. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yes, sir. Bang Nation right now on this market as we continue to go to the upside. We did take an L here on NEO as it did break below the 50 period. If it still goes up, we still have it, and it's all good. Maybe I'll take a piece out right now. I don't really like this name, obviously, as much as the others, hence why I got out. But right now, there goes Tesla. These are all good ideas, man. Lots of money being coming in right now. Roblox to the upside right now. Tesla to the upside right now. And NEO just straight chilling. So we're going to have to find a few more trades here. But so far, so good, man. Tesla, nice move. NEO and Roblox, nice moves. That's all that we have on. Meta at 132, we liked it. But it faded off of that. So maybe there's a chance to buy this Meta right down here.
Yeah, look, Meta's bouncing off 131. I still haven't, I'm not shorting it unless I actually get off the tops. I reloaded NIO here, and if it gets through that 1220, I'm going to be out of it. Apple is now churning again. I think it's headed toward that 143. You can no longer even get these dip buys at 142, but I'll still sit there if we get a chance. And then Rivian, that came back beneath that 30 level, so we jumped back in, back where we were before, into shorting on relative weakness in RIVN. I didn't want to ignore this. But we'll go to Brendan in a quick second. Ford, $12 exactly at the open and then a rejection at 12. If this comes back up for a break of that 12 even, I'm going long break on 12 and Ford, just to give you an idea of what that looks like on the higher time frame. It had like an 1197 top on Friday, and now exactly at $12, I can't ignore that. Brendo?
Bitcoin, guys, making a move. This is an hourly chart for BTC. Back to almost 20,000 once again, or trying to at least. So a lot of these as well. There's Coinbase, but I just saw Mara, I just saw Riot, all the crypto stocks catching a bid.
I don't know. I got to wait. 239 for Netflix as well. Wow. All right. Good out for us on Tesla there as it broke through 215 but didn't really go. So we got a nice in there at 212, nice out at 215. So we talked about that 215 area. I said if it takes 215, then we could go to 218. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for now on Tesla to see if it can do that. Roblox, we did get a decent piece out there at 41.20. I still think we can go higher on that name. There was a name that I wanted to look at though. Yeah, you've already talked about Ford down there near 1170. A little bit of a dip down there. It's not up very much. Oxy's up 67%. Sorry, 67%. No, up to 69 right now for Oxy. Up 3 and a bit percent. So there's a play there for Oxy at an even level if you like that call right now, but the market's starting to fall in a little bit. I'm going to take a piece out of Roblox in the high 9, well, maybe just right here if we can. Take a piece out right there. Yeah, we'll get it out in the 90s. So another piece out there for Roblox, a little nervous. Good thing we got out of NEO when it ripped back up here. I don't really believe in this name, like I said, too much anymore. It's not really following. Let's just take another piece out. If we get back up to 35, we'll get out the rest here on Roblox. But a successful day so far, on NEO. The only name we're going to be down on is going to be NEO, and that's going to be position pending, but still don't really like this, man. I don't trust this market either, so shout out to you up there, Andrew. I think I'm with you, so I don't know. That's why I'm like just right now trying to get rid of some of these positions that I have.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to get that Intel short. I probably should have just chased it a little bit more aggressively. NEO just bounced off of my last support, which is 1220. That's where my stop is. So no mystery there. But guess what's about to go higher and just got to fill? There we go. It's Meta. So Meta off that 132. It continues to try to turn as the market gets to the top. And all I see is a bounce in volatility there. And then a double top got put in on the futures. This is a 15-minute chart, but if you put a 3 or 5 up, you'll see a bit of a double top in the futures as it tries to reject the NASDAQ at least, that 11.1 level. So if we hold these highs on Meta, I'm going right back to the well and fading it. Just remember, after that Roblox news, Meta has been a little bit stronger than it was looking at that open. If it gets through VWAP, I think it can capitulate. I'll scalp some out on the way down into VWAP. Apple's back to break even, so you're getting a little bit, and break even for me is 142. So you're getting that dip. I do want to be buying dips in Apple. It just bounced once, so I'm going to take my shot to jump back in front of that 142 level. I like Apple for its relative strength. At some point, if we can't hold this area, you could be looking at a false breakout.
I mean, shout out to everybody. We didn't, like I said, man, I was using, I guess, a bad route. Greg's going to look into that because Microsoft, we should have already been long 237 on that break right there, and we didn't even get the shares. I'm just looking over now. I was like, where's Microsoft? Can't be above 237. It's at 239. So we should have had that long as well, but we don't. So we'll just move on from that right now. That's 237 right there. So if Microsoft does come back into that area, then worth a look. Where here it comes right now. Again, good thing we got out there of NEO. Other than that, man, like I said, looking for something that might be relatively weak out there in the market. Let me see what's going on with AMD right now. Yeah, that's up 3 and a bit percent. So this might be the opposite of relatively weak, as this is stronger right now and bouncing around. So maybe we do have a trade here on AMD just coming in. I mean, I would much prefer this 57 and change there for advanced micro devices, but that's 57.50 coming into play right now for AMD. Again, there's still a lot lower to come here. This market could just crank a little bit here back down in. So we're going to be very careful of that. You're already up 3%, so you're starting to break downside now. So that's something to look at here for AMD. Not much happening as far as scanners are concerned or anything right now for me. We're still waiting to see if there's any news popping on many stocks. Roblox right back to flat. So again, we take it out. We barely have anything on Roblox, and I'm not averaging in. We did good, man, getting out at 41. This last reload, this is going to be my #1 stock. Well, Tesla will be, but Roblox here is pretty close. Well, now it's Roblox, especially if it just bounced up there 50 cents. But nice little trade there for Roblox to the upside, and a nice trade for Tesla. But Tesla, you can see, is coming back in again. So we might have a reload opportunity. It's just I've been pretty bearish on Tesla recently. So that's why I'm kind of changing my tune a little bit on this name. It's hard for me to support some longs. But again, back down into 212, I think looks pretty good good, man. So you have a lot of these lines lining up, VWAP and the 50 period down here at 212. So could be worth a risk spot there at 212 for Tesla. I'm now changing. That's where I'm going to get out. If it breaks back down below this 212.50, I'm out of Tesla. Forget about it. Let's not let a winning trade turn into a losing trade. So 212.50, we're out of Tesla.
Yeah, and back to the well when it comes to just sort of scalping Apple. Scalping Apple. There you go, as I try to chew that one out there. 142 just bounced once, gave me the quarters, actually got 30s up there, 142.30, and then another dip by, this time actually below that price. Meta short that we just put on, so we rang the register on one long bouncing off VWAP, and then going to VWAP to the downside is Meta, as I think we got the lower high here. If we break 131, all systems go into that downside. I'm still working with that BAC long. The breakout on CCL looks like it's going to be failing, but it hasn't broken 720. I have a stop through there. But look what's going on now in BAC. We've now been going sideways off this 33 to 33 quarter for about 15 minutes now. So a little bit weird price action that I'm seeing on BAC. It needs to break this out at some point. I like the fact that on a dip in the market, BAC didn't fall any further, but at some point it needs to, or get off the pot. That's a little bit strange, to say the least, what I'm seeing over there in BAC. I see a lot moving there, guys. Carvana, Coinbase, we haven't really talked about crypto in any stretch, but very strong to the upside if you're looking for relative strength. Coin up 7% and still going. Coin's very close to the 70 level where I like the breakdown. This is where I liked it short on Friday. If we get to 70 again, I'm very likely fading Coinbase, or at least attempting to fade it at that 70 level. But here comes Apple on another dip. Meta's almost a buck in the money, but Apple could come out. I mean, if we get that real breakdown, I might have to start thinking about being more aggressive for the Intel short, because I am looking for some opportunities in relative weak name. Right now, Meta's working. If Coin gets to 70, I got to put that one on too. Brendan?
Hey guys, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, points of reversal, and so much more. On checkout, TLive. Use the code TLive. Get yourself 20% off, because why not? Positive start. Nice looking board here to show you right across the entire thing here. Green numbers, 2.4 for the S&P, 1.6. 2.9%. We actually tagged 3% at one point for the Russell 2000 already. There is 3% for both the composite and the 100. Great start to a brand new week as we go back to the upside. Once again, a few things if you joined us in the pre-market to be aware of. Apple shelving plans to use Yanks chips, Chinese company. BAC, higher loan loss reserves reported, but decent report across the board as far as the numbers are concerned for BAC. Google dealing with more EU antitrust issues possibly, but doesn't matter. They're all positive. Nice look for Meta here. Just saw a big volume go off as we tagged that high, 132 from Friday. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. We'll slap this. I complained about BAC not moving. Brendan just brought that up and talks about it for like a couple of seconds, and it breaks VWAP to the upside. So that'll work. I'll take it. It broke the quarters, just got to 33.30. If it can get back to these highs, I want to work this all the way to that 34 level. Again, if the market tries to make this breakout on the NASDAQ, which is, it's trying to put in a bit of a double top here. So this is what we're looking at. If we take out these highs, the NASDAQ ES at 3,700 as well, then I like some of these banks, in particular BAC, to that upside. If Morgan Stanley does get to 78, you could see me short Morgan Stanley while long BAC. I just think Morgan is relatively weak. Still have a Rivian short on. I jumped back into this one in front of 30. Was able to scalp some out for 30 cents. I just reloaded because look what it keeps doing here. Wick highs to about 30.05 and then a bit of a pullback. So when I see what this is lining up as for Rivian, which is failed breakout through 30, then a lower high, I think there's room down into that 29 level. So I'm favoring the Rivian shorts once again. I should check back in on XPeng because my guess is that's probably setting up too. And by the way, if this is starting to work out and form into the short, there's the last reload. This is 3 times we had Neo to the long side. It's a first trade that's going to be the only one that worked. Well, it's really only 2 trades, but I did add to it the second time through. But it just broke 12.20. So now only short in the EVs and long the one bank name.
Yeah, we're waiting to get long that bank name as well, which I'm pretty sure we'll do very soon. We did get Apple though. So we bought Apple against 142. We bought it again right now against 140, 150. So that's going to be our out now for Apple. We're long at 96. I mean, we're out of the money here, 15 cents. So let's wait to see if Apple can print us to the long side. Hopefully it will. There's BAC. Okay, so now we're into BAC. As Roblox starting to take off as well, we are very, very light in our NEO position, so that's going to be like a nothing burger there on NEO. But we do have a decent amount of shares here for BAC as we've switched over our routing key right now. So we do have some shares there. It sucks because we would have liked to have had them earlier, but not on BAC, but on Microsoft. Here's a nice little movement upside right now on BAC. Let's see how far we can go now on this name. We know we want to be long the banks, so I feel like we can get to 33.70, 33.80, something like that. Yes, there it is. Let's go with a nice little bang move there for BAC, upside 247. So we take 6 pennies out there on BAC, and now we'll see about an upside move to 33.80. I mean, that offers 33.60. Let's go to 65 and see if we can get there for BAC. If we're wrong on this name, I mean, like, we can't afford to hold it for too far there. But yeah, maybe 33. I mean, 33 looks like a pretty decent level there for BAC. So we'll average back in if it comes in. But 33, if we break through that, then we can get out of this name. But right now, so far, so good here on Bank of America. Oh, look at Roblox. Hell yeah. This is another one, man. Trade of the day be damned. Let's hit that and go off right now. Roblox starting to go to the upside right here. Big time movement for them. And then there's Tesla. $3 in the money as well. So back-to-back jacks now. Roblox, Tesla, and we'll see if we can hit one out of the park with BAC.
Yeah, that's already given 1% off those, 0.5% off that bottom. And I think it's got a chance at 34. But look what's up 5% and screaming higher. Netflix is on another tear. I talked about the mid 240s. Being a level to be faded. There was no dip buy to be had. At least that wick. I mean, this wick in here, I don't think that really. Yeah, that's just an 8 o'clock wick. That never happened in a 230. You had no chance to get a dip buy. But if we get up to 245, I got to look for a bit of a fade. We're about 20 points away from where I'm looking at support on UVXY. So volatility, if we do get another stretch down, I think there's a chance you bounce off that level. And if that happens, then I'm looking for some shorts on some of the stronger names in there. Netflix is going to be one of them. For now, Meta, the only one that we're sitting in. That continues to work as I want to get down to 130. This is one, if the market rejects this high, I think we can see 130s on Meta. Berendo?
I saw a few people mentioning Rumble, notably weak, from the notably weak list today. RUM back to Friday's lows here. About to go red, in fact. There was a new release, apparently, providing updates now for both iOS and Android users. But if the market does pull back, guys, Rumble weak here.
Rumble, okay. We're going to wait. Yeah, I mean, Rumble is going to be weak for a while here. I mean, as soon as we broke through that $10 mark, what is it even at right now? What was Brennan just saying here? RUMB. There, yeah, 938. We talked about that last week, man. The minute you break through 10 and that's been your floor and you don't have that floor anymore, then look out freaking below. But we already hit this one for you guys. We talked about this early on this 212 break there for Tesla. Like I said, we would have had it earlier, but we waited. It came back in because the routing wasn't working. Now you're $4 into the money now on this Tesla trade. $1.20 into the money on. I told you we're a changed man. $1.20 into the money right now. NEO, we got out of this one, but it is coming back up to the upside, which is nice. So we'll take another 40 out as NEO now starting to go. And then BAC not really going, man. So we took a piece out at 40 when it came back down in. So now we only have 2/3 of this trade left. Looking to average back in here near VWAP as BAC is falling back down. So this is going to be the wrong trade for me today. Looks like BAC and then Apple not doing anything right now at 142. So I'm a little bit concerned about Apple, and then Softy right at that 237 level. This is another one here. I don't know if I want to load into Microsoft and be long Apple right now. So I've sort of picked Apple, but yeah, Microsoft looking pretty good down here at 236.50. So there are some good levels right here for Microsoft. That's 236.33. Maybe if we drop closer to that 50 level, we'll start to buy some. But yeah, right now it looks like BAC in trouble and Apple's in trouble, but not really. It's more BAC that's struggling along right here.
Yeah, like I dipped out of Apple when it took out my support there, but it is still kind of holding that channel. It got down to 141.50. I'm looking for the higher low now. Sorry, the pre-market higher low, that 141 for the next dip buy. That breakout was really the jam. On the way back in, the dip not nearly as successful. Meta's starting to come in there, but some of these chip names. Look, the market's at those highs, and look at Intel, man. The market's trying to test higher, and you're just sort of barcoding off of the lows. So, I wanted Intel maybe closer to 27, but I might have to start thinking about just 26.50 as a better short opportunity for Intel, looking at how weak it is. If you're looking at NVIDIA, much, much stronger name, as you can obviously see here. Up 5% NVIDIA and looking to break out the top, whereas Intel is right off of those lows. So I don't think it's pushing it too far to say I'm going to favor shorts in Intel, probably in front of that lower high, and then look for a break here. The market takes out the top. Sometimes you grit your teeth and say, okay, missed out on 115 on NVIDIA. What's next for me is just going to be 119. If that's a break, it's still only 10 o'clock here, guys. We have plenty of time to go higher. NVIDIA 5%. I know it can go more. It's definitely strong. Intel for sure weak.
Oh, man. Yeah, just say, oh, man, because, okay, here comes right back up to the upside here, BAC. So we're not trying to dip out of this. We're just trying to take advantage of these low moves here. So hopefully we can get into some more shares. If it does dip, we missed the dip buy down there on BAC, but all good, man. As there it is. Yes, up to 47. Okay, thank you very much, man. Thank you. Come again on BAC right now. So, whoop, there we go. Yes, 48. Okay, good. So now we still have about 40% of this trade on as we continue to go higher and higher upside here for BAC. So, nice little trade, making that money back on that name right now. NEO, we're almost out of that. Apple, we could talk about this over and over again until we're blue in the face, but this name doesn't really want to go. It's Tesla right now. That's Bank City for us. Tesla, we just tweeted this out as well. We talked about that 212 breakout, right? If you're going to look at a 20-minute chart for Tesla. This is why we liked it. It's right there, breaking through. That level right there is 212. It's hard to see because it's at the bottom now. But right down here, right here, this is 212. This is 212. So, I just kind of like that breakdown level. There's 212 right there as well. So, that's why we're long the name. And, for those of you that are like, why do we go long in certain positions or why do we do certain things? That's why you got to join us, man. I talked about that 212 level. I talked about this BAC level earlier on in the day, right? We really like that 3350 level. So we took it at 3340, and now look what's happening, man. Big time movement right now. Thought it was a good idea to take that BAC long. Out a little too much too early on it, but yeah, we're right back up to the high side. So BAC ringing that register as we continue here. So far so good on Bank of America. We were nervous, but we did hold. We got out for a third of it around for flat, and so let's take advantage for this pop up here, guys. BAC.
Yeah, loving what's going on with BAC. Up about 50 pennies on that one. I think it can take out this high and get to 34. Someone just said in the chat there, Dave, don't wait for Ford to get to 12. Take it long now. Ford, look, it rejected that 12 even area. If it takes another bounce off the low and the market still wants to press higher, then the risk to reward is off that low of the day and maybe even off the Friday low. So I'm not jumping. It's relatively weak. So I'm not really jumping into it too early. I'd rather see some confirmation breaking above VWAP or maybe take it a few pennies off of the bottom. That's a relatively weak stock. Every time I look at something like that and see it, it's hard for me to want to jump into it a little bit early. But yeah, I do like that 12 break. Coinbase did not quite get to 70 yet. I say yet because it is close to 9% to the upside and almost feels like it's inevitable. But starting to get back up to that high, I'll give it that shot off 9 even. That is the level I like, to be sure. BAC, love you, buddy. I think you can get to these tops.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to go all the way to that high of the day. That's 33.80. This is why we like the dip at that 33 level, and we're sort of giving it to you. It still has a chance to break this double top, but I want to get out, take a break, take a dip, as Netflix goes even higher, Brad says. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
Some of these in relation to what happened on Friday still looking quite small. Here's Peloton, guys. Almost 7% to the upside. But when you look at what happened Friday, looks like not much of anything. But Peloton on a big bounce here, too.
Guys, we are at the highest spot we've been at all day right here, as everything is just really working out for us today, man. We're not going to have, well, we are going to have a losing stock on board. We talked about NIO here. I might just get out of NIO. Look at BAC, man. You want to talk about, like, just what we were looking at and it just hitting, man. We missed JP Morgan, but then we just saying thank you very much to BAC there with a big movement to the upside here. So, yeah, man, we're getting some more out. Like, this has just been a great break trade right there, all the way back up 2 days high. So this is the kind of trading that I'm looking for, man. Every single day, these kind of moves, you can get them. You just got to be patient and wait for them. We would have had more today, but we did have some order routing issues. But this is a good movement. 34 would be pretty sweet. I mean, we could just put an offer right there and get it. If sometimes, like I said, if you put it out, you'll get it. So let's put one out right now into the mid 90s or so. We'll see about taking one out. But again, we're almost out of everything of BAC. We actually have about 10%, less than 10% left on BAC. So we did get some out there of Apple when it went back into the 80s there, because it's not going upside. So get out of some Apple, let the winners ride, and get out of your losers. Like Roblox is $1.20 in the money. Tesla's $4 in the money. So we're letting some of these ones ride, but then getting out of other names that we're noticing are struggling. So, and right now, unfortunately, that name is Apple.
Yeah, I'm now out of BAC in front of that top. It did get to that target for me, as it's maybe splitting hairs. That 34, it's at 33.85, maybe 10 cents away. Netflix that's a pretty nice looking chart. But it is now at 244, at least halfway to 244, as the market tests a double top. If it fails that double top, Netflix is in that zone where I was looking for a bit of a pullback. I like dip buys. The breakout was obviously the way to go for a lot of these names in here, and Netflix to be the same thing. But I'm now looking for a bit of a reverse in at least a couple of these. I do have Rivian still on. I do still have Meta on. Add Netflix to that list. As Meta tries to get back to that 132. It did break VWAP up. I could have just taken the buck, but elected to hold on to it in case you got a bigger flush. Market trying to break the double top, at least the NASDAQ is, Brendo.
I mentioned this briefly, pre-market guys, starting to get going here. This Leafly, LFLY, up on this note, teaming up with Uber. So you can now order cannabis products in Toronto, in fact, through Leafly on Uber. So back to day highs here for this one.
Yeah, Pratt actually messaged me before and was like, yeah, that was a good idea that you had like 2.5 years ago. But I did get it from Trailer Park Boys, and I called it Duber. So yeah, that's being released now, and you can see, now it's there, Leafly. Okay, I don't know enough about it, but that seems like a good little opportunity there for whomever is involved, but they're already delivering weed for free. Okay, here we go. Apple, nice little upside move here. Let's take advantage, because now, man, hit it. Now we're almost perfect today, man. I haven't given you guys one losing trade. The only one that struggled, which is not a loser right now, is NEO. We just didn't have proper order management. It's very, very small hit for us today on NIO, but everything else is really cruising right here. As long as Apple can get back to 142.50, maybe some of the pain is now off of that trade. So there's another out for us on Apple. We are just, wow, man, we are barbecuing up today, man. $5 in the money, $6 in the $5, $6 in the money on Roblox, on Tesla, $2 in the money on Roblox right now, 50 cents in the money for Apple, and 44 cents. You know what? BAC, you know what? You've been a nice little trade for me today. One of my better stocks here today. So let's just put an offer here for us on BAC. We don't need to wait for 90s. We can get out at 80s. That's a good trade for us. Let's just make sure that we do get out and not, like I said, count our chickens before they hatch. But so far, so good here on BAC. Big time movement. Apple. Would love to get a 142.50. Let's put one offer. Do I even have an offer at? I do. I have it at 142.30 right now for Apple. Look at Tesla there as Brad's going crazy. Tesla right now, $5 in the money to the upside. So far, so good on all these trades, man. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I do this every single day. So hopefully you guys are here, Neil, myself, and Brendan, giving you the goods, man. So far, so good here. But let's just continue with some upside momentum in this market. $6 now for for Tesla, $1.50 for Roblox, BAC as well.
Yeah, you're going to see Netflix have, well, maybe not because it's not just yet, but the position board's going to put Netflix on there for me. It did make a curl, got to 244.50. close enough to 245. I jumped in the 44 short. BAC is now pulling back. I will buy dips on this bank. And this bank probably alone if it gets back into that 33.25. But it failed that high, at least for now has failed that top. And I think if it comes back in, I do want to grab it. I was looking for Morgan at 78. Morgan Stanley just hit 78 as the market is off of these highs. So once you get a bit of a failure there, I am looking to try to grab this one off of the top. Looks like it is relatively strong in there. Apple didn't quite get down to 141 after breaking support, but it's now made new support at 141.50. Might have to jump into that. But just taking the curl as the market got to the top and is trying to reject it, anything that's set up at a level I liked, I wanted to make sure that we're jumping back over to for some reverses. Meta, another one here off that 132. It's now failing that level, so I look like I'll probably try to get back into this or add back into this at essentially the same price we shorted before. Takes them out in front of VWAP, try to rinse and repeat, as that has been a short that's come back in for us there. But Morgan Stanley, add that to the list. Super strong today off of BAC, but they did have pretty poor earnings. It gets back below 78, and this parabolic move, I think, can be coming to a little bit of an end. This is what it did on Friday. That's that lower high that it put in at about 78.5.
All right, we keep on spinning on Roblox here because it just keeps getting to this 42 and then failing. So I think right here we've done enough damage on Roblox to get out if it does come back up here. So that's 42.40. I'm just going to put an order there to see. Hopefully we can get it out if it does come in. I'll say a little bit ahead of that one for that. I mean, if the market rallies, we got everything else on board now, so all is well. If it does take down this 41.30 area, though, I think that could probably be a little bit of an area of concern for me for Roblox. So we're also going to put a stop order in right now, breaking back down below. And again, got to use the right routing keys here because the one I normally use is not working. So right there, we'll take that piece out. We did get some more out. I mean, I'm just kind of, I know it's only 10:18, but with sort of what we've been doing today, again, we're already ahead of our daily goal, which doesn't really matter. Whenever I hit daily goals, it's kind of like, okay, I don't want to get myself into more trouble. I want to wait for great setups, and I think we've been doing that, right? We really took advantage of that BAC move. That was a good move for me. So, and then Apple was a bad move, to be honest with you, but Apple got going back up to the upside there, so we took good advantage of that move, right? Now Apple will come down here to test 141.50 again, and this is going to be a level that I'm going to have to look at. Probably not a good level down there for Apple because it's been looking like it wants to break, but you know, I'm going to be here for that move anyways. So 142, 141.50, just making sure that I have the stop order to go on that one. It looks like I do. So we'll average into Apple, but again, not in love at all with this trade as it's just weaker than the market. It's down 2.5%. We got some reports about parts and things like that today. So let's just wait to see where Apple goes, but that 141.50, let's put another order around 60 and average in. So basically where we're at is 78 right now. Let's put an order into the 60s and see if we can hold out on that 141.50 break. I'm just going to refresh all my orders and make sure that I'm using the right gateways.
Yeah, for sure. Hit that refresh a couple of times. Definitely worthwhile doing. Netflix is putting a battle. I mean, a big battle up here at 245. We'll go to the 3-minute. But it just popped up. It saw 244 and 98. I was going to say 99 to be dramatic about it. But 98, and then another rejection. So the buyers up here are still, they're still pretty strong, but you're actually running into some selling. I tried to grab some more on the way down in with a 45 stop. That'll be a pretty hard stop. If this stock, the risk to reward on the short is pretty nice setup, but if it gets through 45, there's like 47 up there, and there's that 250 level, which is just gigantic. And I just heard Trader Prad yelling about Square. There's a bit of a top there in front of 70 on Coinbase. That's getting very close to a pressure point as well. If the market doesn't reject this level and come back in, you have some pretty significant breakouts. NVIDIA, which had been the stronger of the chip names, is still set up for a potential break. It's back down at VWAP here. If it can hold the line, and there goes Netflix to 245, so that'll be Netflix for me, but I got to take a shot when it's up that much. I'm looking for this on NVIDIA, either dips 117 or break me out at 119 even as the market tries to head back up. Apple, I don't know why Apple doesn't seem to want to go here. But I can tell you the market is making a strong effort. Like, look at Amazon compared to Apple. Chilling at 113 at the top, and Apple can't seem to get going today.
Yeah, we just Spin it. You guys wondering where the money thing is, and I did check the contract, and I do have to play it a couple times. So right there, guys, look at Tesla. Boom, 218 in the pre-market. If you guys were watching, man, and I hope you were, put up your hand, put the number 1 in the pre-market. If you're remembering me talk about if we break 215, we could get to 218. So that was that level there, plus the 212 break. So we're gonna take $6 right there on the Tesla trade. Back-to-back $6 jacks. We had 3 of them on Thursday and Friday. I think 3 each. And there's another one on Tesla right now. So nice trading there. Going down for us. I don't know, man. Nothing really else for me to do. We've given the winners here. It's been a very, very good day one more time. Tesla, $6 banger there. Really setting the day off for me. So, yeah, good day so far. Hit our goals. Let's just continue to make these trades for you guys. And at that note, let's go over to the best of the best. It's Brendan Wickens.
Wow, Sean, thanks so much. Let's talk some small caps here this morning. Not a lot really moving around as far as small caps are concerned. They are higher as a group, but the actual action has been pretty quiet. Here's one we were talking about just before the open. INPX, 55%. I mentioned kind of stuck in a range. 750 was support in the pre-market here. You can count that low as well, which was 7, then 950, 960. Doesn't come into play, but it's just kind of grinding here below now 750. So giving you an opportunity maybe on the fade idea. Missed as well. That other one that just fell off a cliff just before the open here, went from 11 to $8. There was a huge bounce I mentioned at the open. If this came anywhere close to 10 on that bounce, I would have been involved back to the downside, but no luck. We're now below where it was trading on Friday, guys, for MIST.
This will end up looking good on the chart because I just keystroked out of all of Meta instead of some of it, but it ends up bouncing off of like once I got out anyway. So for now, that'll look like it's a solid trade, but I actually didn't mean to get everything out. If we can get back in here off of the lower high, I'll probably just rinse and repeat it. Netflix just put in another top as well, so I did just jump back into some Netflix as we are challenging these highs. And look, if I'm not getting a dip buy, then I want to be shorting off of some of these tops here. But I do want to get back into Intel if I can. Into Meta if I can. I meant to go to Intel, which is still, it's up 2%, but I mean, I showed you NVIDIA how much stronger that is. It's now back above the breakout price. Lower high being put in as the market is kind of pressing toward that top. We get back below VWAP, we're going to have to think about jumping into the Intel short. For now, the market looking relatively strong, so I want some confirmation on it. Netflix round 2 has come in. Round 1 went to the bulls off of 245. It got to 245.50. Put a wick top in at that level and is now right back at that 44 range. So I got 44.5. If it breaks out the high again, then I'll get out of it. If it fails the high a second time, I'm only adding on a rejection of that level. When it's this strong, I'm going to let it come to me and let it show confirmation before I jump into any shorts there. And just going back over to Apple, this name, look, if you look at the range that's being put in an Apple, it just doesn't seem to want to move. I've actually canceled my bid off 141 because I'm just not seeing a heck of a lot here. You're either trading right here, right now, off 141.5 and then scalping it this 30 to 50 cents or doing absolutely nothing with it. Apple, for some reason, refuses to move. I'm going to have to walk away from it. Tesla, look, it's still churning to the upside. It's got a pretty big rejection of 218 going on. If it comes back up, I may take a shot at shorting this one as well. And then Morgan Stanley has now rejected 78. So now you've got that break, failure of the break, shorts in Morgan Stanley coming in. I haven't dip bought BAC. I guess it hasn't come down far enough, but Morgan Stanley 78. That's where I wanted to fade. This is where it just rejected.
Yeah, we're oh, Roblox, we're almost out. Where's my Roblox, Phil? I was like, where's Roblox coming out at? Okay, so 29s, 28, sorry. Roblox, that's a tease right now. Let's just get this out, man. It just keeps on. I was like, when's Roblox gonna get out? Let's just take it out right now for $1. Where it is, yes, sir. We are now done on Roblox, right there at the high of the day. So like I said, man, we're really starting off our day pretty well here. Can't go wrong on that Roblox deal. We tweeted that out again earlier, and thanks for all the love in the chat. Neil's like, what's everyone putting those ones for? It was for that Tesla trade, so good job for you guys either taking that or at least looking at that trade. And, Tesla, I'm adding to the I'm adding to the portfolio, man. Like, that's been a name that I've really done well on recently. So I want to try to respect Tesla and trade that a little bit more, because the reads that we've had on that have been absolutely fantastic, including where we just got out of Tesla there at 18. I mean, that one right up to the upside, and we talked about why we like that as well. So a nice little move to the upside there for Tesla. Okay, I mean, I'm in a stock now that I'm not really in love with, and that, of course, is Apple. Normally, this is a name that we do really like, but it has been struggling to get going, and even right now, it doesn't want to break higher. It's like it's just going with the market, to be honest with you. I'm taking some pieces out. Like, it does basically what I mean by that. First of all, it's not going with the market, but what I meant by that was that every time the market bumps up, Apple will go up like 2 or 3 pennies. That's it. But then every time the market comes down, Apple just like spits to the downside. So they're selling this name. I don't know exactly why, but I don't need to know why. So I'm just going, well, it'd be nice to know why, but it's just, I'm looking at the price action and this is what it's telling me. So I am getting out of Apple and just sort of saying, you know what, this is a wrong trade. If it breaks back down below 141, we're out anyways. So let's just start to get more and more out here. We're long at 140. All right, well, we're long at 141.60. So if this continues to move up, let's just take advantage of this. 67, 68, like honestly, 4 or 5 pennies, all we're really doing right now is stacking up cash, and that's the wrong one, but that's kind of like the stacks right now. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, despite this Apple long. So let's see if it can hold some of these levels. BAC's falling back down, but that's a nothing burger for us. We're actually waiting to get longer on that one as well. Brendo?
A big move once again today for this AVCT. If you remember, there was an additional funding that was raised going back to last week for this one. So AVCT up big time, 35%. I want to mention this as well. Some people were talking about AVTI. There was a bit of a flush there from 73 down to 72.5. Don't see anything on this. Remember, obviously, the Microsoft deal, but decent volume behind that move down on ATVI, I should say.
Yeah, look, Activision, there are some concerns with regards to the regulators in England and that deal. So keep your ear to the ground there. I haven't heard anything new on it, but that could be one of the reasons. Any kind of a flush to the downside at this point is the regulators probably pausing that deal. That should be good for Microsoft if the deal weren't to go through. So maybe you watch that one in concert. Tesla just made another test of that 218 level and another bit of a dip down in. So it looks like it's starting to get a little bit testy up here. The last flush gave you like $1.50. Now it's rejecting 218. I'm back, like I already said, I'm already back into Netflix as that's at that high. I don't necessarily want too many things shorting the highs. But if we're going to start getting rejections of the tops, and I want to start taking my shots here for the bit of a pullback, and if we don't test the high at this time of day, usually it is good for the pulls. I did get some Morgan Stanley off of that 78 area, but it's 77.80s that I have. I'd much rather, if I add to this, a lot closer to that 78 level. Instead of just continuing to sell it down, if I can get a test back up to those highs, I'll definitely do that. BAC is getting real close to VWAP here. So the dip buy in BAC could start to come in. I am sitting 33.30s in front of that quarter level. So I do still favor the dip buy over there on BAC if I'm able to get it. Relative strength in BAC. I just think the report wasn't as good for Morgan Stanley. Things could change after Goldman Sachs. It could get dragged up by them. But until then, I'm favoring shorts on Morgan Stanley. And then just to come back over to Meta, I might have missed a reload opportunity on Meta. At this point, Meta is actually looking a little stronger than I want here. If the market does take out the high of the day, I have to shift into a long on Meta if it breaks that 132. Some strength coming into Meta. And Netflix, there it is. There's the second test of that high of the day. So you just got one test of 245.50. It just touched 245.50 again and came back in here. So round two for, well, I should say, yeah, it's technically round two. Each time I get in once and then get in a second time when it rejects the top again. But round two on Netflix. This is a super strong stock. Only showing it right at the high of the day. And where my stop is obvious. It's at that top.
Yeah, 245.50 right now. I was looking at Netflix as well. Wow, monster movements here for NFLX. Looks like it'll want to break. I mean, you're just going to watch the futures. I mean, it breaks or it doesn't break. That is the trade right there. Apple right here, so it's breaking through 50. We take one last stab here. Our average price is 55. So, it breaks a couple pennies lower. We're out of this name. So there it is. Yes, sir. Hello. That's why you wait. Nice little move. Hey. I'll take this, man. I'll take a dime on this. I hate this stock today. Nice little move upside there. I'm emptying it out, as you can see. This is my robot trading one more time. Get some more out at 60 if we can. There it is. Yes, sir. Ring the register again on this one. We'll hit the bang for that. And again, small amount of shares. Remember, today I have 103 fills. I'm paying right now, and I just got a fill there because I was offering, so my fees went down again. So that is 97 cents so far today in fees from Day Trade the World. So let's take it again, another 68. Hit the damn sirens right now. We are setting this place on fire. This has been a good trade day for me today. I hope it's been for you guys as well. Didn't think Apple would hold that 50, to be honest with you, but it did. We had our stop set just below 40 there. So obviously, as it comes back in, you can see where we're long right now, 141.52. Like, if I can take this out, I'll take another piece. There it is. Now it's ripping. So far, so good, man. Everything's starting to go back up to the upside. Tesla breaking higher. I'm going to assume Netflix broke. I don't know, but Netflix broke. The market super strong here today. As we go now 2 times right now daily net for us, as Apple is definitely helping this move back up to the upside. Okay, Apple, you wanted me to get out? I'll get out, dog. Up there to 84. Okay, was not expecting this move, but there it is again, man. Hey, we're doing it again here today, Brendo. A bunch of wins. Guys, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. You can see my trades on the board. Hopefully, you're able to follow them or they speak for themselves. Let's go over to Brendo.
Nicely positive, guys, for equities, nicely positive for cryptocurrencies, once again, as I was mentioning. This chart looking pretty good. This is an hourly chart of Bitcoin. So far this morning, it's gone from about 19,000 once again up to 19,700. Coming into play these the top end of the range. Anyways, I'll go back out to a daily so you get a better idea. We're back to the top end of that last little range that we were developing on BTC. Ethereum positive. The entire board here from Binance. Shout out to them. Very positive on the day. There's BTC 2.3, almost 4% right now, back above 1,300, and then some for Ethereum. 3.8% so far today. On and on we go. 5% at the bottom there for Polygon Matic as well. Back to the upside. Solana 3.8%, 2% for Cardano. Notice that Ripple was positive earlier and made a big move down back to the red, but otherwise, pretty good day for crypto markets, guys.
As you say that, I mean, I just got into some BAC as it just dipped down a little bit, and Coinbase, which was 70. Let's wait for 70. You just talked about crypto. It just got to 69.84, so pretty. Sometimes you have to hit it 3 times for the chart to come up. Maybe 4 times, we'll see. But that just got up to that 70 level. I was sitting right there in the 90s. Obviously, it only got to 84, so jumping right in front of the level is not going to work out for me. I didn't get the fill, but you now have a wick top up. So at this point, I'm going to have to take the short, and it's not going to be at 69.90. It's going to have to be on the wick top there. As this comes to the downside, BAC, Morgan Stanley, I have yet to take anything out of this one yet. I think there's a lot of room. That's twice. There's a lot of room for it to come back into view up. I am bidding 77.25 in here. I could just take out like 15, 20 cents. I just think it's a little bit weaker than that, relatively speaking. I think we should see VWAP if we get a bit of a dip. I did add to it as I was looking to get that add in there, but unfortunately, it wasn't anywhere close to that 78 level. And this will be a bit of a regret that if I don't get this Coinbase, looking for shorts off the top, you get the one that runs you over, Netflix. But sometimes the one, when it's good, it's a little bit trickier to get into that position at a good price. So hopefully we're able to catch this fill over here in Coin. Meta, yeah, it never really gave, after I got out of it accidentally, it never gave me a shot to get that 132 again. Still relatively weak over there in Meta, guys. Looks like it's going to be one of those days for Meta.
Oh my God. Yeah, nice little move. I don't know why everyone's getting excited back there. Maybe it's Tesla. Apple breaking lower here, 141.50. Okay, Apple just came right back. So we actually got some out there at 70. At 70, yeah, when it broke lower. These are our best outs right now for Apple. So I feel like we can get another piece out, but the market's starting to rally. So maybe we do have some nice tops here for Meta. So that could, for Apple. I'm going to take another piece out right now. And if we can hold, there we go. We're taking 86. Keep it pretty simple right there. Like I said, man, we're really rocking today. So far, so good. The only trade on the board that's going to be a negative for us is going to be NIO. And look, that was just poorly traded by me, to be honest with you. We had too many shares there and not enough down here. So if I had a better average price, NIO would be going for us, but I don't. So there goes NIO right now, 12.55, trying to make a move back up to the upside, NIO. So, this could be a name. I see
Tesla quadruple top.
Tesla quadruple. I was actually going to go back to your Netflix as well because, like, that dipped down, and then I was just like, man, maybe 244 would have been something there, but it didn't get to 244. Now it's right back up. So Netflix does that dance at the high of the day. And I know you've been trading it pretty good. It does hit that 245, bounced out. Good move getting out, man. You never want to hold something that breaks the high of the day, especially in a strong market, right? NASDAQ really starting to pay people off today. 244 to the bottom side there for Netflix. We just got out. We just got out of Apple. Go ahead.
Tesla just broke that 218 top, so it's in the midst of a break. If it holds this break, the problem with taking a break out here is think about 220, right? Like you're breaking out into a significant level, that 220 level. So I'd almost rather it do a failed break because the market's not at the high, and then you get a wick top to be able to fade into. Morgan's starting to turn against me. Coin just came in as well, so I did just get Coinbase off of those tops. It's always going to be tricky when you're shorting off of these highs, but you got to have yourself an out. Mine is going to be at that 70 level. I'll give myself room to add one time and one time only on coin. But a lot of things are at that precipice where you are getting a potential breakout and a second leg to the upside here. And I know we're up 3.5 or 3.25 on the NASDAQ, but you could still see 4%. Like that's definitely possible. Remember, the bigger the bear market, the better the rallies tend to be because the percent moves on the way back up are a fraction of what they were on that way down. Rivian's now broken through the top, so that has to come out. And Tesla, Coinbase, all at these highs. Meta back at 132, so I'll be reloading that one. Morgan Stanley back at that 78 level, so I can get a reload on Morgan as well.
All right. We're pretty much done here today, man, because the money train is in right now. It's been a big day, needless to say, for us here. Apple, we did get an out at 142. That was actually a mistake. Didn't mean to have all of those shares sitting there at Apple at 142, but we did get out, so that's a good one. It's actually 141.93 was our last out off of a 150 build. So we'll try to build that again down there. So I'm just going to be as patient as I can, man. Last time we got a 141.52. Let's try it again. See if we can get that one more time for Apple coming back into that 142 area. So that's going to be another name. Something that's interesting today that we really haven't, look, I told you I'm basically trading big cap names, right? Except for we traded NIO and Roblox. Those are pretty baby caps, but still, they're not like those crazy high flyers that you guys maybe want to look at. But here's a name, Google, that is kind of treating itself like it doesn't want to do anything. So I feel like buying this 100 is a decent level for Google. You're up 4% though today, so there's something to look at. But Google right now, nice climb to 101. And then the fade back down. So if you're going to, I can't look at a daily chart for that one because we don't have it split adjusted. And where's my 20-minute? There it is. 101 to the upside, not bad for Google. 100 right there as well, 99. Yeah, so I think we like a 100 dip buy for Google. Probably better than the Apple dip buy. So we'll look at Google there. You could see let me zoom this in a little bit. You could see where Google's been here, 95 bottom there. So I really think that was not the buy of the century because it could come back, but I really like Google sub 100. I like the business, and I think you can't lose buying some Google down here. So we'll watch out for that one. Other than that, man, good to go so far, man. Roblox good out as Roblox now popping. This was a big one for us today. We took this early at 40.50. I'm okay for a chai tea because I'm going to go get another. You made it? Bring it then, because I was going to say I'll take it. I was going to get a lemon one. But there we go. Thanks to Sharif for that. Roblox right now at the day's high here, still going. All right, it's time for Sector Watch. Brendan, I like when the board looks like that, my man.
Glowing green today to start off the week. Great look right across the entire board here. 2.71 right now for the S&P 500. Tech leads The entire group, the entire sector here, not a single name in negative territory. Banks are strong coming off the BAC report. Remember, we get Goldman tomorrow. It is, I did see it here somewhere. It is positive on the day, but Goldman coming tomorrow in the pre-market. There's the industrial group, consumer discretionary names, healthcare. All 5 of these sectors right now, every single name in positive territory. Fox A and Fox standing out along with NWSA, News Corp. There's more possible merger, I guess re-merger news or headlines this morning on them. There's NWS, Fox, downside, NWS higher on that. That's really the only notable weak spot today. Everything else, though, in great shape, including energy shares. Really good move for oil back to the upside. Consumer staples even still positive. But tech leads, banks are strong, and industrials, guys. That's all you need to know. Back to you.
Yes, sir. And I'm sort of staring the face of some of that strength. Oh, give me a break. I didn't get Meta up there. But Tesla, just another churn at that high of the day. Again, just playing off of those highs. Morgan Stanley, the same thing. I basically gave to like 715 on my stop order. Sometimes you get really lucky with those on Coinbase when you pick above the price. And it is right there. And really, my price is 65. It just happens to be 50 pennies from that 65 level. So it looks like it is trying to take out the top. Just remember, Coinbase has already been relatively strong. The overall market, there's that 715, one print above, and then I'm going to be out of it. So Tesla off the top. Coin, why did I just get long? Don't want the long there, going to get out of it. Even if it goes, I don't want it. So I just scalped out of a quick little long. BAC, I'm going to take another leg to the long side. It just bounced again off of VWAP, so this continues to show relative strength in BAC, so I want to be bouncing into that long. Tesla, so I was saying before that you have some algos making some battles here. It is every single time it breaks 218 to the downside, it kind of gets to like the 80s and 90s, hangs out there for a couple of seconds, and then someone just sort of markets it back up, that 20 or 30 cents, and then it's sitting right back at that 218 level. So there is that battle happening. The last time this happened was when I was trading it right around here at that 210 levels, like battle. When if it had broken out, I thought, okay, it could go $5 here. But if it rejected, you wanted to look for that shorting opportunity. I'm in the short because it's the high of the day. I'm also seeing a bit of a bounce here and a double bottom on UVXY. I told you guys, if UVXY bounced off here or showed any kind of support, I was going to look for some of these shorts off of the top. I did get stopped out of Coinbase already, so I had to take that L. Tesla off the highs into Morgan Stanley off of its highs, and now Meta. I think it's going to give me another chance at that 132 area. So I'm going to jump into this as well. If you break that support on UVXY, well, then I got to get out of these shorts almost even if they haven't taken out those tops. But BAC, I'm sticking to that one to the long side. I don't think I want to be short BAC at any point today.
All right, you guys talking about Snowflake. Oh, we have a new position. We finally got into Netflix on a dip down to 244. We talked about that happening here. So, we actually got, I got 2 fills there. Okay. 2 fills on Netflix. They're defending 244. One was early, 244.50. I actually got that one first and realized I had another one down here at 20. So let's see if we go back up to the upside right now. Our average price is 43. So, we're 25 cents in the money now on Netflix. Hopefully it can go a little more upside than where we are right now. Apple news, maybe. Apple's going crazy right now. It just ripped up and then back down. So we got in and out there of Apple. I don't know, look at this. Big movement to the downside. In and out quickly there for Apple. No damage done, but seems like it wants to pull back here with the market. So we just got stopped out there. That's why I saw that happen. So we got long at 51 and out at 44 there for Apple. So a little bit of a dip down there, coinciding, I guess, with that market move. But Apple, that's why, man. Forget about it. I'm now looking short Apple today. So I like the name, but short it is where I'm looking. And then Netflix, man, why not? If we could take a little bit out right now, let's just do that. If into the high 80s, we'll see if we could take 45 cents, 50 cents here on Netflix and then let the rest ride. I was waiting for a 245.50, but it just came into play there back up to 245 flat. So let's see if we can get a little more love here for Netflix back up to the upside. That Apple move sucked because, again, it got flushed down. Someone just got taken out of their position, I'm guessing, there on Apple, which got us out, unfortunately. We tried. I'd still like to be long. We could get back long again. But after that violence, I'm going to stay away now from Apple. A little bit too violent for me. We'll watch out for our Netflix. If Netflix takes down 243, then we're going to be out. So we'll average into it. We don't have a big position right now. We're going to try to average into Netflix down here to 243.
And so one from the morning that I thought was pretty much not going to happen is American Airlines. It did come all the way to 13. So sometimes you wait for your price, and if you're patient enough about it, you do get it. Just defending that 13 level on AL. It's now flat on the session. I'm in at 13.11. I mean, that means I'm obviously risking a little bit more than 11 cents because slippage as well. So probably 12, 13 pennies. If breaks 13, I'm out of AAL. It's kind of binary from that standpoint, but when you look at these stocks that are lower priced but big names, one thing to consider is how liquid they are. So these even dollar trades, sometimes it's just about that even. If it bounces one time off 13, I might even add to it if there's enough size on that bid, and I really like it. Tesla is wild, man.
Yeah,
It's like this is. Like every single time, it did this again. So it was down at that 218 breaking downside, got down to about 217.50, and then once again, the big buying spurts just came right back in, taking up to that 218. It rejected it another time. Inside of that 50-cent range, I'm not going to get it out inside of the 50-cent range. My first bid is going to be when it gives me $1 if I'm going to be risking off of these highs. Like if you're going to take those shots up here, at least if I'm going to take those shots up here, I got to be able to give it some room. I think you could see 216. VWAP at this point seems like a stretch. You are holding the bottom on both UVXY. Also, the bottom channel on the NASDAQ is holding pretty well too. So I'm just looking for a bit of a trend reversal and a pull back in at least to the lower support on the NASDAQ and the ES. 3,700 on the ES, by the way, is a pretty big line in the sand. S&P 500 doesn't seem to want to break there. So stop is going to be at the high of the day, obviously, but I want to give this one some room, just like Morgan Stanley.
So today's lunch menu is country roasted chicken. It seems like that's always on the, I mean, we get salad, but what is Hasselbeck potatoes? I mean, I could look it up, but I'm asking everybody else. Hasselbeck potatoes.
Hasselbeck?
Yeah, so
named after the quarterback?
Not Matt.
Why would they name
Hasselbeck potatoes? Well, there has to be something with it, right? So we'll wait to see what exactly that is. If you guys know,
he's a good game manager.
Hasselbeck potatoes, right there. Okay, Netflix. So we did get into a new position. We'll hit this again because we took Apple short. But the thing about it is, like Apple short and Netflix long, and that's not going to work, right? Either the market goes up or it goes down. So I don't know. We're going to get out of this one if it breaks through 243. Looks like we're going to be wrong on the wrong on the Netflix long here. Yeah, there it is. So we'll get out of Netflix. Slap a fail on Netflix as it breaks through 242 right there, which honestly, we tried it. I was trying to get something that was relatively strong. Netflix is today, but not right now. So we'll dump that out as it breaks below that 243. We thought we'd give it a shot there. It didn't work, so that's Netflix. Maybe we just got the very bottom there, but as the 50 period starts to break here for the NASDAQ and the S&P, there are some downside moves. So we're going to have to watch out for that. We're going to try to make it all back anyways with our short here on Apple, and that's going to start with getting something out in the 50s. So we're now 20 cents in the money on Apple. Let's just see. I have a little more conviction for the Apple short than I did the Netflix long, but the Netflix long could still work. So I don't know. Nicely downside here. I feel like the market could break. I'm really in nothing else right now. This Bank of America trade is 3% of my total trade in the first place. I don't even looking to reload this either. We're down below some of these positions. There's a nice little take, 25 cents right there on Apple. So, keep forgetting we don't have that key. Let's see if it now wants to fall below and break this 40 level. I'm going to put another order here around 39. But I think Apple can break. So we're out of Netflix. We have no more to worry about. We just have the BAC long and the Apple short. But the BAC long, I might as well just punch that out. It literally means nothing to me. Let's see if this Apple can break through now. 141. Actually, I'm going to target this area, 141.30. I'm going to put a bid right there. See if we crack lower.
Yeah, finally did get that first fill on Tesla. So hopefully we get another continuation of the downside. The market is starting to give it up in a big way here. Morgan Stanley rolls over. Obviously, obviously BAC is going to have to come out because, I haven't even taken anything out of Morgan. I'm kind of on the bid in front of 50s, and then VWAP as well, as BAC is going to come in, and BAC turns into a loser. Morgan Stanley I want to hold on to. I don't want to say for the rest of the day, but if we're below 78, I definitely want to hold on to this one for dear life. BAC just tagged out for me as I'm getting out. Starting to get out of Morgan Stanley. The last long that'll be in, and this is off the low of the day, so I'm not saying it's relatively strong. You just dipped to 13 on AAL here, got to 13.04. I got a quick glance at the bid. It is decent. It is not gigantic. So unless that size gets a little bit bigger on the bid of AAL, you might not see me add to this position. Unfortunately, Morgan now starting to roll over with a little bit more velocity. But the thing about taking the tops, like I had to eat it on Coinbase and Netflix, now starting to get over on Tesla and Morgan Stanley. So really, it'll just be 2 for 2 off of some of these shorts. Now they're starting to really come into the downside. That's what I'm talking about. Starting to work into that downside. But, picking the tops, not an easy thing to do, but it's easy to get the news from Brendo.
Hey guys, quick look at currency markets here. Big moves happening not only in stocks today, but right across the entire currency market. This is the U.S. dollar right now. This is what is happening to the U.S. dollar. Absolutely falling off a cliff at this point, down better part of 1 full percent this morning, back to 112.25 for the U.S. dollar. So big gains right across the entire board, including a full percent for both the euro and the Canadian dollar. Full percent to the upside for the Canadian dollar. It's only back to 72.75. 2.25, meanwhile, for the British pound. More developments on the tax cuts or lack thereof, possibly over in the UK today. So back to 114.25 for the pound. Everything else, so sharply higher, as I said. The tumble continues here for XRP. Not only did it go red, but now down 2.7, guys. Back over to you.
What's up, Chris Munoz saying bang right there. You are 100% right for the bang trades. I mean, we're going to go Apple trade. I mean, Apple could be trade of the day. We flipped short right there on Apple. And now we have our biggest winner for Apple right now, 70 cents now in the money on the short. Like, we were so bullish all day on every name, right? Netflix, everything. We got out of Netflix as if it didn't even matter. We disrespected that name. And then we got into BAC again. Well, it disrespected us. We lost on it. But then look at this take on BAC. We told you we were waiting for 15, so we get it. And it's like tick, 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 boom. Right back up there to the upside on BAC. We hit that again, waiting for our key price to come through on BAC. There it is. We'll take a 25. Okay, now we're a dime in the money long on BAC. Just being patient, waiting for key levels to come through. So patience is the name of the game as Apple do the stink face to Apple. I mean, see you later, man. We called that one. We owned Apple today, guys. Like, really, it was a good trade here. We got it back and forth there. We got it right there again. And then that was a good short for us on Apple. Obviously, we would have liked to have been up here for the short, but we didn't know it was a short. And right now, Apple, 80 cents in the money now for this name going to the downside. So, yeah, man, it's crashing. Is this a crash? I don't think it's a crash. The market's up 3% or 2.8%, but you are making that move down, man. You didn't think we were going to hang up there all day, did you? Make sure you take advantage of some of these longs that you have. If they're in the money, cash them out. We've already done that. Like, Roblox is out actually right here. We didn't let Roblox go all the way to the upside. And then Tesla as well, man. That was a good short at 218. I know Neil has that, or somewhere near that, maybe even better than that. As there goes Tesla right back into, but Tesla's back into some key levels again, 215 and change.
You got to cover I'm getting out of 215.
215 is a great call.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to wait for this Apple trade here as it's right back down near the bottom of the day again for Apple. Why not take a piece out here, though? 140.90, and then we'll deal with it from there. But Apple right now making some nice little cash to the short side. Yeah, buddy. Look at this thing bleed. Now $1 in the money for Apple.
Yeah, we're starting to work out. I took the $2 out, took $1 out, then $2 on Tesla. Now I'm looking for that 215. If it wants to go further than that, fair enough. You're now just breaking that 13 on AAL. So, oh, wait a minute. No, it just couldn't take it. That was crazy. So AAL here broke down to 99s. The thing about stop orders is you can set it to either a stock prints at a price, or it goes like a penny below it, or as I like to do, I actually have a half-point thing. So it needs to see 98s on the bid for me to get out. I just don't like getting slipped if a dark pool print hits 99. I want there to be some actual continuation through. It's a distinction without a difference. I just end up losing 1 extra cent, and then if it does hold the level, then I don't get wicked out at the bottom. But this does feel like it's going to run. There it goes. Just broke to the downside. That's crazy because what you saw there, if you saw my chart stretch, that was my order, which crossed to 90 for a split second, but then just hit the bid as it did finally make that bigger break to the downside. So we're just in the shorts now. Morgan Stanley, which I want to be able to hold on to, hopefully for the rest of the day if I can. I did want to jump back over to Meta for a quick second because as I was in that Tesla trade and then the Morgan to the short side, I had the opportunity to get Meta at the exact same price we were shorting. I could have got it a third time. I didn't get it. At that point, I was kind of saying to myself, do I want even more exposure to those tops after what you saw happen to Coinbase and Netflix? I opted for no. Answer was a resounding yes, and unfortunately, I'm not in Meta anymore. Some earnings on the board, one of which could change things for Morgan Stanley, which I'm short. We'll get that tomorrow, Brendo.
Yeah, there we go. Nice look, guys, for what's to come, not only tomorrow, but the rest of the week. Remember, Netflix to come. We have Tesla to come. We have a whole bunch. It's going to be an exciting week, but here we go. This is for tomorrow morning, mainly.
Right.
Little Goldman, little J&J as well.
J&J is good. We won't trade that, though, I don't
No,
think. I mean, well, you never know. Goldman, we traded the banks today. BAC's been a big one for me today. So.
Oh, ignore Albertsons. Albertsons is that deal now, so.
Yeah, is that? I guess that's the logo. Yeah, we don't have Albertsons here, so Albertsons getting bought out.
It's there.
Yeah, I don't recognize the logo.
Oh, the
That's
logo,
all, like,
yeah.
I don't even know what that is, but is that Las Vegas Sands? What is that at the very bottom there? That's
I can't tell.
Signature Bank. Okay, so no. I thought it said Sands there, but it doesn't. All right, so yeah, basically, meh for tomorrow. But
Well, Goldman maybe.
Yeah, Goldman will be there, but I mean, we already have the bank trade here today, so it should be a good one for us. We're now $1 in the money on Apple. I'm not going to be too concerned about bank earnings. We did get out of Apple right there at the bottom of the day right now as it's trying to make new lows. I'm long Meta, so I'm long Meta against this 130.80 right there. It just ticked down to it actually. So yeah, the long's probably not going to be good, but we're going to try it. We're going to try the long Meta here. We're long at 131.09. So we're long right here, flat on the trade right now. Well, now we're down 10 cents. Now we're flat. So we're gonna have to watch out for Meta here as it's making its usual movements up and down and just trying to follow this market. So we know that it's stronger than the market right now. But I mean, I wrote right on here 132. 132 has pretty much been a magnet early here, back and forth. Let's see if we can get back to that 132 level. But with the market now breaking below, we're below the 50 period. This is setting up for not long. So just to let you guys know that we're going to be in and out of this one if it takes that 130.75 because it could happen in the next 2 minutes and then you'll see me out. If not, those are my targets as we go to the midday show. And then BAC, I mean, we did really well on that, man. We actually loaded up a full close enough to a full default, never really a full default, but we loaded up down there at 15 when it came in and then got them out in the mid-20s. So that's where we are right now, and we're still holding out for more hope on BAC. But today, man, we have negative stock on Netflix and a cup of coffee on Neo. So Netflix negative. Ooh, good thing we got out. Should have waited for that 50 period to break and gone short. And now we'd be short Netflix. But that's been the only problem. With 1 minute to go, I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. I have no idea what the like count is at, but we've never asked today. So 1.5K right now for likes. Let's see if we can get that up to 2,000. 7,500 watching. Just 500 of you need to turn that thing around. 1.5K. I'm going to check back in a minute.
Also, too, just a quick question. Do we really pronounce tomorrow funny? Someone just said in the chat, like when we were going over the earnings, they're like, these guys pronounce tomorrow funny. I'm like, really? I know Canadians have like a little bit of an accent for certain words, like how we say about. I don't think I say it, but
I never understood that. Like, what's wrong saying about?
I don't think I say it any strange way. But I've never heard tomorrow. I don't think I say tomorrow in a funny way. But if I do, then
the thing is, it's like you can't say Americans have accents because it's so regionalized.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're from New York, you're from Boston, you're from down south. You're going to speak different. That's why I don't understand. Like you're Canadian, therefore you sound different. Like Canadian
go out east and
well, I mean geographically, Canadians actually, Canada's larger.
It's huge.
So therefore we likely have discrepancy in the way we pronounce our languages as well. But I didn't realize about we are saying it wrong either, or tomorrow. But no one.
Boot. I don't say a boot.
I understand probably what the problem is, but we don't say. No one says a boot. So that's why I don't
That's what I'm
understand
saying.
what the problem is there. The only a boots I have is one I'm going to throw at Brad if he doesn't shut up over there. But there he goes. But it is a boot, yeah. So if we start saying that, then we say a boat. Yeah, we on a boat. I'm going to buy a boat after today. All right. So far, so good, man. It's 11 o'clock. Netflix still making that move down. Meta trying to go. Looks like we'll be out of Meta soon. I mean, it's 10 cents out of the money, but if it does continue to make lower lows here on Meta, we've already loved that 132 level. That doesn't seem to be coming in right now. But yeah, so far downside movements here for Meta. Here we go. Maybe an upside one coming through. But yeah, Meta, Apple, BAC, the only three positions I have, and they're all pretty light. But Meta, we haven't got out yet, so hopefully that can rip up a couple pennies.
Yes, sir. Just a couple of shorts left for me. I do like some opportunities for dip buys if we do get them. Has to be a little bit lower for names like an Apple if
There's
it gets
2K.
there. But 11, thank you for the 2K. I see someone's showing off the gun show, so you know who that might be. Trader Prad.
Must be Prad.
And Sharif. Go get them.
Let's go. It's all about the middle show right now, the midday mayhem market movers, and we're about to show you all the trades that we've been killing it today. Right now, Tesla about to go to 220 maybe today. I'll stop. We're at 217, 216. Tesla 215 was a good level to play off of, obviously, for multiple days in a row, but today we're well above it. We're $3 above it. I want to show you a couple of my trades that I started off the day with. Let me actually introduce yourself, Sharif.
Oh, yeah, guys. Hi. In Apple, I saw, as soon as I sat down, I heard Sean saying, okay, look, Apple's approaching VWAP or something to that effect. I looked in, I saw the short, I punched in right away. If we can go to my screen, please, Fahad. Right there at that 141, like 30-ish or so. Then we scalped out little by little here, piece here. Every little level, I scalped out a little bit more until I flattened out right all the way down here at that 140.85 or so. So nice little trade on Apple. Kind of counter market today, a little dangerous, but I like that rejection off the 3,700 and retracing into VWAP. That's always an interesting play, probably a high rate play too, to be honest with you. So nice little trade. As soon as we sat down, I had a couple of good trades on my desk on these small cappers in the morning. Not too many going today. Lots showed up on my scanner, but ironically enough, they all pulled back before we could make a move on them. The best one so far was that NPX trade. I took it long before it flushed below VWAP, so we'll have more to say about that, Bradley, as the show goes on. New doo booty.
The show will be going on as long as the markets are open. Here's my best trade of the day today. Tesla 211 break. Took out most of my size L before 215. Then I tried to take the 215 break, which didn't work out as the market was rejecting 3,700. So I got out of that trade right away. Probably the worst thing I could have done because Tesla ends up being at 217 today. That was my best trade, and then the second best trade is NIO. NIO, along with Tesla and other EV stocks, except for Li Auto. Li Auto was still in the red today, but NIO allowed me to take a beautiful long, started in pre-market with small size, took the pre-market high breakout, and then exit, cover, get back in close to the 50-period EMA, and then cover again all the way to the north side. So these trades have been paying me money today. Even Microsoft, a quick little long below VWAP, and I got out for a quick little 50 cent to $1 scalp on that. Apple have been doing the same thing too. And my worst trade of the day is going to be Snowflake. But I kept my risk management so tight on that trade that that loss does not even matter as we're good and up on the day. And we're going to show you a couple of trades that we're currently killing it right now on. It's going to be CANO on the New York market. CANO has about 4,521 lots. That means it is add two more zeros. Let me just do this real quick. 4521.00. So it's 452,000 shares on that level at 735. I'm long at 738. So and I have a bunch of size on this trade too. So I'm gonna take some scalps right now at 3 cents in the money only. I know 3 cents. Woo, who cares, right? But with the size that I have, with the money that I'm taking now, it's a quick little profit for me on CANO. And guess what? Now that we take some profits. What the heck? Why did it say position? You see that?
Because you're a position freak.
I'm a position freak now. Anyways, Microsoft over here pushing back to the upside. Meta pushing back to the upside. Apple slightly in the negative by only by 8 cents. But AMD also pushing back to the upside for us. We just waited for the market to come down to VWAP. That's the S&P 500 market that I'm talking about. Come back to VWAP around 36.71, and I took my longs across the board on all the major cap stocks or large cap stocks, and now we're trying to see if we can keep on adding to our P&L going on throughout the day. If you guys have any trades you want us to take a look at, any positions you want us to cover, just throw them in the chat. We'll take a look at it. I see Jekyll in the chat talking about DWAC going from red to green, so let's go check out DWAC. Not too long ago, I believe Friday actually, Google announced that they're going to release the app on the App Store once again after previously banning it for lack of content moderation. So here's DWAC trying to turn green. I don't know about that. It's still down 4% on the day. It would have to move quite a bit to turn green. So we'll just have to wait patiently to see if the market bouncing from VWAP could help out DWAC in some possible way.
Yes, sir. So the chat obviously trolling me because the Cowboys lost yesterday to the Eagles. A bit of an interesting game there. Really bad first half, I would say, from Dallas. Cooper, what's his name? Yeah, Cooper Rush threw his first 2 interceptions of the season, and they were not really good passes either. The first one you can't really put too much on him. It was a bit of a deflection off the receiver. I think there should be a different category for those interceptions. I don't know if you guys want to chime in on this one, but I mean, when a receiver tries to catch the ball, it goes into the air, there has to be some contributory negligence on the receiver. As just, huh. Interesting. I didn't know that. I like that. Okay, Neil just basically told me that there are something in higher end metrics called turnover-worthy throws. That wouldn't be categorized as one of them because it was on target. It was just deflected and then popped up. Anyway, that doesn't really change the score. Dallas lost, but guess what? Arsenal won again, and guess who lost? City to Liverpool. So my man Mo Salah making Liverpool look great, making City look bad. That was the best possible outcome for me, is that Arsenal wins and City loses. Now there's a 4-point differential between Arsenal and City, and the more cushion you have against City, trust me, the better, because they don't make too many mistakes. Yesterday may have just been a one-off event. Anyway, so that's a little bit of sports. Now let's get back into trading. I'm long AVCT here. Go ahead, Bradley. What's
just
up?
because you were in sports before you go back to trading,
Yeah,
I just want to show people
Oh,
all the
do it,
bets
baby.
that I hit yesterday, baby. Sean, you saw the bets yesterday. Neil saw the bets too. I just want to give a shout out to Neil's boy, Stefan Diggs. Can you dig it, baby? We got that anytime touchdown scorer. Dropped $50 on that, won 115. I also dropped some on Jamar Chase over here, won another 15 quick bucks. But I know, your team lost. I'm sorry. I wanted them to win, Sharif. But guess what? All I needed was a CD Lamb and AJ Brown to give me 40+ receiving yards each.
give you?
And they gave it to me.
There you go.
And I made another $100 on this. We're cashing out not just on the market, but also on the betting apps.
Man's making money on a Sunday night when the futures were barely open. all good for him. Getting back to trading AVCT. I just showed you my Apple trade. We're positive on that. I look at AVCT here and I see a couple of really aggressive flushes, but guess what? They stop right at VWAP. I like that. I like that a lot. It shows that it's respecting the level. So what I did was I punched a little bit above VWAP here. I got in at that 213. We're trading at 211. I've got another dip trade here set up at that 207 level. Just a penny or two above where VWAP is currently floating at the moment. The idea here is to get a dip trade and try to take this one north through that 2.25 break, which is close to the high of day. Let me just tell you exactly the high of day. It's 224. So we're a penny away from that 2.25 for high of day. So that's my plan on AVCT. This was a half position here, this green entry, and this dip here is another half position. So because I'm unsure of whether this is going to hold VWAP or not. That's why I chose to take a half position. I would suggest you guys do the same thing too. We talked a little bit about this last week. When you're able to categorize your setups as like A+, A, B, B+, and that comes with experience, obviously scale down on the less good setup. Less good? Oh, wow. The less premier setups, especially on this one. I know. Up 32% on the day, but it is a $2 stock, Bradley. So, hey, let's see what happens with this.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about Boeing. I noticed you guys were talking about Boeing earlier on in the day too. I was, lurking in the chat a little bit while focusing on my own trading levels and so on. I did see that people were talking about Boeing selling off a lot off the open, and I'm actually seeing it right now. It did go quite a bit to the downside, all the way to 133.20s, and then bounced off of those levels, came back above VWAP, and now we're trading between VWAP and the 100-period EMA. Boeing could very easily turn red if this market wants to keep on going to the downside, which is up 2% on the day for the S&P 500, NASDAQ up 2.71 and slightly above VWAP according to this chart. But I'm sure if I switch over to this chart over here, we're probably closer to VWAP than on that chart. So let me quickly make sure. Now both the charts look same. So sounds about accurate over here for NASDAQ. Let's see if S&P 500 could help NASDAQ to bounce before we even touch that 1100 area, which is exactly where VWAP is right now. Very beautiful. Beautiful moves to the long side today on the market, breaking 1100, pushing to 3700 on the S&P 500, and sadly not breaking 3700, but creating somewhat of a head and shoulders pattern, I guess. Would you consider this as a head and shoulders pattern, Mr. CMT over here?
Oh, a little bit.
Right, that's the left shoulder, right shoulder, and then usually head and shoulders means it goes way back to the downside, right?
Is that the 5-minute chart? That's better on the 5-minute, yeah.
I don't use 1 minute.
Yeah, I know you don't, yeah.
So it technically should be going lower, but that means I'm going to get burnt on my longs on Microsoft, Apple, and AMD, and Meta, and so on. All of them are in the money currently, so we'll just have to wait and see patiently what will happen. I want to go to Netflix, guys. Netflix on a monster move today. I wanted to take the if I remember correctly, 240 break, and I missed out on that opportunity to take the 240 break. Netflix goes up to $246.57 almost, and regretting the whole time of not taking that 250 or 240 break. Technically would have only given you 60 cents quickly, and then would have came back down under 240 to 239.85, and I would have not gotten stopped out because I would have given it 50 cents of risk on Netflix, which never came into play. So congratulations for anyone who took advantage of Netflix. Netflix recently did announce that their lower cost tier, which will be ad supported, will be launching in November 2nd in 10 countries, including America, Canada, and I believe even Japan and other countries too. I forget actually the full list of countries, but if you're American and you're Canadian, which most of our population in our chat is, you will be happy for the lower ad tier supported coming out. And Netflix earnings sometime this week, if I remember correctly, it's on Wednesday.
Hey, what do
you know what days Netflix earning is exactly?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked.
I can look right here. Netflix earnings actually tomorrow after close. So Netflix earnings tomorrow after close, and we will be for sure watching what the subscription counts are. Did they go back up? Are they going down? If they're going down, that means Disney and Prime Video and all the other sources are still battling and actually succeeding in taking away from some of the market cap from Netflix over here. So lots to watch. Big earnings season. We had a lot of banks already come out today. You guys saw how Sean destroyed BAC, going long on BAC. I'll be honest, I tried to go long on BAC too, but I never got the fill. But now that we're pushing back to 33, closer to 33 at least, and slightly under VWAP, I might be looking to take an entry sometime soon on Bank of America.
Yes, sir. Took a trade on BAC this morning. Turned to be quite profitable. Took it on the first pop before the retracement. I missed the retracement back and then the pop back up. But I was occupied at the time. I see here that RETA up almost 13.5%. Made a pretty decent move. Looks like we started out the day at that 30.5-ish or so, and we've kind of topped out here at that 34. And I want to say 65. So RET making a bit of a move, but I don't even know what RETA is. What is this? Rieta Pharmaceuticals, okay, biopharmaceutical company. All right, so it's on news. I just may want to make sure that it's on news. Healthcare companies, Karuna Therapy, yeah. Okay, so that's fine. Looking for a retracement off a key level here. We're close to high of days. We're trading at 34.25, and 34.66 is near the high of day. I see key levels of support around that 33-ish. I want to say between 33.85 and 34. There is this consolidation peak here that touched about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, or even more, before being broken after a dip back down below the 20 period moving average, not quite touching the 50, but so I'm looking for a retracement of sorts back into a key level before initiating a new long on this one. Looking at our AVCT trade, we're still flat on this one, trading at our entry point at 213, so nothing much to report on that. Small capper is starting to slow down a little bit on the day here. Other ones that I was looking at were Joby. I had a really good trade on RBLX. I kind of heard that coming from the show as well. Let's have a look at that one quickly. RBLX. That's a New York stock, right, Bradley?
Which one, sir?
Roblox?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's New York. Okay. Here we go. So let's flip to RBLX here. What's this one up to? Yeah, still above VWAP, not really near high of days. It looks like RBLX's high of day was at 42.88. We're down almost at 42. I see lower highs and lower lows on this one, so maybe a trend change forming here. Nothing to write home about, though. I want to see how we act when we pull back into the VWAP around that 41.70 area, and whether we break it decisively or how we act around that point. And maybe we'll initiate a long around there. Below that area, below VWAP, I see a key area of support, possible key area of support. It's not the best forming consolidation area around 41.20. So if you're looking to go long off that 41.70 area, which is VWAP, into the retracement, then maybe that 41.20, 41.25 area would be an interesting out for your stop. What else is going on? Abdi BK sends a $2 super chat saying, CRKN check, please. Okay, what's CRKN? Kraken? Someone release a Kraken? Okay, so Kraken, Crown Electronics Corporation, just quickly for those who don't know, Crown Electrokinetics Corp develops and sells optical switching film that can be embedded between sheets of glass or applied to the surface of glass or other rigid substrates such as acrylic to electronically control opacity. That's awesome. You know those office windows that like become opaque, like dark?
Okay.
Like you can hit a button and then they like become foggy, so you can get some privacy.
Yeah.
I guess that's what this company does. That's pretty
Awesome.
cool. Yeah, I've always liked that idea.
I need that for my room.
True, right? Okay, so let's pull up the CRKN chart over here and have a look. Not much to speak of in terms of an intraday chart, but let's have a look at the daily. There we go. So CRKN, as you can see, volume very sparse. It just made a really aggressive move up off that 27.50. That's pennies, by the way. That's not dollars. So this is a penny stock up to that 31-cent area. Now, the chart obviously does not look good. You don't have to be a genius to be able to see that we are descending here. We have been on a descending slope of sorts going back to, well, early 2021. It's been kind of, up as high, these don't count because these are usually trading days, as high as $35 for the most part, though. We've been below that $7 area. Now we're a penny stock. So with respect to technicals, not much to report on this one. Again, I can't really give you an opinion on the fundamentals of the company because I am not qualified to do so. So hope that helps, and yeah, good luck with your hold there.
Dan Iman, shorts paid today, no change of character in this market. PNL doesn't lie. The market keeps telling me to short every day, Trader Prad. And let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. The 11.100, which was previously the area where the market popped to, I believe, on the CPI day, if I remember correctly. It popped to 11.1, and then it rejected that, if I remember correctly, once again. And S&P 500 right now pushing under VWAP, too, which is 36.69, 36.70. Markets are up on the day, but looks like that 3,700 still coming into play for anyone who's thinking about shorting it. I'm currently 40 cents out of the money on both Microsoft and Apple, but surprisingly enough, Meta platform not really pushing to the south side while the market's trying to go south, and same with AMD. AMD actually doing pretty well, maybe because my average price is actually in somewhat of a decent spot above 57 over here, so both of these stocks are doing a little bit better than Microsoft and Apple for me currently. I want to also talk about, I forgot what I was going to talk about. Prad, your blotter is wrong. Is it? Once the check goes away, I'll check to see if it's wrong or not. But I think it looks correct at the moment, though. I'll get it checked in a second. But yeah, guys, throw some stocks in the chat that you guys want us to take a look at. We'll gladly do that for you. In the meantime, let's head over to the watch list. If you're not subscribed to the watch list, you're gonna miss out on a lot of information, such as I mean, I was in the market every single day, but I didn't know that we were actually, where is the statistic that Brendo put it in our work chat? That 6 losing weeks in a row straight, or 5 losing, fourth negative week in the past 5. So that's pretty bearish on the market still. But BAC, I want to circle quickly back to BAC right here. Apparently BAC had no negative days on trading this year. Monster traders on BAC apparently in their realm. They've been killing it, but the same can't be said about the people using their software, such as everyone else, because markets have been bleeding every day. So I don't know how they've been smoking it on their end, but BAC, congratulations. I'm still waiting for an opportunity to load up long today around 33. I don't really want to chase the stock around 30.24 or so, because I want to take a lot of size. This is only a $33 stock. I want to take more size than any other stock that I have on right now on board. So just patiently waiting for this to pull back a little bit, but I might not get that chance, and I'm not going to chase it. That's just how it's going to work out. We have a lot of earnings coming up this week, guys. One of them that I want to take a look at is going to be Hasbro. Hasbro recently, if you remember, put that big negative candle on it off the news right here. I'm trying to find what day it was where the news dropped on Hasbro. Wasn't that long ago. It was probably this day over here on the 27th September or one of these October days. And Hasbro just continually started selling off on that day, continued to every single day all the way to $65, but looks like we're trying to form a nice little base at 65. I also want to talk about GME real quick. Isn't it crazy how GME is basically, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, is basically still at the $100 area pre-split?
Oh, wow.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like for us to have an option to be able to see charts pre-split. Otherwise, you got to like do the math, and that takes time.
Yeah.
But if that's accurate, wow.
Like, yeah, I don't know if
because
it is 100% true.
If you remember, during the pump, everybody and their mother on CNBS was like, oh, all these guys are going to get wiped out. It's going to go back to $9, this and that. I'm still waiting.
Dude, GME has been actually monster with their moves compared to AMC. You saw AMC go to $6, but GME has been holding these levels. So I know our viewer, Michelle Herbert from Quebec, who always loves trading GME, is probably loving it today too. Up 6% on the day for this bad boy. I mean, AMC's up on the day too. It's up another 6% over here. But it's just, I want to know the reasons why GME is doing what it's doing. This is too monster of a hold on this level for
good
GME.
Question. Yeah, good question, Bradley. Not really in the position to answer that. I'm in a couple of new positions here on, so Retta. We took Retta long at that 33.90. The idea here is to scalp out a little bit going into that 34.20. Spread's a little bit wide on this one. I mean, right now it's only about 6 pennies, but I've seen it as wide as 16. So careful with this one. I took definitely small size going into this because of the spread and because we are taking it off of balance, off that 50 period. And we don't know if it's going to respect the 50 period because it hasn't traced back down to it exactly yet. My out on this one is going to be the break of that 33.20 area, which is this area of support here. So that's my plan on Retta. On AVCT, accidentally, like a goof, I added, instead of taking out at this point, I want to take out some at 217. I added a 10% share stake. So I'm heavier in this one than I'd like. So I've got 2 outs here close together. And the reason is this first out is just to get me out of that accidental addition that I added. But my real out on this one is going to be that 22.19 on AVCT. So those are the 2 positions that I'm currently nursing at the moment, but my eyes are wide open for anything new. And looking at my scanner, I don't see much. I see OPAL being in second, but doing like almost no volume. AVAH, same boat, going up, but no volume. SKIL, likewise. EVLV, nope. Nothing here is attracting me, all on low volume on these small cappers. We may need to switch strategies today, guys, and play some of these big cappers, especially as I see here
Tesla
on
is the most volume stock.
Really, eh?
Wow.
Especially since on the futures, I like this bounce we're getting off VWAP. You know, we're not really respecting it very tightly. We broke through it, but, you know, not by a great amount, and we definitely didn't stay there for any prolonged period of time. Kind of touched a little bit below, then we're moving back to the upside. Let's see if we can break this top here on the futures at 36.83, or whether we'll be rangy. I don't know. We'll have to wait on that one to see what it does. But this red not making me feel all that good at the moment. But I like the fact that it is touching the 50 period and staying above it. It's just got to do that, and I don't know if it's going to, Pradley. This one's making me nervous.
Yeah, so a viewer, Mason, in the chat basically said, Prad, it's simple as doing 26 times 4 because the split was 4:1 on GME, which is 104, right? Which, so the idea still stands true. It is still above 100, which is insane. Here's Tesla, as Neil just called out in the chat, heading for the high a day push on Tesla, which is around 219. Not 219, but 218.88. So pretty close to 219. We're pushing towards 219. Still gonna regret the fact that I closed my long from 211. I would have been $6, $7 in the money right now, but I'm not gonna complain about it. We're gonna move away from this one as Microsoft is now pushing in the money for us. So let's take some profits. We'll take our first lot here out at 70 cents in the money on Microsoft. Meta also pushing in the profit territory. Let's go, Meta. 86 cents in the money. We'll take some more size on that one. Cano also pushing the north side. We'll take our third lot tier out on Cano. AMD 37 cents in the money. We'll take our first profit tier on AMD over here near VWAP. And Apple also pushing the north side, but only 10 cents in the money on Apple. So I'm going to wait to take more profits on Apple over here. I'm going to wait to take profits on Apple and wait for it to push up to the north side a little bit. For now, we just sit back and watch the market bounce beautifully off this VWAP area that Sharif mentioned not too long ago. So look at this, bouncing off of VWAP, slightly under VWAP. Did the market dip too, obviously, but we have the head and shoulder pattern still playing out, and according to that, this should go down. Maybe we go to the 100-period EMA some point later on because of the fact that we cannot take out the 3,700 high, which was also the high of I believe of the CPI day. What day was CPI? Last Thursday. So that date was. Last Thursday's date was 13th of October, which is right here. 13th of October high, exactly 3,700. So based on that, I think we're going to have to be a little bit patient. Yeah. Also, that bottom on the market, 3,502, 3,500 never got tested. It could be very well that the market's bottom could be coming in around 3,500 as the historical longs came into play. Who would have thought that the CPI day was long was the best trade in mind over there? I was actually watching a trader who lost a lot of money recently. The trader did not manage his risk on ILAG on Friday, right? Boy. This trader apparently lost $1 million. It was a clickbaity title because he went short over here and he held it all the way through the halts and punched the top, and then he loaded back anyways. The idea was the trader never managed the risk over there on that side, and that's not what you want to do, right? When you see a stock going away from you, your job is to manage risk, ladies and gentlemen, at every step of the way. The market will be irrational longer than you can stay solvent at all times. So your job is to manage risks no matter what stock you're trading, and that is what we're trying to do over here at Day Trade the World, trying to show you, or Trader TV Live, sorry, trying to show you how we manage our risks and how we look for our trade setups. Currently, Apple pushing to the north side, 22 cents in the money. I think I'm ready to take some profit targets over here, but that's basically going to be a flat trade from the first fill. I'm just deleveraging a little bit. I'm not deleveraging a lot. I'm just taking some size out to make sure that if the stock does come back down, I'm able to add more size at a better average.
Yeah, I've been doing that lately, especially when things have not been going as quickly as you expect them to go. Looks like I just got out of some AVCT here. Yes, at that 17 level. That 17 level had been a bit of a top. Now we just break through that 17. I'm seeing 18s now on the ask. I've got another L to take out at 19. So let's see if this one can have legs closer to high of day. But be careful, because when we get to high of day around that $2.24 area, you know what the odds are of a flush, and they are a lot higher. Nice. Just got my out at 19 again. So we're gonna drop the cash for AVCT. Excellent trade there so far. My entry on AVCT is 15. So now I'm gonna take some out right below that high of day at that $2.23 area. It will take out some there. There we go. So now we have our profit taker set for that. But guess what's not printing profits? And that's our trade on Retta. We are currently, how much out of the money are we on this one? We entered at 33.90. It's printing 33.76, so we're about 15 cents or so out of the money on Retta. My out again is going to be that break of this trough right here at that 33.20 area. But I think we got a bunch of what's it called? Super chats. So let's address them. The Hayes Record sends a $1.99 super chat. Say, started 2019 watching Yahoo Finance to y'all now, Gorilla. Awesome, man. I appreciate you being part of the crew every day to watch. We love our members. We love interacting. That's why we're active in the chat. And yeah, so keep watching us every day. There's a whole different host of personalities here, all these different styles of trading that you can learn off and that you can kind of figure out which one suits your trading style and personality better. Racer X9 sends a $3 super chat. Says, check VTR from the scanner. Let's go ahead and have a look at VTR. We'll look at that one quickly. Intraday looks good. Okay, so VTR looking decent here. We have an aggressive move up from that 36.50 area. Oh, that's low of day. We were a little bit above that. Yeah, there was really no volume prior to that, so low of day happens to be the open as well. And we shot up here, but we're playing like this zigzaggy game, this upward channel. Let's draw some trend lines here so we can kind of visualize what I'm talking about. Let's adjust this bad boy. There we go. So it's touching all the peaks. And look at that. You don't even need to draw a descendant or a bottom channel line because the bottom channel line is VWAP. So the trade off this, to be honest with you, is to play the range. Play the range until it breaks out decisively, and then you can take either a long or short. But we are at the top end of the range currently because high of day is 37.75. We're trading 37.71. So my approach to this would be a short back down into VWAP to play that 30-cent range or so. 37.47 would be where I would cover there. But otherwise, if you don't want to play the range, wait till it decisively breaks out and look for a 5-minute close, a 5-minute chart close, not a 1-minute chart close on this ascending trend line to the top if you want to go long, or look for a decisive break of VWAP to the sell side if you're inclined to go short. So that's my analysis on VTR. Some people also saying in the chat, Bradley, ATXI is making a move. So here's a chart for ATXI. I disagree. I mean, it's up, yes, 3.6% on the day, but that's really like small potatoes for a small capper. We need to see double-digit moves usually on these small cappers to get some attention. And second of all, it's below VWAP at the moment. And look what happened when it broke VWAP to the top side. It tanked right back down. And I mean, it was like nobody's business. So this doesn't interest me whatsoever until we reclaim VWAP and we stay above there for a while. In fact, I want to even see some high of days because the range is so tight. 345 is we're trading at now, and 375 is high of day. So ATXI, not on my good boy list today. It's gonna be relegated to the back until I can see more, Bradley.
Spending that money because Sean and I are both killing it on this Meta platform long right now. Both of us are basically $1.50 in the money and watching Meta take out the high of day. So I took some more profits on that bad boy. Same thing happening with MSFT, taking more profits on that. Same thing on Apple, AMD also. Look at AMD over here and Cano on New York. I told you that size, that 450,000 shares at 735, and now we're 10 cents in the money. If you took 1,000 shares at 738 and you're watching it push up right now, you're already about $100 in the money on Cano. So that's called front running the size setup over there. And a lot of these stocks are pushing up, but thankfully with the help of the market, moving back to almost 3,700 over here. We're at 36.85 on the market, but we're seeing a little bit of a slowdown happen on the market over here. So I'm gonna try and take out more of my size of Apple and Microsoft just to make sure that I'm protecting some of this money that's being offered to me, and AMD also, just in case the market pulls back like the way it wants to. I don't want to be stuck with all the size that I have. I want to take some profits, get back in at the low of the ranges, and then come back in. I'm not sure if Sean mentioned Uber today, Uber is partnering up with Leafly. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't.
Uber is partnering up with Leafly to distribute marijuana to Toronto houses. This was a prediction.
Oh, I heard about this.
This was a prediction that Sean made a year or two ago, and he said Uber should just start doing this. And guess what? Uber is actually doing it right now.
Why not?
And where's Sean's cut on this? Uber owes Sean like 15% revenue on every single Leafly order that they pulled through in Toronto over here, because he gave them the idea just by putting it out there in the universe, by talking about it. Uber is successfully in the Duber business currently, up 4.6% with that catalyst, looks like. But you know what I'm wondering though? When you go into a lot of dispensary stores, they ask you for an ID and they check your age and so on.
Duber is gonna have to do it.
They're gonna have to like look at the IDs and everything, or maybe Uber's gonna require to put your license in your or your identification in there to kind of prove that you are of age in order to do that.
These alcohol delivery services do that too, though, right?
Right.
Like they got
the bottle services,
exactly.
But you know the whole problem, and I see another problem here too, which is licensing. Like, does Uber now have to apply for a marijuana distribution license?
Well, good question. I have no idea. Yeah.
And if they don't sign up for it and they go out there distributing marijuana and they get caught for it, that's another lawsuit waiting for to happen. But like, wouldn't the drivers have a marijuana distribution license? No. So Sean says that it doesn't work like that, Brad, so I'll listen to Sean on that. My head was just trying to wrap around the whole business and how it's going to work out. Look, I'm bullish on that whole concept, but we'll just have to wait and see once it's actually fully functional and out there in the Toronto sphere, and once it's in the U.S., once weed gets legalized, I'm pretty sure it will also go somewhere into that realm too. So Uber today up almost 7%, sorry, not 7, 4.7% on the day. Tesla apparently still continuing its ascent to the north side, making a new high a day at $219. Do we see 220 today? My guess would be say, yeah, it's 220, but I'm not sure. We'll just have to wait and see.
I'm seeing some people saying FNHC in the chat. That was one of the ones I was looking at earlier. Yeah, you know, it's curling back up, but it's still below VWAP. So, and it's trading at like 89 cents, man. I mean, like you guys know, I don't like trading sub $1 stocks, but here it is. People are talking about it. This is the bottom here. It looks like that 80 cent, 0.802, so 80 cents and like and I guess a bit. Yeah, curling back up. I mean, we'll see what it does at view up. I'm not interested in this at all. $1.13 high of day. If you're on that, good for you. I won't be. Retta continuing to annoy me here as it continues to pull back in. Our trade on AVCT is pleasing me though. So a bit of contradictory feelings there. We'll see what this Retta does. It's coming back into that support area for breaks this area. I have no personal attachment to this. I'll cut it quick. So we'll see. I've got my profit taker out already quite a bit below the high of day at this peak here. I figured that we may encounter some resistance. That's if it makes its way back up. My only concern is I may have gotten into this one a little too early. I was a little too gung-ho. I thought maybe we'd hold the 50 period here. We have it. Looks like we may retrace back into view up. I don't know if this one is respecting the indicators as much as it is respecting oh, and looks like I'm out of it. So as much, I was just talking about Retta. There you go, I'm out. So yeah, so I had my stop at an area I didn't think that I had. I thought I had it here below that 33.20 area because of this period of consolidation. I want to have it lower, but looks like I made a fat finger mistake. I put it at that 33.30 area. So a bit of a boo-boo on my part. Anyway, a loss for me, but hey, no big deal. Looking at AVCT, we're still 5 pennies in the money on this one. We've already scalped out a couple of pieces here. We're looking for that $2.23 pop. I think this one's priming for a high of daybreak here, even though the volume has dropped off on this one quite a bit. And you can have a look at the volume here. Let's move this up so you can look. So look at the... This is like 9:30 over here. We barely had any volume. Then 10 o'clock came, and all of a sudden, 10:15 came, and we had like the most volume that we've done all day. So this one's gotta find some volume if we're gonna start making higher highs and approaching the high of daybreak, Bradley. But another one that I missed and that I want to talk about was Roblox. I had a good trade on it this morning, but I'm talking more, but I missed it recently. Look at this. So this one's been respecting VWAP quite nicely. makes its move, right, consolidates a little bit, and then it dips right off VWAP. So if you pick that up at that 41 3/4, you're already 75 pennies in the money, right? Because now we're trading even more. We're trading at 42.57. So this one, a bit range bound, but you can play the range on this one because the liquidity is so excellent. You can get in and out super quick on RBLX, and there is always that possibility because up 20% on the day that it may make higher highs, especially if this market decides that it, you know, that it hasn't made its move yet, that it continues to move up, Brad. So let's see what, I just want to answer Trade Ogorno quickly. He's like, have you considered getting your fingers reduced in size? Yeah, would you be willing to pay for the surgery? I'm just kidding, of course. No, I haven't, Trader Gorno, but I'm pretty sure you're being quite facetious on that one.
Facetious? What does that mean? What does that even mean?
Facetious?
Yes.
Like it means like
facetious.
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 No, fee.
Facetious.
Facetious, yeah. It means like you're being like sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You couldn't just say sarcastic?
No, then it wouldn't
Jesus.
sound as good as facetious. I'm playing.
Too big of a word there, man. You're killing me.
All
But
right.
no, thank you for teaching me a new word, facetious, which is a synonym for sarcastic. Okay. Now I'm going to be using that every single day. Yo, stop being facetious to me, bro. But I did take out half my size on Apple and half my size on Microsoft. Now we only have 50% size left on both. Market's still pushing to the north side. 36.90 coming into play on the market. $1.13 in the money on Microsoft. $1.71 in the money on Meta. But sadly, I don't have too much size left on Meta, so I don't know what to do over here. I think I just hold my size to see how much bigger of a move I can get on Meta. Same thing applies to AMD. Not too much size left on both of these stocks over here. I just hold on to see how big of a move can I really get out of it. And Apple trying to continue to head towards VWAP over here as the market goes along with it. I mean, Apple, Microsoft, number 1 and number 2 weighted in the market. If the market's going up, you can expect these two stocks to do that for us too. Cano, still going to the north side. Oh, actually, Cano's actually pulling back right now. So thankfully, I did cover half of my trade already for a quick 10-cent pop over here. And now we're just holding on to see if we can get that move all the way to VWAP for CANO. Let's head over to a couple EV sectors again, but this time Chinese stocks. NIO, no way NIO goes to a new high day without me. So sadly, I did have pretty good longs on NIO today. No longer in it, and NIO is now near a new high a day. I don't think I broke my rules today. I did my rule. My setup was I want to make my shutdown before 11 o'clock. I made my shutdown before 11 o'clock, and then I got out of the trades, and then I started waiting for the opportunity to show up again. Thankfully, they did show up, allowing me to take the longs that you're seeing me today. Look, I know everyone loves to make fun of me saying bear Prad, but today there's no shorts on boards for me at all. Someone said XPEV in the chat, so let's go take a look at another EV stock today, a Chinese EV stock. That's going to be XPEV, most likely to the green side because of the help of NIO. It is up 5% on the day. But if you look at Li Auto was red when I was looking at it earlier. Is this still red on the day? Li Auto is actually positive now by 1%, but very stuck in the range. And Li Auto not able to push to the $20 area, the $19 and $19.50 acting as a barrier for this stock. I think if we see any weakness in the EV sector, Li Auto will be the first one to go and attack at, because this stock is very weak compared to the rest of the basket stocks that you're looking at, such as your Teslas, your Lucids, your Rivians. Let's actually go take a look at Rivian today. What is Rivian doing? Rivian up 7%, man. Monster move on Rivian, even after the catalyst that they had to recall almost every single car that they made around the board. And Lucid also green on the day. I know that because I was watching Lucid at one point. I was looking for a fill, did not find my entry. Walked away from that trade. Apple now 82 cents in the money as we're pushing to the 3,700 level again. NASDAQ breaking that 11,100 area. Let's see if we can actually take out the high a day on NASDAQ, helping S&P 500 push to 3,700, and then maybe, just maybe, we get that 3,700 break. I even told Blind Jedi, who's our Discord moderator, this 3,700 level is annoying me. You probably know what word I use for the synonym, right? You're annoying me over there, the 3,700 level, but most likely would break at 12 p.m. And now 12 p.m. is coming up in about 20 minutes. Am I going to be right about it? Pratsadamus, baby.
Guys, we get that top fill that we wanted on AVCT at that $2.23 area, so pumped about that. But look, it's continuing to make higher highs. Now we're printing 230s on AVCT. So it looks like we got out of this one too quickly. Always, that's kind of the what we do consistently around here is pop out of these small cappers just a tad too early, and we don't scalp the full amount. But this one is the one that's frustrating me way more. Retta,
Tesla
I
220.
literally got filled for my stop incorrectly, by the way, at bottom wick. Literally, like look at this red candle here, and this is the bottom wick. So, and then what it do? Of course, I mean, you guys don't need to guess. It moved back up. Now we're testing high of days. So, very frustrating for me to get like bamboozled like that on Retta, but hey, that's the way it is. That's my mistake. I entered the keys. So, Retta, we'll see if this one wants to set up now that we know how it's trading. It's not really respecting these exponential moving averages as much as it is respecting the price levels on the screen. So it looks like buyers are showing up at key levels. We'll have that in mind next time if we want to enter this trade. But this is what I'm looking for now. I'm looking for a retracement on AVCT. Now that it's made a new high, we know that the upcoming flush is all but guaranteed sometime, right? So what I'm looking is to get in a new long on this one around VWAP. I may take it actually at VWAP and the $2, the whole dollar area, depending on what it does. Pradley's yelling out here is like Tesla is, or Canoe, sorry.
No, Tesla is at 220, but I'm freaking out about Canoe because that size that I was leaning on, I actually did manage to come back down and break it. So thankfully, I had to punch out, or thankfully, I punched out for that trade for a quick little loss on that, but we still got other trades on board that we can capitalize on. Wow, Canoe really getting smoked right now to the downside, and the size is chasing it. Look at that size chasing it to the downside. Oh, now it's going to pop. Anyways, this trade is done. That size breaking. Woo!
Jeez, Canoe.
This is wild right now. Only if I had an order to flip short off of that level breaking, I would have, also killed it on that direction too. We made a quick money on the upside. We gave some back over here on Canoe, and this stock is now out of play, dead for us. We're no longer going to bother with it because Meta Platforms, baby, $2 in the money as we push towards 133, and Tesla did break 220 to up to 220, 250, I think. Let me quickly go check. Yeah, 220, 241, 220, 250 almost coming into play. And if the market's going to think about rejecting over here, I'm going to take a quick little short on Tesla, risk the day's high. I'm going to give it 50 cents of risk above my fill and see if we can ride this market back to the downside. Keep in mind, though, Meta Platforms, Apple, Microsoft, they're all in the money deep to the green side. So you want to be a little careful with the shorts.
All right, I'm looking for some more stuff to trade, and W is showing up on my scanner. That's Wayfair. For those who don't know, it's making a move. I'm not really sure what the move is based upon. It's up 16% on the day. Let me have a look here on my news feed. I'm seeing stuff from Friday, but nothing today, so I'm going to leave that for a sec. Maybe we can find out later. But look at this move on Wayfair, guys. Let's load that up. Look at it. Very aggressive move off the bottom. Looks like low of day was also our open price at $29.17. And it's just been one aggressive move up. Now we're about to print 33s, high of days, 32.96. Beautiful little pullback, not quite to VWAP, but close enough. So if you had your order a little bit above VWAP at the time, you would have likely gotten filled. I think there's a bit of a 10-cent gap in between this this trough here and where VWAP was trading. So you may have gotten lucky if you punched in there. You're $1.25 in the money. So nice move on Wayfair. Very thick, doing lots of shares. What's the volume on Wayfair right now? Actually, 3.1 million shares. Not too bad. That's not that big. So lots of volume though. Enough liquidity for you to be able to get in and get out without issue. My trades on Retta and AVCT, I've explained these ones. I'm gonna pull back. I'm gonna wait for the pullback on AVC to get in. I was saying before, proudly want to update you guys on Canoe was that 210 area where VWAP is at the moment, and then maybe possibly averaging down into that $2 area as well. So those are my plans on AVCT. Not much else brewing for me. Pradley, did you hear that Kanye wants to buy?
Yeah, I heard. What is it called?
What is it? Huh?
Parlor?
Parlor.
What is
yeah.
Parlor?
It's like a social media app.
What is he trying to be, Elon?
Well, he's trying to be somebody. I don't know. But anyway, he's trying to get in on that now.
Did you see him say Drake was the best rapper ever?
Yeah, he came at some people though on the weekend. He came at Meek. He came at some other people. Did you see that interview?
Drink Champs? No, I didn't watch it.
Yeah. He was basically saying, like they made him lose all his friends, this and that.
Wow, Canu's getting. Someone in the chat said Canu's getting capsized. Yeah, Canu's getting absolutely capsized right now. Monster flush coming in. It's gotta halt. This move is insane. Look at the volume candle, largest volume candle of the day so far on CANO. That's relative volume is almost 4 times over here. 8 million shares traded on the day. This stock is getting destroyed. If you front run that size, you are now upset. Obviously, so am I. I'm pretty upset that level broke. That was a pretty clean long until it wasn't, and now we just have to stay away from this stock. I already told you the stock is dead to me. Canoe? Oh, so that's the probable news behind it. I didn't know they were going to get bought. I didn't know that before. Thank you, Sean, for updating me. He said they were probably getting bought out before, but the deal might be falling through now, and now they're getting pushed down to the south side. Here's Tesla actually pushing to my stop almost. I said I would give it up to 50 cents above 220. Thankfully, that stop didn't trigger, but we're pretty close to getting stopped out on the Tesla short, but that's going to be a little painful. Market's still pushing up. Might just jump out before my stop even triggers on Tesla, honestly. Too strong on the day. It's like, why are you trying to short something that's up 7% on the day, Brad? Just let it rip all the way that it wants to. And once the market touches 3,700, maybe then you can look for a short. There's not too much size on 2250 anyways. There's only 2,300 lots on 2250. Yeah, I'm going to punch out right here. I'm going to take my stop. I'm going to punch out of the trade. Tesla, congratulations. You're an absolute monster today. The fact that I even had the 211 long and I didn't capitalize on it properly is pretty upsetting to me. But we're not going to let that tilt us. Microsoft longs are working. Meta longs are working. AMD longs are working. And Apple longs are working. We gave some money back on Tesla and Canoe over there as it capsized. But we're going to keep on trying to put some damage on the long sides for these big caps.
Top VOIP saying, Prad, look at short in RBLX. I don't know what short is he's looking at or they're looking at on RBLX here. This is RBLX, and we're at like 15 pennies or 14 pennies off high of day, so I don't see any short forming unless you're talking about a high of day flush, maybe. But I don't see anything here that would show you that RBLX has any relative weakness. We need to break below VWAP, or we need to break below this trough right here, which was obviously an area of support. There's a couple of areas of support here that I can identify in RBLX. I don't like the RBLX short here, but if you want to go with it, kill it. Obviously, maybe you get an interesting balance on the market to the downside, and RBLX corresponds with that. So, if that's your thinking, all the power to you. I won't be participating. But having a look at these big cappers here, it looks like Microsoft and Apple are like the laggards of the bunch, because I see Amazon, Meta, and to some extent Google, but definitely Amazon, Meta, and Tesla as really strong. And I'm basing that off how far they are north of VWAP, while Microsoft and Apple are barely reaching VWAP. So interesting to see how the market dynamics work on a day in, day out basis. They don't always do the same thing. Sometimes it's Apple who's strong, right? So definitely not currently the case on Apple. Let's have a look now at, continuing to make lower lows on this one. This looks like the deal fell through or something. I'm inclined to punch a little bit here.
Who were they getting bought out by?
I don't know. It wasn't coming up on my screen.
Mana?
Humana. Okay. It was rumors, and so the rumors are falling through, it looks like. Yeah, because look at this. Yeah, look at that. That's right. Because Cano Health sinks. Yeah, that's what it is. Here we go. Cano Health sinks 12% after no CVS deal announced, Morgan Stanley note. So after a potential deal for CVS to purchase the healthcare provider wasn't announced on Monday, as some investors had expected. Hey?
No, he's asking me if it was still in Meta, and I'm still holding it, but I don't have much size left. If I take it, I'm going to cry. I think you said your stop is at 133. I might have to follow you on that stop. You have to up your stop. Okay, then I have to up my stop too. We're basically team trading over here on this stock.
Don't say that.
Unknowingly we did it because his long and my long are
I'm
pretty
playing,
much the
of
same
course.
price, which is pretty insane to me. Usually, not very often do I have the same trade as Sean, and when I
$6
do,
Cano.
I try to take advantage of it as much as I can. Netflix, I tried to short Netflix as a double top, but now Netflix is trying to clear that double top and make a new high a day, so I'm 64 cents out of the money on that one. Thankfully, I kept my size very small on that trade. These shorts are not working today, guys, so forget about the shorts. Just think about the longs. $2 in the money on Microsoft. Let's take some more size on that bad boy. Meta Platforms, $2.40 in the money on that one. If I exit right now, I won't have any size left for this move that the market's giving us. So I want to hold on to my size on that one. AMD, let's go cover some of that one as AMD makes a new high a day. Let's go, baby. This market is getting ready to break that 3,700. I said Bears versus Bull. If you're in the chat, not Bears versus Blind Jedi. If you're in the chat, tell these people what I told you, bro. 12 o'clock, 3,700 break incoming. We're only 6 minutes away from 12 o'clock. I mean, look at my recent Photoshop picture on Twitter, right? If you know who this is, then shout out to you. Do you know who that is?
No? Oh, Nostradamus.
Yeah, so I took Nostradamus' picture, photoshopped my face on there. That's Pratstradamus, baby. So Pratstradamus calling it what it is.
Is that your Twitter account that you put it on there? You're an OG.
Pratstradamus over here trying to make the markets move with just the power of thought process and just the power of looking for the right levels and the right entries. We're killing it on the long side today. We are losing a little bit on the shorts. That's why we're going to stay away from the shorts. Let's go, baby. Market getting ready to maybe break 3,700 here.
Yeah, interesting bounce off Cano here. Touched 6 and it shot back up. So if you got that bounce off 6, you were about 24 pennies or 25 pennies in the money. Nice little dip. Let's see what it does at 6. I don't see an abundance of size. I do see size, but nothing like, yeah, no, okay, actually, this is not bad. I see, let's expand this a little bit here so I can see the full size at 6. Come on, move down. Yeah, I see about, it keeps hiding away from me. In the area of about like 25,000 shares or something, but that's not too bad of a level for a $6 stock. I mean, I've seen much, much worse on Cano. So Bradley's all out of meta in case you were following his trade. Let's see what Cano does if it can break. There we go. Now it's going to, all that size just got eaten up. No, it didn't. All this new size showed up right at that $6 level. There's an epic fight happening here at $6 on Cano. I don't know if you're a part of this or not. Anyway, interesting little development here I see on the tape. But now, flipping back to my trade, AVCT not giving me much to work with, really taking its time. Doesn't look like there's any parabolic movement left on this one, not for the time being. I'm looking for an aggressive move back down to above VWAP here to get filled on a dip trade and possibly down to that whole dollar level at 2. So none of those materializing at the moment. Let's see, I want to talk a little bit about the market because I want to see what we're going to do if we get back to that 3,700 and more importantly that 370250, which is current high of day. Are we going to double top off that, or are we going to range in between VWAP and perhaps that level? So I want to see what the market's going to do. That obviously has implications for big caps going into the afternoon, Bradley, but I don't have much on at the moment. I don't see much that I want to trade at the moment, so I'm going to keep my hands put for the moment.
Yeah, this market rejecting 3,700 is going to be my signal to get out of most of my trades and most of my size across the board. So now I only have 20% on Microsoft, 20% on Apple. I'm out of AMD. I'm out of Meta Platforms. And you saw me take the loss on Netflix and on Tesla and Canoe a little bit too. So here we are just trying to protect our money now that we've already made the market move to 3,700. Looks like we might not get that 3,700 break. I really want to see that 3,700 break. Maybe go to 3,715, 3,730 and then pull back to VWAP. But this market creating somewhat of a triple top maybe around this 3,700 area. So we're just going to be a little patient if you're looking for any trades over here. Netflix trying to make me go back on the short side over here near 246 or so, but I'm going to be hands off on that. I think I'm very bullish on the day today, so I'm only most likely going to be looking for the longs. With NFL Week 6, how does Tampa Bay lose to Pittsburgh Steelers?
I don't know, man. Tom's not looking that good this year.
Yeah, you're right. Tom's not looking good.
Well, you know, given his age, like, God bless him, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's a little. I don't know about Tampa this year. I don't like the NFC South. Period.
But you know what my conspiracy theory is?
What?
Week 6, probably a lot of money being poured into gambling. So Vegas calls up Tampa Bay and goes, yo, throw the game for us because you're a favorite. And hence, they threw the game over there. And who benefits off that? Vegas. So we're going to go to MGM. Praddy, come on.
But you know, it's not surprising. There's he's having some personal issues with his wife and stuff like that. So, you know, sometimes there is a drop-off in performance during that time. That's not completely unusual.
You're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
You're
Cano
not
just
wrong
broke
about
6,
that.
guys, by the way. And I think bottom here on Cano. Wow, that was an ugly drop through 6s at 581. It didn't really stay there long. You know, it's flirting with the high 80s and low 90s at the moment. But if you're taking this short, you're printing. You're printing big. Let's see what some resistance levels look on Cano, maybe on the daily. Let's flip here to this chart and flip to the daily. I'll bring it up in a moment to have a look here. Okay, so Cano, where do we see? So this is the candle that kind of did it all here. Look at this explosive candle where it took it out of the range that it had been in. That goes back to September 22nd. And the low of that candle is 575. And the high, actually, it didn't close at the high that day, but it closed pretty close. The high on that day is 954. So you have a nice $4, almost $4 range there. But the low of that day was 575. So where are we trading at now? Looks like we just actually hit 575 as our low of day. So that level obviously came into play. We're trading at 585, so we may easily break that level. But 575 definitely in play, and that goes back to September 22nd. Below that, now below that 575 level, there's another area of support. And look at, just before I go on here, I digress for a moment. Look at this consolidation area here. These are all 575 bottoms. So 575 as a bottom doesn't just go back to that day. And we just broke 575 now. 565 is low of day. So we broke this range. So let's find some more possible support levels. I don't see any all the way until here, this trough right here. That's going to take us all the way down to 450.
I think we hold that.
Yeah. So Bradley thinks
this one, the above one.
But we broke it already.
That's burning stops, and now I think they come back and they hold it.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, you're probably not wrong. Yeah, probably a lot of people getting stopped out here that maybe entered on the 22nd or during this period here from the 1st to the 8th. Those are all 575. Yeah, I'm hands off on this one too, but if you're in, that's the analysis I look at. Just keep in mind that we are at 831 top and recently 980 top in case this one does go bonkers and move back to the upside, Bradley.
Yeah, Canoe's counterpart, CVS, as Sean was mentioning, CVS actually bringing in the volume to the long side compared to Canoe, because if the deal's not going to go through, then all the money that CVS was going to spend on buying them out is no longer going to be an issue for them. So now the positions are getting ready to rebalance themselves over here for CVS, and watch CVS absolutely launch to the north side. As I was talking about sports gambling over there a little bit, I wanted to talk about MGM and DraftKings. MGM today up 4.3%, absolutely killing it. But I wonder how the whole China COVID situation, I know recently they did have to shut down again for a little bit, and Las Vegas Sands, MGM Resorts, all of them are big in Macau. Yeah, Macau, big in Macau over there. So today up 4%.
So I averaged in, I got into a super small long at that 538, and then I added again at 561. In a break of 6, I'll be out of this one. That'll be a loss for me, but man, we'll see what this one does. Let's flip back to the scanner and have a look, see if anything's coming up. I'm seeing NutX all of a sudden show up on my scanner. This one just broke $1. That's probably why it's showing up on my scanner, but it's not moving the way that I want. $1.07 is the high on NutX at the moment. I don't want to trade this because it can make its way below $1 as quickly as it made its way up. Here's the chart on this guy. Like, I don't like when it looks like this. This kind of looks like a buyout for me, and I'll have to trade this like a buyout. This doesn't look like a momentum stock at the moment. Low of days, 75 cents. High of days, $1.07. Not much for me to do here. If you're in it, good luck to you. It ain't going to be for me. Let's continue to look to see what else is popping up. You know, Go EV's making a move lately.
What is that?
Go EV. It's like...
is that the Walmart, the company that had a deal with Walmart?
Oh, it's Canoe. Hold on. Go EV is Canoe.
What? No.
Yeah, Go EV. Look, it's not Canoe, the stock's Canoe.
Okay.
It's Canoe, though. It's a mobility technology company engaged in designing and developing electric...
Also Canoe?
I don't know.
What is Cano? What is Cano? Oh, Cano Health Inc.
Yeah. So they're nothing to do with each other. Interesting little overlap there, but hey, whatever. Let's see what Cano, if we can break 5 on Cano, we're staring at that 450. I'm going to hold my shorts until we break 6. I already have my stop in, so we'll see what this one does, Bradley.
Yeah, we are back, guys. Sorry once again for the stream going down. Not sure what the cause for that is. Probably making too much money over here, and they're trying to stop me from making all the money, you know? So that's my guess on that. But I'm taking more profits on Microsoft and on Apple as the market might reject around these areas a little bit. It's past 12 o'clock now. It's lunchtime. So look for volume to go down. When the volume is going lower, the breakout that we're looking for on the 3,700 will be with less of an oomph behind it, right? It's like squeezing a ketchup bottle when it's really dead. So you need to like tap the bottle a little bit and then you squeeze it. There is no volume for the push to come behind it. There is no follow through. That's the word I'm looking for. There's no follow through coming in for the 3,700 break when the volume is lower. So be a little careful if you're looking for that break. If it does happen, I still have 10% of my size on Apple and Microsoft to take advantage of that move, but we're going to be hands off on right now as we're heading into lunchtime, ladies and gentlemen. I want to talk about a couple super chats that we might have missed out off the open. Let's head over to Monday morning super chats. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, we actually covered most of the super chats today. Let's go, Sharif. Thank you for the help on that. Emoji with the video game controller looks in between words. Try again. Oh, I did see that emoji. Yeah, Kareem today. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. We appreciate all the love and support you guys show over here at Trader TV Live. Let me just quickly pull up my chart that minimized. There we go. Bang. So $1.63 in the money on Microsoft. So very, very happy with my position. And looks like the market's really trying to push back to the north side one more time. A little bit of a confused move happening in the market itself. So that's confusing me too. Every rally gets retraced. Yeah, I mean, what goes up must come down, and what goes down must come back up eventually. That's just the nature of the market, and our job in that market is to maintain, not maintain, but control our risk and manage our risk, right? Don't get blown out in one trade. I was actually talking to one of our traders over the weekend. Your job as a trainee is to learn the office setups, the setups that we teach you that will help you learn the right methodology of trading eventually. And then as you keep on going forward, you'll be able to put some damage in the market. 3,700 break coming in most likely. That 12 o'clock break of 2,700, I really need that so Prastradamus can strike one more time.
I like that. So Prastradamus, the superhero, can print, baby. There we go. Now we're getting back down on Cano into the 540, so we're in the money on this one, especially averaging in. I don't know why my flatten keys are not working at the moment. I'm going to have to look back and program them, but I was just trying to punch out of some there, and it's not working. So maybe that's just like a sign for me to hold it. I don't know. I'm get superstitious like that. Let's take out a little piece at this level anyway because we want to de-risk a little bit. No, there we go. So, no, we got to cover. So let's cover a little bit. Let's see what it does. Come on, cover. There we go. So we've covered a little bit on Cano. We have a bit more down here. So we're in the money well on this one. Let's see what this does. I'm going to wait for this out here is close to low of day. It's at that 531. I feel like we maybe might not get down there. So I'll cover some at 535 as well.
Are you shorting it? Mm-hmm. You're a monster.
I know.
You're a monster.
Let's go. Come on. Why does it not flatten? Flatten. It's really frustrating me.
Out.
On a day that I'm not in a very good mood, this is probably not what I want to happen at the moment. But here we go. Let's put at 36. We'll see. I bet you I won't get filled because I've lost the opportunity. It's probably going to double top and then go in the negative for me. But hey, that's just the kind of day I'm having. Not a bad trading day. I don't know why I'm grumpy, but it's just the way it is sometimes. People are grumpy.
Did you not work out today morning?
I don't work out in the mornings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, I think once you work out today after 2 o'clock,
you'll be
back in the mood. Yeah.
I better be.
You'll be back
I don't know
in the
what
mood.
it is, but I'm grumpy today.
It's all good, brother. You know,
yeah,
just one of those days. Just one of those days. Probably because your team Cowboys.
Yeah, it's probably it, man. It's probably it. Like I went to sleep grumpy because Dallas lost, and that you wake up grumpy that way. But hey, I should be offset by the fact that Arsenal won.
I'll give him a hug, guys. Come here. I'll give him a hug. Okay, there we go. You're good, brother. You're good.
Thanks, Bradley.
You're good. We're here to have some fun. Let's have some fun on the market. You're absolutely destroying the Cano shorts right now. Congratulations on that. I am still in disbelief that this level breaks and we're at $5.20. Looks like that idea that we should maybe consolidate around this is not working. So clearly Sharif doing the right thing, which is if we're going to break this consolidation low, the chart's not able to show, so I'm going to show you this way. If they're not able to hold the $6 area around where the previous consolidation was, obviously go short $6 and now ride in the profit. So he's about in the money, what, 60 cents, 70 cents on that short? Smoking it. Let's go, baby. Market pulling back also after hitting the day's high on the NASDAQ market. S&P 500 doing the same. So maybe time to get into that Netflix short. Obviously, they just chase me and they run away from me. So no longer am I going to be able to short Netflix, but I am going to short Tesla over here at 220 almost and bring the stock down with the rest of the market. Let's see if we can get a nice little winner on Tesla. As soon as I punch in, I'm 15 cents in the money, so looks like this trade might actually work out. Microsoft, which was $1.30 in the money, now only 90 cents in the money, and same with Apple, which was $1.30 in the money, now only 80 cents in the money on Apple. So clearly market wants to reject 3,700.
Guys, we are almost out of our full position here on Cano. If we can get this fill, and there we got it. So we are gonna spin that money. Yeah, baby. Yes. That makes me feel a little bit better, not gonna lie. So there we go. We got in initially at that 540. We averaged in again at that 560, and then we scalped at 540s. And then we took some out here in the mid 30s, and then the low print I got was in the high 20s. So nice little short on Cano. Down almost 34% on the day. So this one, you know, I should have taken that $6 break, but there was an epic battle at $6. I wasn't sure which way it was going to go. And then Proudly was saying, you know, like, I think we bounced from here. And then I saw that 450 bottom. So all these different signs kind of like had my rods and cones all screwed up. So I wasn't really able to, you know, think my way through this. Thankfully, I'm positive on the name. It's excellent. Let's flip back to Retta now, because Retta is continuing to make higher highs on the day. Retta now, the high of day on this bad boy is 35.03. We're pulling back into that 50-period moving average, but recall, during this area here, when I got in just above the 50 period, we retraced well below the 50 period, and I was out of the money for a bit, and then I got that stupid stop out before, obviously, it made its way all the way back up. So where are we going to get in? We're going to get in off key levels. We're not going to get it on off indicators or VWAP. I'm looking for definite price levels to get back in. The first one that I see as a possible area of retracement, given where the current price action is that $33.85 to $34 level. And the reason is, here's what I see here, this period of consolidation, which was also an important area here. You'll see that you had consolidation here, and then you had consolidation here around the same price levels. So for Retta, I'm looking at retracing into 34 to 33.80. Those are my game plans. That's my game plan, sorry, for Retta going into the afternoon, almost up 15% on the day now. I think it was actually before the retracement. The market looks like it just a little bit below 3,700. It didn't quite make 3,700 here. I think about 3,698 or so. And then it decided it had enough and started retracing back down. Let's see what this one does at VWAP. We know that it respected it the first time around when it dipped. You know, this doesn't really count for much either because it was so momentary and it reclaimed it. So this break below VWAP here, take with a grain of salt. I'm playing off VWAP, to be honest with you. So what's the chat up to? Oh, let's see. AGFY, some people saying in the chat. Let's have a look at AGFY. Bring that up. That's obviously a small capper. We've been trading a while, up 33% on the day, but now kind of barcoding a little bit. The liquidity's there, but it's just the momentum's not. You know what I mean? And by that, I mean you're churning shares off different levels, kind of like the buyout trades that we have here on the floor. Looks like we're topping out at $1.95, but the high of day is 208. So this level of resistance has got to break if we're going to continue to make our way through that $2 level, Pratt, and maybe even make new highs in the afternoon.
Yeah, so I asked Crystal Ball, will the market break 3,700 today? Guess what he answered?
What?
No.
Really? That's a gutsy call.
So Crystal Ball, a.k.a. Nightbot, just said, no, we're not going to break 3,700 today, which is pretty upsetting, but we'll just have to wait and see. Microsoft shorts are paying us right now, 30 cents in the money on that one. Oh, sorry, not Microsoft. Tesla shorts are paying us right now. We jumped out of our Microsoft long and our Apple long. No more size left on these trades. Now we're only on the short side as 3,700 continues to reject on the market. I really would like to see the CPI high break on the market and go up a little bit more, which will kind of install the idea in my head that the bounce that we saw from 3,500 has some value behind it. Because, what was it? The next day, the Friday, we reversed almost all of that move, and we ended under 3,600 a little bit, around 3,584 or so. So I want to see if this market actually has buyers coming in and allowing it to take out the 3,700 top, maybe go to 3,711, 3,715, 3,730, also a number that we've seen in the past before. Just waiting to see what levels come into play for us to take advantage of. Tesla currently 37 cents in the money. Let's go to the watch list again to see if we can find any stocks that we could maybe look for. Looks like Vicinity Motors is currently, that's crazy. The stock is a biotech stock, but their name has motors in it, which is pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know why, but VEV.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, it's a biotech stocks, but they're called Vicinity Motors.
Yeah, I saw that one on my scanner today.
And basically, what their drug that they do is about the heart. It helps you with I can't really pronounce half of these words, guys. I'm not a pharmaceutical guy like you are.
Proudly, I'm getting on my VEV. I'm getting Vicinity Motors as a Canada-based supply of commercial electric vehicles for both public and commercial enterprise use.
What?
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 Oh,
you know why? Because okay, I see why. Brando messed up on the watch list over here a little bit. This text right here is the exact same as this text, which is for missed. So that looks like a little error. That looks like a little mess up on our part over there. We apologize. So that makes sense for my confusion as to what? Why does it say motors and have a drug behind it? So what was it again? Can you please read that out?
Vicinity Motors Incorporated is a Canada-based supplier of commercial electric vehicles for both public and commercial enterprise use. The company is engaged in production and sale of buses and spare parts in North America. It leverages a dealer network and close relationships with manufacturing partners to supply its flagship electric compressed natural gas, CNG. Did you even know that was it? I didn't even know that what was. And clean diesel Vicinity buses. That's what it does.
Okay, so it is an EV stock and explains why they have motors in their name over there. But I want to talk about the missed stock, I guess, because that's the catalyst I want to talk about. The drug etripamil.
Etripamil. Yeah, I think you were close.
Paroxysmal supraventricular. Okay, I'm going to stop trying, guys. I'm going to stop trying. But basically, rapid heart rhythms. If you have anything that's causing issues with your rapid heart rhythms, missed today, jumped up quite a bit on pre-market, up 32% in pre-market, but sadly giving back most of that move that it gained in pre-market and some, down 10% on the day now. Anytime a stock goes down 10% or more, the SSR trigger turns on, which means you cannot short the stock by smashing the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher and fill you in order to you get your short size on MIST. The same thing will be applied to CANO also. Cano now down 34% on the day, and this SSR rule will be carried on for 2 days. That's going to be today and all the way into tomorrow. And if this stock fails another 10% tomorrow, then the rule restarts itself all over again. So for anyone trading these stocks, keep that in mind because it's a very important note for you to know that you cannot short the stock by just taking off the liquidity off the bids. Tesla did give us 40 cents in the money, but not really trying to push too far to the downside while the market's coming off. So we're going to get ready to take some size off over here. We're going to take some size off just to make sure in case Tesla does pop back up, we're not sitting there with the whole basket of size that we started off on this trade. I want to head over to, whoa, what was that? My scanner just went crazy a little bit. On that scanner, though, we are watching LUV, which I believe is Southwest Airlines. LUV popping up on the scanner right here, getting ready to go down. We also got Charles Schwab, which I believe had earnings report today. And to the downside, Charles Schwab red on the day, has lost 5 races already. Well, won 5 races, but to the negative side, meaning it has relative weakness in the stock. And look at it, down 4%. You can quickly go take a look at XLF. XLF being your financial ETF, which should be up on the day, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there you go. XLF up 2.3% on the day, but Charles Schwab just not caring about what the move in the market or in its relative market is, and just continually going to the downside today. Already won 5 races, showing you that there is real weakness in the stock. Look at that consolidation range that we broke on SCHW. That was around $69.40 low. We broke that. That breakout short would have been absolutely mint, because you would have been, what, $2, $3, $4 in the money as we push towards $66 on Charles Schwab. But I think we go all the way to $65 on this stock. We got to go test this range high to see if there is any support on previous resistance. So that $66 break most likely coming in soon. We break 66 and most likely go to 65.
Our guys, Cano made a bounce back up after we covered all our shorts
Let's
here
go,
to
Tesla.
the downside. It bounced back up to that almost 570, but ever since then, it's been trending back down. Low of day on Cano, I'll tell you in 1 second here, because it's going to be an important area for us to break to the downside. Currently 525, so that 5 1/4. Let's see if we can break that 5 1/4 to the downside. Then we got 5. And then we got that 450 level going back to August that we talked about on the daily chart. So this one looks like it's got all sorts of momentum to the downside. I just wonder if we make a new bottom here, or we're going to have a flat bottom bounce. But we'll see on Cano. All sorts of volume on Cano. What's the volume? I got 20 million shares of traded so far, and the tape is thick at like all levels. And there's plenty of liquidity. So you assume a lot of the buyers and sellers coming in are not even showing up on the tape. They're just punching at certain levels. So careful with that one. Someone asked me earlier in the chat what the catalyst on this one was. I think we talked about that earlier, right when we took the show over from the big guys, is that the deal with CVS fell through on this one, or not fell through technically, but there was no announcement on Monday. I guess the market was looking for an announcement to kind of confirm the rumors that had circulated last week. Those were not forthcoming, so as a result, you're seeing a bit of a retracement. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to announce it. They could be announcing it on a different date and shaking people out. Who knows what the real story behind this one is, but the current price action is what it is, and if we get that 525 break, then look for, you got to assume a retracement back into 5. I'm assuming we'll encounter quite a bit of support at that $5 level, but if we break through 5, just make sure you're eyeing out that 450 break that we identified from late August. Let's flip back now to AVCT. You'll recall I have a play here on AVCT. This is my mistake. Let me show you what this mistake is. So you know that I wanted to get long off VWAP here. That was my play, that I wanted a dip trade on AVCT. But you know what? VWAP is not stagnant. It's absolutely dynamic. It changes its price levels as the chart continues to move left. And my issue was I didn't adjust my price to current VWAP. So when I put my price in, that $2.10, $2.11 level, VWAP was below it, 208, 209. But it made its way up, but I didn't adjust my price level. So that's something that I have to get used to with this software. Some of the software I've used in the past allows me to drag and drop on the screen itself. That's not available here, so I have to make do with the tools that I've got. So this one, I've got to actually go ahead and cancel that particular order and readjust it numerically using the order entry. Now, am I going to change it on this one? No, I think I've missed my opportunity. It looks like that 213 balance would have given me at least 5 pennies in the money on this one. I'll wait for a bigger retracement down to 2 or none at all. That's a mistake on my part. Sucks to be me. Let's see what else is going on. Not a whole lot, guys. I don't see really anything here. Roblox, maybe. Roblox continuing to stay nicely above VWAP here, making me interested in a possible long. And it's kind of a little bit stronger than the market in general when you compare the charts of Roblox and the market. Roblox definitely not retracing as aggressively as the market has at times. 43.24 is that top, so almost 43 1/4. We're at 42.90 at the moment, but what I see here are higher highs and higher lows. So a bit of a micro trend happening at the moment. Not too much data to work with here, like I'm talking by micro trend, I mean basically going back to that 12 o'clock time slot. So maybe almost half an hour of data here on the 1 minute chart. If you want to play this range, great. Otherwise, maybe you want to take the breakout. That breakout would be above that 43.25 that we talked about. Or if you're looking for a possible area of breakdown, let's see what the 5 minute chart shows us on this guy here. So if I had to choose an area of breakdown on the 5 minute, I would definitely take that 42. 42.60, 42.55 area. Give this one, I definitely don't want to take this to the downside. I don't want to go against the trend. It's a bit of a risk. I'm sure you can maybe pull out a trade or two if you were to retrace back into VWAP, for example, here. All right, when you created that more recent high, that newer high at this point, you could have taken a short all the way down to VWAP. Not my kind of trade. I want to go with the trend on this one. But RBLX still on my side chart, and I'm monitoring it quite closely. Let's see what else is popping up. That nut X continuing to make its way up higher and higher on my scanner. Let's flip to that one. Here we go. So nut X now making a big boy move after that bit of a flat consolidation area, and you could call this a false breakout. You had a move above that 101 all the way up to about 107, then you retraced right back into that dollar area, consolidated a bit, and then the buyers stepped in again. Now we have a $1.14 high. So is the better trade on this one a dip trade, or should we be looking for breakouts? To me, I'm more comfortable taking the dip on this one, up 48% on the day, and giving me very clear levels with which to work. I like that dollar level. I also like that $2 level. You have a lot of consolidation in and around that area. Now, that doesn't sound like much, $1, $2, but for these stocks, those are actually like big levels. That's like moving from 220 to 221 on Tesla. I don't know if that's the equivalent of it, but you know what I'm saying. Like the cheaper the stock, the bigger these moves up are. Despite that, the notional value might be actually less. INPX now, before I send it back to Pradley, INPX just popped up from like the death here below VWAP. Looks like we were trading at that 755 area. I just saw a surge of volume, break VWAP, but now retracing back down. So that may be a false breakout. And having a look here, look how many times we have false breakouts through the break of VWAP. We have once here, twice here, and then you had in a consolidation area here where it had no legs and flushed down right below VWAP. So INPX definitely not looking for that VWAP break given what I'm seeing at the moment. I need newer highs. In fact, I need a break of 8. If I don't get a break of 8 on INPX, I'm not even looking at it, Pradley.
Yeah, I'm not sure if our viewer Henry Z or Henry Z has heard about Palantir before. The stock is up 6.66% right now and pushing towards a new high day above $8. I'm pretty sure Henry Z has never heard about Palantir though, so I just want to educate him about Palantir over here. Monster move. Let's go to my chart a little bit over here, my boy. Yeah, look at that, 6.5% up. Bears versus Bull gets the joke. I don't see Henry Z in the chat right now though. I tagged him, but he's just not responding. Anyways, that's his favorite stock. He loves Palantir and always loves it when the stock is actually pushing to the upside the way it is right now. Market not moving all the way down to VWAP, so I punched out on my Tesla shorts right away, scalped my profits on that, and I jumped out of that trade as the market does not want to push all the way to the south side. Now we just sit back and wait, guys. I have no trade setups that are popping up that I really want to be involved in, so hence I have no positions on the board. Hey, there he is, bang, bang. Yeah, Henry Z, let's go, baby. I'm pretty sure you're happy about the $8 break on Palantir here, but currently, like I said, it's a little bit of a hands-off moment for me. But what I'm watching, though...
You know that John Lonsdale or Joe Lonsdale? He's one of the founders of Palantir.
Palantir, okay.
Yeah, brilliant guy. Henry said...
The guy with the crazy hair?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's the CEO.
Okay,
that's current CEO. Joe Lonsdale is one of the founders. I don't think he's actually running the company at the moment, but he goes on CNBS a lot and he talks. Henry said, let me know if you know him, Joe Lonsdale. He's got that blonde hair. He talks really fast and like always has like this hyper disposition to him. Anyway, I find him to be really, really intelligent. He says stuff that, you know, you may want to wear your tin hat on, but to be honest with you, like some of the stuff that he said in the past has really panned out. And he was on CNBS on Squawk Box last Friday, and I caught that interview, and that was an eye-opener into Palantir. He always has stuff to say. I want to get him on the show. It'd be interesting.
Oh, trust me, I would love Barstool Presidente to come on the show. I would love a bunch of people to be on the show. Maybe one day I actually get famous enough and big enough to actually pull those strings. And for that, I need you guys to go head over to my Twitter and hit that follow button, baby.
What a segue, Private.
You know, always got to pump, baby. Pump the markets, pump the gym, pump my Twitter followers, pump my Instagram followers, pump everything in life that there is that we can pump, except for garbage stocks. We don't pump garbage stocks ever because we don't want our viewers to get hurt.
We actually don't. Yeah.
That's my job. My job is to protect our viewers, unlike that other guy, Zach Morris on Twitter, who just likes to capitalize on his followers. So be very careful with those type of followers. Anyways, go follow me on Twitter. Pump my follow count over there. I'm almost at 3,550 follows. Not at the level that Sean is, right? Trader TV Sean is at 36,000. So hopefully very soon we all get that little check mark on Twitter. That way we can actually start pulling some strings. Reach out to Barstool Presidente and a bunch of other people and get some of the interviews that we wanna host for you guys on the show. So for anyone who hasn't followed us, please go follow us and also hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit all those buttons that help us with the YouTube algorithm. Something that just now popped up on the scanners as a loser or at least a winner is FSLR. Sorry, what'd you say?
Cano, I just want to update before Bradley go. Cano now not reaching, but very close to that 5. It broke down the earlier low of day, which was at 5 1/4. It's broken that, and the low of day on Cano now, where's my Cano chart? 508. So we're approaching that $5 level. A cursory view of the book shows me that there's quite a bit of size at 5. So play this as you want. I mean, some people may want to take this short with an aggressive break coming because of the amount of size that's going to get blown out at the $5 level. Some people might want to take it long for the bounce. If you did that at 6, you made a little bit of money here. Recall that once we got to 6, we rejected off 6 and we bounced all the way back up to that 660. So there was quite a bit of money that you could have made on that bounce. Or, if you're focused on going short and playing the trend, which is not a bad idea, take it short. Maybe you want to front run it. Some of the guys here on the floor, they do that. Like when we have a
Yeah, but like 25,000 lots or 25,000
What do you
shares?
see on it? What do you see the size? Because I don't see it
right there, it says 25,000, right?
No, I'm looking at the $5 level.
Oh,
so here's what I'm
level?
seeing. On $5, I'm seeing like in the range of 50,000 shares. That's not that much for $5 stock.
We broke 450,000 shares, which is what I was going long off of, right? So 50,000 shares, 25,000 shares, that's not a lot if a stock recently took out 450,000 shares.
Something tells me we're going to see a lot of shares show up there at that $5 level. But anyway, continue with what you're saying. Sorry, FSLR.
No, you're good. FSLR popped up on the scanner as a recent winner on the races in terms of relative weakness. So FSLR, a solar stock, if you guys remember, not too long ago when I was trying to learn how to pronounce solar, did push down to the south side, down 1.74% on the day, and trying to hold up in front of $121 over here, which also coincides with, I believe this is the 50-period EMA, the Tiffany blue line. Let me just quickly go make sure that's the one. Yeah, the Tiffany blue line is the 50-period EMA. The black line is the 100-period EMA, which is currently at 104. So let's see if we can actually hold up around these ranges, which also happens to be the high of this range right here as I'm circling, down 1.6% on the day for FSLR. Kroger also getting pushed down to the south side. If you're wondering why Kroger is getting pushed down to the south side, why is that?
I don't know. The Albertsons deal is falling through. What's going on?
No. I mean, that means they're out of money. Right? If they're spending X amount of dollars to buy out Albertsons, then they're not going to have X amount of dollars on their balance sheet that they could be using in the current economic environment that's going on. Same thing that happened with Tesla and Twitter. When Twitter was in the buyout realm, Tesla kept getting sold off, not because of these exact same reasons, but the same idea bleeds into the markets over there too. Same thing with Microsoft and Activision, which actually has a news catalyst today. In the morning, I woke up to my phone push notifications coming in, and they were talking about, or at least Microsoft was rebutting with the EU antitrust laws government sector. I don't know what the sector is actually called in EU, but the antitrust law guys in EU were talking about how Activision and Microsoft is going to be too much of a monopoly. So Microsoft comes out and says, hey, did you look at PlayStation? PlayStation has a bigger market share in this console world right now than Xbox. PlayStation's killing it. There's not going to be a monopoly. You guys are dreaming over there. So stop messing with our buyout and let us actually acquire it. So because of that, Activision kind of a little bit weak today because people are still thinking that this deal might fall through, but it's not up to EU, guys. It's up to the American, what is it, Department of Justice? No. Yeah, DOJ, Department of Justice, and the Federal Trade Commission to make that deal go through or not go through. I don't think the EU people have a lot of pressure on Microsoft over here. But also, that being said, you have Alphabet, which is recently coming into pressure from the EU guys because of anti-competition laws. Right, so a lot of
That's the problem about being
like
a multinational corporation is that you have to jive with all these different jurisdictions and all the different rules. I mean, like, just recall when the EU mandated that Apple had to use the USB-C instead of whatever. The,
Lightning bolt.
To be honest with you, it doesn't bother me as a consumer, but as a free market advocate, I don't want the government telling me what products I can and can't put into my system. Like, who are you? I mean, you're just a bunch of bureaucrats. That's just my view of it. I don't like to be, controlled in that way. But obviously, I get the bigger picture. Regulations are required. You can't just let companies.
I think you and I were having this talk, right? That USB-C is a faster port than Lightning port. Was it you and me were having that?
No. Well, I didn't know that.
I forget who we were having this conversation with. USB-C actually transfers data way faster than a Lightning bolt.
Okay.
So technically,
it's not a bad thing.
They're helping you out on that side, right?
No, I'm saying it doesn't bother me personally. Yeah. I mean, like I have devices like my Bluetooth speaker uses USB-C and a bunch of other things. So I'm good on that regard. But anyway, we've seen the EU always interfere with these American companies. I think they make it a point to let them know, hey, yeah, you're American, yeah, you're up there, but this is our jurisdiction. You're going to play by our rules. Whether or not like that's the prerogative or their intention, it's the effect. I mean, they've done it to Google, and I'm going back, like there's a bunch of other companies that I'm not remembering at the moment that the EU has gotten involved with. And I remember Brazil, too, was like told Apple, Brazil, told them, no, this Lightning isn't going to work. We want USB-C. So it's not just EU. I don't mean to pile on to the EU for any of our EU viewers, obviously, Bradley.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for breaking down Apple in every way possible, right? Every way possible.
What a hater.
Whoop their butt, baby. Whoop their butt. Put all the laws on them and make them change their phones into more on my side. Because look, I don't want to carry 15 different chargers. I'm tired of it. USB-C. Someone in the chat said that's not true. I actually Googled it recently, so I'm going to Google again. USB-C versus Lightning Bolt. And the speeds on that, there's somewhere that I read on it that USB-C, there you go, look at that, 40 gigabytes per second transfer speed on USB-C compared to 480 megabytes per second. So not really the greatest speeds coming in with the Lightning Bolt that's on the Apple phones over here. But the Lightning Bolt on the Apple is a way smaller port than compared to the USB-C port.
Barely smaller, man. It's tiny.
It's
Bradley, I've
smaller.
seen the USB-C, man. It's not that big of a difference. Let me see your phone.
It's not.
It's not, man. It's barely smaller.
It's not.
Guys, yeah. There's not much there.
Yeah, like exclusive to Apple only. So yeah, the exclusivity killing up Apple over there. Most likely going to bleed into the American markets too. So I'm all for that. I know people who are Apple fans are probably not for that. Wow. But look, it's actually a better thing for you because your transfer speeds are going to go up way, way better. Gigabytes and megabytes, not gigabits and megabits. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's difference, right?
Thank you. I didn't know that, but thank you about that. So size matters, right? Anyways, guys,
when the cable companies tell you, oh, you have this speed, it's usually gigabits, not megabytes or gigabytes. It's usually gigabits.
Isn't it?
And I think it's like a multiple. Chat, let me know if I'm wrong or right.
Bytes?
It's a multiple of either 100 or 1,000. Where's, what's his name? Cash. 1,024. Thank you.
Yeah, 1 gig is 1,024.
There you go. Okay, so he knows the exact difference there. Thank you for that. Anyway, Cano, continuing to make that lower low, guys. Look where we are now. We're at that 505 bottom now. Woo! We are continuing to reach for that $5 level. Are we going to get there? Let's see. But I don't see anything that's trending in the opposite direction. Look at this. Lower lows, lower highs, holding below all the EMAs. So this one is destined for a $5 touch, whether it breaks it or not, proudly, and goes to that 450 that we talked about, or we get an epic bounce back maybe into VWAP here. Geez, where's VWAP? At 631. Wouldn't that be nice if you went long 5 and then punched out 631 with like 10,000 shares? That'd be great. Kidding, of course. Luck has nothing to do with it. You got to make your own luck. What do we got here on the scanner? Nothing showing up so much on the scanner, proudly. Maybe I'll search by 5-minute volume to see what's going on. This is going to take a second to adjust. There we go. RBLX showing as the #1 volume scanner in the last 5 minutes. That's 721,000 shares the last 5 minutes. Below that is NutX and then AVCT, all of which we've traded. But what's this FNGU trade that's coming up here? Yeah, that's not for me. I don't like it. Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll look at bigger caps the rest of the day here, but the market continuing to do that little thing that it does, which is consolidate in a trend below that 3,700. It looks like the highest we got was that 98 that we talked about, and then the low of this peak, at least for the better part of an hour, is that 83. So we have about, you know, a 17 to 20 point range there on the market at the moment. Obviously, that may change at any time.
How does this make sense though? Like Starlink is 102 megabits per second if you're directly from the router to internet, but from iPhone to Wi-Fi router, it's a different speed. So I don't understand how this works for Starlink. How are the, yeah, you see there?
The $5, sorry to interrupt you, $5 coming up on Cano, guys. I'm seeing 502s and 501s flash on the bid. This one could break any second. Now, I'm seeing the size. I don't see that much size posted here, not for a $5 stock at that $5 level. The closer we get to $5, the clearer that size becomes. There's a great deal of size, but is it, relatively speaking, big for a $5 stock? We're going to find out, but I definitely want to be part of this short should we break 5. Now, keep in mind that oftentimes when these stocks break the whole level to the downside, you have that pop back up. All these buyers start stepping in, whatever the function of the market is. We get a buy back up through 5, and then we have a continuation of the short down through 5 again, and continuing probably here, I'm assuming, to that 450 level that we have identified on the daily. But just be aware that if you're taking this one short, there is a chance it may pop back to the high side through 5. So don't be startled by that, Bradley. Sorry.
No, you're good. So Starlink speeds kind of have me confused about a little bit. You know, like I get one gigabit per second on my Rogers connection.
Yeah.
But these all doesn't even give you that. It gives you half of that.
But it's like Starlink,
It's
dude.
Starlink.
Yeah, which is awesome. I mean, like, you're in the middle of nowhere.
I want to get 1 gig or more. I don't want to get less than a gig.
I mean, it's not bad. If it's camping, you hear what he wants to do now?
What?
He wants to, like, you know that, by he, I mean Musk.
Yeah.
He gave out free Starlink to Ukraine because of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Now
He asked money for the government.
He wants money for it now.
No, he asked the government to help subsidize for it. The government didn't step in, so he said, screw it, I'm going to continue doing it for free.
Oh, he is? Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he was just trying to hardball them because
No,
of...
he was trying to get the government to, like, you know, subsidize for some of the help that he's doing around the world and so on. But
The U.S. government?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is why I want better internet. Like I started playing Valorant again after 4 months of hiatus, and I still got it, baby. Match MVP, won it in 6 rounds. I still got it. So I need better. I need good internet, right? So that's why I need like 1 gigabytes or more. And Rogers only gives you 20
gigs on the high side. Upload. Yeah,
which is trash.
It goes a little bit above that. Peak times, like at my condo, sometimes I'll get like 25 or 27, but those are the odd times.
Which is trash if I'm trying to stream my
course.
game. So like I need more, baby.
That's
so
the
that's why I
cable
want
drawback.
Starlink. I want Starlink to do better now.
If you
know?
want better, you need Bell. Because then there's like that parity between
the fiber optics too. Rogers in my area doesn't have fiber optics. I hate the monopoly companies anyways. Both of them suck. Rogers and Bell. That's right, Rogers. If you're listening, you suck. Snow though. Someone in chat said Snow short ? I originally tried a short on Snow right here, which didn't work out for me, or I think it was somewhere over here actually, closer to 166. Didn't work out for me. I stayed away from the trade, but looks like that short might be pulling down a little bit. That 167, 168 short on snow pulling down to 166. We'll see if it pulls even more to the downside. But the S&P 500 holding pretty well at a new range. Look at that new range we're forming. We're not even dropping to VWAP. We're forming a nice little base around this 36.85 right now, and might have a chance to go back to the upside later on for this market. I want to go check what Meta is doing. Looks like Meta did pop up to $134, a little bit higher than where I last closed my position, but now the market really pulling back to the south side. Looks like we might just have that VWAP retrace and retest on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market. Yet to go touch VWAP today. Ever since the open, which is what, 8:30 on the CME market, we never pulled back to VWAP on the NASDAQ market, which is now up 3% on the day. Monster moves on the tech basket.
Yeah, I want to complain too about Rogers since Pradley was mentioning that. Well, I'll pile on. So you know, like you had the old boxes, right? Like the coaxial cable boxes, the giant ones, and then there was
we still have that.
Well, there was a shift to Ignite. Right? You know,
yeah.
So they kind of look like the IPTV boxes now.
Yeah, they're long box.
No, they're like square like this. They're tiny. They're like IPTV.
I don't have that. I still have this little long box with the coaxial connector.
Oh, that's for the internet. No, that's what I'm talking about the TV now.
Oh, I don't have that.
So the TV, like I had all these packages. I had like Bean Sports. I had like the West Coast channels. Some specialty like Smithsonian and BBC Earth because I'm like I like space. And
I
like
love Nat Geo too. Yeah.
Right. And all those channels now are not bundled in the same way. Like when I switch to the Ignite, all of a sudden you got to get them like piecemeal. So it's like I'm paying all this extra money for Ignite and none of the channels that I actually have transferred over. So Rogers, if you're listening, I'm none too plus with you guys. All right, back to trading. We're at 501. Now we're at we just broke 5 guys on Cano. Now here we go. Now are we just gonna continue down, or are we gonna see that bump back up that I was talking about? And to be honest with you, we didn't even do it on that much volume. I'm looking at the volume bars here on the chart, and we had higher volume at 244 than we do at 247, which is when we broke 5. So unless something unless there was really no size at that level, like it was showing me on the level 2, because, you know, it showed me about 70,000, 60,000 shares or so, but then we talked about that. We said, you know, for a $5 stock, that's not all that much. And I think it was accurate. I don't think there were any hidden sellers there because we just blew through that level. Okay, so we do have a higher volume candle now, okay, but still not good enough. Anyway, now moving back into the 490s area, this would have been an excellent short to take through the $5 break, but it was super risky. I was positive on it, didn't want to give back any money. Geez, now holding the short from 560 looks amazing, eh? I would have been $1 in the money.
I got to cut you off.
Yeah, go for it.
Tilray going for a monster rally right now. Tilray up 11%, and so is CGC. Weed or marijuana stocks popping on positive reform chatter from the U.S. Senator Cory Booker. Okay. Cory Booker clearly smoking that one right now to the north side. Let's go, Tilray. CGC also popping on that. And I think Uber might rally some a little bit. No, Uber is not doing anything off that news. So CGC, Tilray, we were not too long ago talking about the marijuana sector and how the U.S. legalization might help these stocks up back to the north side a little bit. I'm still a little bearish about the marijuana sector based on how they played out in the Canadian market. But look at this move that's coming in right now for the intraday trading side. Highest volume candles for both of these stocks. We can quickly go take a look at the marijuana ETF, MJ.AM. Most likely doing the same thing. Look at that big candle on the marijuana ETF, up 6.4% on the day. I talked about Charles Schwab to you guys, if you guys remember. I told you that if the $66 breaks, we might have a good move all the way to $65 to go test with this consolidation range high. You can't see that, so let me pull it up over here. Look at that. So around this $64, $65 area, I expect it to go down there and test this consolidation range high. So hence, I am pushing a short on Charles Schwab after it breaks that low a day and makes for a new run to the south side, down 4.6% on the day for SCHW, sorry.
Yeah, just popped along here on Tilray, but it is just flushed on me. Thankfully, quarter size on this one because it was a day break. If this one breaks 40, I am out. That will be a 10-penny loser for me. But let's see what it does here. What an epic reversal on this one. I guess this was an algo spike, and the humans are looking at it, and they're not liking it, I guess. Let's see what this one does. I think there's so much size here on the book that this one might be hard pressed to break through these half-dollar levels. It did break through the half-dollar level, actually. It looks like we topped out at 52 or 53. Now retracing closer to my entry on this one. It looks ugly at the moment. I'm going to give this one exactly what I said, that 340 break, and I am gonzo 339. And let's go ahead and put 337. We'll give it a couple pennies in case it goes bonkers to the downside. Let's go ahead and take out some possible profit targets too. So let's go ahead and put 355 for an out, as well as 356 for an out. Let's see what this one does, Pradley, but making me look a little foolish at the moment, like I got caught with that algo spike. Cory Booker better send me some money if I lose on this one. No, I'm joking, of course. But, I don't really like these wheat stocks. Never have, never traded them. But, hey, momentum is momentum. Let's see what this one does. I'm going to flip and go back to Cano, as it looks like we just made a bottom of 476. Recall, we have, on the daily chart, a bottom of 450. So that means we're only 26 pennies away from hitting that bottom. That would have been really nice to ride that one down. No can do for me. I'll watch this one from the sidelines. I'm already positive on it. Let's flip now to change percentage on the scanner here. IMPX continuing to be the #1 on the day, 61.5%, but it's below that VWAP. I'm not going to take any trades on this one unless it sets up a little bit better, Pradley. Right now, it's very frustrating.
Yo, Sean, you still in that meta? I should have just gone and got lunch and not got out of my trades, eh? Got out way early, though. I know, I got out early, man. I thought that was it when the market touched 3,700, but Meta can't stop, won't stop. But what is the news behind Roblox? Why is Roblox up 21% today? Sorry? I had that one.
Yeah.
21% in the money today for Roblox? That's insane. Abdul Q talking about the August metrics for Roblox were better than September, yet the stock still jumped up 20%. What do I make of this? Only thing I can make of this is there's some big buyer loading up on Roblox right now, not allowing the stock to really get stuffed to the downside at all. I thought I was a little bearish on Roblox because of what happened on Meta, or not what happened on Meta, but because of the articles that we were talking about on Meta right here.
You know what released September metrics, right?
Sorry?
So today's video focuses on, this is Roblox. It recently released September key metrics. Okay, so you know. And even why even non-Roblox investors should be happy with the results. Okay, so I got to continue reading. All right, so this is late.
Yeah, it's the August numbers were better than the September numbers, but the stock is up 20%, so that's a little confusing, right?
Yeah,
but
totally.
I thought they would be a little bit more bearish because of what happened with the Meta Platforms catalyst over here. The reports state that the product, which is Horizon Worlds, they expect Horizon Worlds, their metaverse platform, to have 500,000 daily active users. They only have 200,000 daily active users. And they're expecting by the end of the year to get up to 280,000 daily active viewers, which is a big drop off in numbers. You were expecting 500,000 by the end of the year. You only have 280,000, so slightly higher than 50% over there.
Yeah.
And Roblox, which is another metaverse kind of basket stock, right? I'm forgetting the ETF that I own for Metaverse, METV on Amex. This is the Metaverse ETF that I actually am invested in. So if Roblox jumps up and Meta Platforms jumps up, we're going to watch this one jump up too. Very confusing as to why Roblox is doing what it's doing today, but sometimes it's best to just ignore all that and just look for a trade setup on the long side if the trade is showing up for you. Currently though, we're in ranges and levels where I don't really want to touch Roblox, nor do I want to short it, nor do I want to go long at the high day. If it does pull back to this 41.40 or even 40.50 area, I'll gladly look for a long over there, but Roblox looks like it wants to clear and make a new high day as this S&P 500 market did not really push down to VWAP and is getting ready for another leg up north side right now, along with the NASDAQ market. UVXY is something we did not mention all day today, so let's go to UVXY and show you that the volatility ETF is down 6% today, and that means the VIX should be probably under 32. So let's go see. Yeah, VIX is now at 30, guys, under 32, under 31. We're trading at 30.96 for the volatility index, And volatility ETF kind of showing the same thing, down 6% on the day, rejecting VWAP every single time. Even over here, rejecting VWAP recently, pushing back to the low a day, which means the market's looking possibly to go north, and it is doing so successfully. Our Charles Schwab shorts are now only 1 penny in the money compared to our last punts. We're just going to have to be a little patient on this one. Ashutosh,
I hope I didn't butcher your name, but he's like, guys.
Let's try that again.
Ashutosh.
Good job.
All right, I'm learning, guys. He's like, guys, Tilray, any news for the pop? Yeah, so Senator Cory Booker making some positive comments with respect to, I guess, federal legalization because he is a U.S. senator. So that would be definitely in the federal domain. But the more important thing here is well, for current purposes, is there is an iceberg order at 53. We got up to 53, and then you could tell the way it was printing that there was some hidden size there because none was getting taken off in the way that you would expect. So 53 seems to be a bit of the level. We're having a bit of a competition between the longs and the shorts at this $half level. We're printing 51, sometimes 52s here on the tape, but definitely this level is interesting. I've got my outs at 53 and 54. I'm a little peeved with myself for not averaging down on that initial flush because look at that. It touches a 7 EMA quite nicely, right? And not like we always use a 7 EMA, but it was an area of correspondence. So I would have liked to have averaged down in hindsight at that 45 or 44 or even 46. I didn't, so my average cost basis on this one is 51 still, so we're like a penny out of the money. No biggie, but continue to watch that one. Now, flipping back, Cano, look at that. Now we're close to a low of days again. We're printing 79s here on the bid. Low of day 73. So are we going to make our way back to that $half level? Super interesting. I won't take part of it, but if you're in it, keep an eye on that $half level, guys. What else is going on here, Bradley? I don't see all too much going on. AVCT, yeah, it's okay. AVCT, we traded that one earlier today. Let's have a look. Here it is. AVCT kind of pulling back in to that VWAP. This is the area where we missed the drip trade because we didn't adjust our dip trade level. Remember, I talked about this. We didn't have it above VWAP. We got to keep adjusting it as VWAP continues to make its move up. So that was a mistake on my part. Otherwise, I would have been long at the moment. But I need volume to come into this one because it's been dead. It's done, yeah, 19.88 million shares. But at the moment, like, look at the volume bar compared to where we were, say, in the 10 to early 11 o'clock period. We're nothing where we were at the moment. We definitely need volume to go up. It's not going to work otherwise. Tilray pulling back in now into the high 40s. I'm seeing 48s on the ask. My out on this one is a break of 30. What's that?
The stock is getting smoked.
It's absolutely getting smoked. We're almost at low of day again, guys, on Cano. He's talking about Cano.
You were talking about what this bottom coming into play. It actually will be coming into play very soon. The $4.50 area. This stock is absolutely getting
shafted
slapped.
me when I said 450.
No, I said it might hold here, and if it doesn't, then obviously it goes down here, right? So it did not hold here. They broke the stops, and then they continued to the downside, and now we're about to head here. And guess what? The same idea stands over here too. If they break the stops and then hold off, then yeah, the idea stands true. Yeah. But if they break the stops and continue going down, then the next area is what, 350?
We going
370?
down,
we going down.
baby.
I'm yelling timber. Right? So
we both singing completely different songs, all of which were relevant. That's awesome. There you go. It shows like the catalog of music we have in our heads. And let me tell you something, Bradley, for like a young dude, he knows quite a bit of like
I'm
older,
like 30 years old, bro.
older hip hop to be that I would have thought maybe was like a little bit before his day. Clearly, I was wrong. This guy knows a little bit. I'm
like 30 years old, man. I'm not young. Everyone thinks I'm a baby, or maybe because I act like one. But no, we're currently pushing the south side on Charles Schwab too. So let's go Charles Schwab. Push to the 65 area that I expected you to. I guess I could have punched my short way earlier when I did say I expect 65 coming into play. But I waited for the $66 to break on that side, and thankfully we did get that fill. And now we just have to work with this trade a little bit. While we are working on this trade, let's send it to Brendo at the big desk for the energy update.
Hey guys, yeah, 1 o'clock. That means let's get a check of the energy markets today. It has been a reversal for crude oil coming off early lows in the pre-market back to the upside today, up about 1%. There was some more developments over the weekend, obviously, on the political side of things coming out of China. But this morning, they're making more comments in regards to loosening monetary policy over in China, which is sending oil back to the upside on lessened, I guess, demand concerns and offsetting fears of recession, global recession. So here's crude up 1% right now. But you can see there was a big move down just before the open, the equity open this morning, back to 84.5, which if you go out to a daily chart was that last kind of line in the sand as far as support is concerned. But right back to the upside for the most part throughout the entire day here. But back to 1%, guys, to the upside on a little bit more positive talk around the global economy for crude today. Back over to you.
Interesting. It's not the first bank we've heard of loosening monetary policy. We heard England doing that last week and the week before,
didn't England do it today also? They were talking about, they reversed all the tax cut things that they were going on that their previous minister did.
Well, that's good.
And they reversed all of that to show that the economy is good.
Well, I mean, the tax cuts are like inflationary by definition because you're putting more money in people's pockets. What I was talking about was the I don't want to call it crazy or cockamamie or any of these synonyms. You're free to insinuate that yourself, but quantitative easing in a time of like heavy inflation, 10%. I mean, the inflation in England is higher than in Canada and the U.S. both. They're like 9.8 or 10 or something like that. So, and then this bank goes and does QE. Interesting. I mean, I'm no economist, but as a layman, it's kind of bewildering to me. Anyway, Tilray flirting with that 450, kind of consolidating a little bit sideways here. We need volume to come in. It looks like the move's been made on this one, unless someone gets the news a little late or someone's waiting on the sidelines for the right moment to pounce. It looks like this one we may have to get out of for like a couple penny loss. I'm going to keep my stop where it is. I'm not going to change it. If I take an L, I take an L. No big deal, but I definitely want to see this one through, Bradley. But AGFY just made an ugly move down through VWAP here. Do we have AGFY? Yeah, Bradley's giggling at AGFY because
I can't
is
believe
so
that was
ugly.
long candle 730.
Yeah, I know, that was scary. Hold on, AGFY. I think this is an NQ stock. Yes, it is. So not too much on the range, guys, but look at this. Just drop up 15% on the day. We held VWAP, and then boom, shoot right back down. Now, did we stop at any particular level? Not really. Kind of a random area to stop, and that's what scares me about these stocks. Where do you base your trading off of? Not respecting indicators. It's not respecting price levels. So it's like a crapshoot. You know, you put in your order in a general area, and you're like, great, let me see what happens. Not my kind of stock, especially with there being no area from which to base off, Brad.
Yeah, I'm looking at XOM off that energy update. XOM up 1.9% on the day at 101. And look at that channel that it's been creating. Sadly, though, rejecting VWAP, but bouncing off the 50-period Tiffany blue line that I have on the charts over here for you guys. Up almost 2% on the day. Not too long ago, we actually saw XOM clear that $100 level to the north side and try to, and now it's successfully staying above the 100 area for XOM. I want to head over to Charles Schwab because that's the only trade I have on board at the moment, and it is 40 cents in the money as it is clearing to the downside more and allowing us to take profits. I'm actually going to take some profits over here. Bang, my profit target coming into play at 40 cents in the money as the S&P 500 once again pulls back to the south side. Something that I noticed on the S&P 500 futures are lower lows and lower highs coming into play around this 3,700 area. So 3,700 is still acting as a strong barrier, the Great Wall coming into play and not able to pass through that at all. I guess you need a passport if you want to cross borders, and that 3,700 border, that TSA at 3,700 absolutely rejecting every single chance to cross above it. Be careful if you are long at the moment because the markets are pulling back.
Yeah.
Maybe Meta might be pulling back. No, the fact that Meta is still around these levels is insane. And hats off to Sean for even holding that trade. I don't know how I can maybe one day get to that levels, but right now I'm just happy taking my profits where I did. Meta still holding in the high of the day ranges. I want to go take a look at Apple, which is even Apple's holding up. So why is this market pulling back, and what stock is actually pushing it to the downside? Even Tesla moved up to $222 today. I feel like crying. Oh boy, you're telling me I could not hold my size from 211?
Hey, Tesla's a tough one to hold.
I could not hold my size from 211? My best out was 215. I couldn't hold it from 211. Like, all I had to do is throw a stop out and forget about it, man. Like, come on.
About it.
So much to learn, so many ways to get better, and I'm glad that I'm doing it in front of you guys, so you guys can see how I'm morphing from the last year till now, and next month will actually be my 2 years at this office. So I'm
How
excited.
long on the show, though?
How long on the show? I think it will be 1 year in January.
Why does it feel longer? I mean,
I haven't been here for longer than a
I
year.
just feel like it's been long but I've been watching the show since December 2020. And then I feel like not long after that, they used to call it Memes and Movers, right?
Yeah.
Right?
This guy knows.
Yeah,
Okay,
dude, I was
okay.
watching the show for a minute, right? And then they changed the name to like the Midday Movers or something like that. And then it was Mew and Ms. V. And I feel like that's such a long time ago, but you're obviously more aware of it than I am. It just, to me, feels different. Anyway.
Yeah, time flies, baby, time flies.
Tilray finding a bit of trouble trying to break that 350 here. I'm seeing some 350s coming in on the tape, but before it was able to easily break 350. Not so much anymore. We're having a bit of a bit of a battle between the longs and the shorts here at that $0.50 level. Some people in the chat saying Tilray could squeeze. Yeah, no question Tilray can squeeze. Let's actually have a look and see what the oh God, this guy again that I supposedly look like from last week. I guess I had this open from last week. What the Tilray short is. Let's go to FinViz. Let's go. Okay, here we go. And then we go, by the way, if you guys want to know how to do this, FinViz and then go screener. This is how I do it. And then type in TLRY here, and then I'll show you the trick. Then you go to ownership. See this ownership button here? This is the one here. And you click that. And then the short float. Again, this updates every 2 weeks, give or take.
You don't need to do all that. Just type in Tilray in the search box up there. Yeah.
TLRY instead of clicking scanner.
Yeah, instead of doing all that, just type in the stock over there, scroll down, and it'll tell you ownership. It'll tell you short float, everything. Institutional ownership, IO, somewhere on here.
Short float right there.
Yeah,
oh, that's even easier. Nice. Thank you for that. Yeah. So 11.02%. What do you got on your thing over there?
On trade ideas, what stock are we doing? Tilray?
Tilray, yeah.
Tilray is 10.85%.
Same thing. Yeah, 10.85, 11.02. Very close. So there is a bit of a short flow. It's not the biggest I've ever seen, but there's one there at least. It's not negligible. It's pulling back again now to that 20-period moving average. It's finding a lot of trouble breaking that $0.50 level. Now, it was easily able to break it before. I guess the shorts are showing up here. They don't like this stock moving up. And to be honest with you, I'm not really impressed with it either. Do you remember when this one went up to like $70?
Oh, I was trading that.
I remember it went up to like
$500 move.
$100-something.
The $500 move.
Yeah,
right?
I never traded that.
$500
That was 2018 though, right?
I was trading that. That was November 2018.
That was before I even got into stocks, before I was even interested in trading. So I look back at that on the chart. I never actually experienced it. But I remember telling a buddy, I'm like, this was like the second day. I think it made its $70 move and it opened up like a little bit higher than the day before. I'm like, yeah, be careful with this one. It looks like it retraces. Here. Yeah, look at that, man.
Right here,
that's
September 19th of 2018.
I knew it. 2018 was when they were all live. All the wheat stocks were live at that time.
Monster move on that. AGFY, Brendo in our work chat just now put it in that this stock is having a reverse stock split, and hence it is pushing to the downside. Already up 9% on the day though, but a little bit of a rejection candle coming in, selling off coming in on the reverse stock split news for AGFY. FSLR still popping up on the scanners for the weak stock. If you guys want to have the same scanners and the same setups that we use over here, then maybe you want to think about signing up for this software known as Trade Ideas. You can use TraderTV 15. Just Trader TV. If you use Just Trader TV and on the link that Bears vs. Bull or Nightbot will be posting it right now in there, use code Trader TV and you'll get 15% off on Trade Ideas, a software that I use a lot for my trading. A lot of stocks that I am actually trading are on these scanners. For example, where's Charles Schwab right there? Charles Schwab lost 2 races today, or won 2 races for the negative sideboard, and hence I'm looking for the stock that's weak. Look at Cano. Cano, you already saw your boy Sharif absolutely destroy Cano to the downside, which has won 5 races for the weakness on the weak side of the market. And Coinbase, look at Coinbase today. It has won 3 races to the north side, and hence we're close to $70. So this scanner scans based on relative weakness and relative strength and relative weakness, and overall ranks the stocks according to that, and then it puts them on a race. You can have them on a 10-minute race, on a 5-minute race, on a 2-minute race, whatever you want to do according to how you trade. Usually those 2-minute races are maybe for scalpers. Like if you want to punch in a ton of size and quickly scalp out, those 2-minute races sound good for you. But for me, I like to hold for the move. You know, I like to paint candles, like on Meta platform over here. I like to try to get the low of the range and the high of the range. Sadly, I will not be getting the high of the range as Meta Platforms moves towards $134.12. And this is for Sean, baby. Bang.
Woo! Attaboy. Guys, Cano continuing to make new lows.
Is it $3? Oh, that's Tilray. That scared the crap out of me. No way.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
No, guys, we talked about that 450 level being like a genuine, real level. Look at this, guys. Cano and NASDAQ? No, it's New York. Okay, CANO-NY. There we go. Now, low of day on Cano, 464, guys. We are 14 pennies away from that $half level that we identified on the daily chart. I think it'll make it down there. In fact, I think it might even break it. I'm not going to participate in it though, so it's nice. It's so easy to talk from the sidelines, right? Especially when you're not financially invested into the stock. Down 43, almost 44% on the day. And now we're at low of days. We're printing new low of days now. I just saw 62s come in on the tape. And that corresponds on my other platform, telling me 62 now is a low of day. We're currently seeing 64s on the bid. So we're at that level. I think we're going to break this one. I think we're going to get there. Maybe we'll hold off. We'll get a momentary break to the downside. Then I think the buyers may step up on this one. But wow, if we held our short all the way up from that 620, and then even that short that we took at 560, we were in this one twice. If we had held this one, holding is not my strong suit. Obviously, you guys have watched the show. You guys know that. I'm a scalper at heart. But, you know, hey, it's not bad to dream as to what would have happened here. Jeez. Tilray continuing to make my life difficult at that $half level. All sorts of size now showing up. And I mean like monumentous size showing up at that $half level, making it hard for that move up into 52 and 53 and 54 where we have our outs. We may have to take an L on this one. Thankfully, our entry on this one is 51. So if anything, it'll be a penny or two dump. Mark Susi says Cano, but at 385. I'm not sure where you saw 385, perhaps on the daily. If 385 is a level on the daily, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I think that the more important level will be the 450 to hit first. Once that 450 level has been penetrated to the downside, then we can start talking about that 385. Speaking of small cappers that are pulling back in, have a look at AGFY. Brendo telling us about the reverse split there. Look at this, guys. What a break of VWAP, and it has not looked back. I mean, we noticed this one when it made a 165 low. Now we're talking about a 140 low now. Is a 141 low. So this one's got all sorts of legs to the downside. What's the daily chart tell us about this one? Let's zoom out here and have a look. Geez, have you heard of a topping tail candle? This is a topping tail candle. This will be an interesting play into tomorrow because this is usually the initiation of a downtrend. At least that's what my TA book says. So, and look, you had a topping tail candle over here, and then look at this descent. Beautiful topping tail candle on this one. I definitely want to be in on this one for a possible swing on my personal account, especially if we close at or near these lows. Look at this topping tail candle proudly on the daily chart on AGFY. And look what it did before when you had a topping tail candle. It sold off for like the better part of like a couple of months. No, a
telling me
month.
mortgage my house and go puts.
Jeez, can I tell you? You're joking about that, but I had a buddy. He was a good buddy. He's a gym buddy. I've known him for like 15 years. He messages me the other day. He knows that I'm on the show now, and so he's like, hey, I'm really interested in taking a line of credit to get into this stock, especially with the new lows that it's made. What do you think about that? So the first thing I said to him before even looking at the stock, I said, only invest money that you can afford to lose.
Yeah.
Could you allow it to go to zero?
Yeah.
Would you be okay
Yeah.
paying your bills and stuff like that? And I think that's all I said to him, and he got the message after that. And he was like, okay, I get where you're going with that.
Yeah.
Guys, never go into debt. And I don't want to say never, because, and I don't mean to call out anybody, because there
You don't wanna be
are
Tony.
people in the office
You
who
don't
have
want to
done
be
this.
Tony.
I didn't want to call him out by
don't
name, but
wanna be
now
Tony.
since you're calling him
You don't
out
want
by
to be
name.
Tony, okay?
Yeah,
You don't want to take
guys.
credit card loans and buying stocks. Don't do that. Just don't do that. But what you can do is put money in a garbage company like FLT and watch it go to zero for you every single day, right?
Is that your drone company?
That's my drone company. I hate this
Oh,
company so
nonsense.
much.
I just want to answer one quick thing before I send it back to Bradley. A person in the name by the handle of one and only Brenson. He's like, Sharif, explain this candle. So this topping tail candle, and I'm sure if you enter a Google search, there'll be way better explanations than my own. But my understanding is the topping tail candle is a reversal candle. It's a candle indicating that there's a possible reversal coming. And the reason is because, look, I mean, just let's analyze it from a logical perspective. You had this aggressive move up, right? I mean, here's where we closed the day on Friday. We closed at $1.38, right? And then today opened up and we had a huge move all the way up to that 221. And then it starts coming back down. Well, why is it coming back down? Right? Obviously something in the trading or some news item or some catalyst has basically told traders and investors the news with which we used to get up all the way up here is no longer relevant or is no longer factual or whatever the reason is, we can no longer rely on it. So then you have a movement back. And so whatever piece of news that we used on Friday to move up from 86 cents all the way up to 154, investors feel is no longer valid. So you get that visual reflection of that state of affairs by this topping tail candle. So this tells you we're no longer moving in the direction because the facts upon which we relied are not factual or are no longer in play. So that's what I'm looking at here for topping tail candles. Have a look on Google, see what they say about it, but that's my understanding of what topping tail candle is, Bradley.
Yes, sir. Let's see what's moving around on the scanners. Actually, something that I forgot to do today. How can I even do that? Which is ask for likes, guys. 4,200 people if you watching. Only 2.4K likes here going on from the morning till now. I think we deserve a little bit more boost on that like count. What I do see is though we did get another. We went from 352,000 subscribers to 353,000 subscribers, so I like that number. But there's still about 32% of you who are not subscribed to the channel, so hit that subscribe button. What we do here every day is absolutely free. We're putting on banger trades for you, the Meta longs, the Microsoft longs, the Apple longs, even showing you how this catalyst of stocks are coming in. We're showing you how Neil trades, how Sean trades, how I trade, how Sharif trade. Banger news coming in right on time from Brando for you. So all of this is for free, and all we want from you guys is a little bit of a help on the algorithm for YouTube. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. In the chat, if you see anyone in the chat having a green name, that's because they're a member of the Trader TV Live family. If you click on this join button right beside the subscribe button, you'll get a neat little pop-up window with Brandon explaining exactly what it means and how you can get custom emojis and badges next to your name. So click on that if you want to learn more about it. And last but not least, our merch store. I actually got an update from Justin. Justin mentioned that he is working on revamping the store. We're trying to get you better quality clothes, no more Gildan, none of that. Maybe some mouse pads with Trader TV logo on it, some cool shirts and other stuff and stickers and so on. So stay tuned. We are going to revamp the store. It is in works. Justin and I will be working on that together most likely, or at least I told him I want to help him on that because I have some designs already in mind that I want to implement for our merchandise store. store. So for now, though, if you want to buy like the hoodie that all of us wear, Sean wears, I wear, even Luca wears, if you want to buy the merch like our hats or the mugs, feel free to click on the YouTube store over here and get some merchandise and rep your #1 YouTube show out there for trading. There's nobody else who does it like us, without doubt, right? So rep that merchandise. Show those people where you are in the best community, baby. AMC sadly breaking VWAP right now, pushing towards 100-period EMA. Popped up on my scanners to the downside. Something that we have never really taken a look at is the opposite of, or not the opposite, the counterpart for AMC, which is APE. APE today up 10% on the day. I don't really look at APE at all. You know, I still don't understand APE. I still don't understand APE. Like, how do you just split the stock like this in a complete different way and ruin your investors from, preferred shares for all the AMC holders?
Yeah.
Which,
how come IBK is not giving me any information?
And they're
about
diluting the stock.
Right?
They're diluting it. So, like, is Adam Aaron really going out of his way to kill the short squeeze?
know.
Like, what's going on here?
I got no idea, bro. I can't tell you what the thinking behind that one was. But remember, it may have something to do with the overperformance of GameStop relative to AMC. Because remember, we were talking about that earlier in the show, and you're like, well, GameStop's held up way better than AMC. Maybe it had something to do with the split. Guys, Tilray does not look good. I think I'm going to adjust my stop to the break of 38. And this is the area of support here. So if it touches 37, I'm going to be out of this one. Let me go ahead and adjust my stop here. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Let's take that one out and go $3.37. And then we'll sell our position. And we'll give it to 36 in case it gets crazy and it starts going downside. Touching the 50 period here. It looks like it's respecting the 50 period. But I don't know, man. I just think the amount of size here at that $0.50 level is going to give it a real problem unless we get this surge of buying. And I don't know where it could come in from because it looks like we've made the move. This is the Cory Booker news here at that 12, that 1:45 time slot. It made a big aggressive move at that time. And then the volume has been incrementally dropping off at that time. I don't think the buyers are really stepping in.
What is that noise, man?
So many people have like bad memories of entering weed stocks and getting completely burned by them, and that's maybe why some buyers are not stepping up into these news. By the way, what is the news exactly? Let's find out here what Mr. Booker said. You'll recall Mr. Booker was running for president. He was one of like the 16 people that was against Joe Biden. Let's see what they said. Okay, why is there bounce today? Here we go. Okay, marijuana stocks opened higher on Monday and granted with stock markets glowing green across the board, it looks like pretty much everything opened higher. But for Canopy Growth and Tilray and Aurora Cannabis up all these percentages, there was actually a bit of industry-specific optimism backing up their rally. On Friday, Lester Black, a journalist who covered the cannabis sector for many years, predicted in a column on the data-centric news site 538, whatever that is, that marijuana might very well be decriminalized by the end of President Biden's current term in office. As you can imagine, this prediction was music to
Biden's second term?
No.
First term?
One, yeah. Let's hope it's just one. As I whispered that. As you can imagine, this prediction was music to marijuana investors' ears, maybe not immediately in the middle of Friday's stock market sell-off, but certainly on Monday as the market began to stabilize. Okay, so this has nothing to do with Cory Booker. So this is pre-Cory Booker times. This one came in at that 1 p.m. Oh, no, hold on. There's a Cory Booker headline right here. Here we go. Let's go. Okay, Cory Booker says Congress has a good shot at passing marijuana reform during lame duck session. We've got a good shot. What is that? Lame duck is basically when, okay, so right now, President Biden is a Democrat.
Yeah.
The House is run by Democrats. They have more representatives in the House of Representatives than do the Republicans. Yeah.
Okay.
And same thing in the Senate. Now, if those two houses were to flip, because there's midterm elections in like 5 weeks, right? If those two houses were to become Republican, then
that's a lame duck?
He becomes a lame duck because he can't get any of his bills passed. His party's not in control of the legislative anymore, right? So that's the whole idea behind what lame duck means. So Cory Booker still thinks that he can get it passed. And I don't really hear too much vehemence coming from the Republicans with respect to anti-marijuana. Like, I don't hear the Republicans talking about it at all. it's not like they come out against it at like some other things. You know, I'm not going to go into the whole list of things that Republicans are against, but I don't really hear them talking badly about marijuana, to be honest with you. So this may be actually something accurate coming from Cory Booker. We'll have to wait and see.
Market with the pop.
Yeah, market with the pop. Go ahead, Bradley.
Market with a nice pop, and Meta with another pop behind it. New high day on Meta right now, 134.28. I would be expecting Sean's stop would be at 133.50, right, Sean?
I got out at 133.70.
133.70.
Close.
133.70. Sean said he was out of his trade, and now we're making a new high day on Meta. How high can you go today, Meta? It just can't stop. Can we get much higher? PCG
Yes,
popping on the scanners at the moment. PCG making probably a new high day. Wow, big volume candle on PCG, Brendo. Maybe you can see something on that stock for us. Up 3% on the day for PCG. Big volume candle. Not too long ago, Procter is this not Procter and Gamble. Pacific Gas and Electric Co. was added to the S&P 500 index, and I actually took a nice little long on that trade when it showed up. What?
I'm not laughing at you. Someone in the chat wrote something
you made
hilarious.
Me nervous for a second, man. Come on.
You laugh all the time, man. Like I stay focused. No, someone in the chat wrote something about politics. I'm not going to mention it, but it's funny. I'm laughing. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Bradley.
3% move on PCG over here, but the big volume candles. I would love to see what's happening over here on this side. People in the chat saying Kanye the GOAT. I don't know why. Parler is not a public company, is it?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No, let's Google quickly, but I'm almost certain it's not. Apple,
while you're trying to Google that, Apple moving a lot more to the north side. Sucks to be me because I'm out of my trades completely. So most of my longs that were my best trades of the day today are trying to go even more higher without me. But no complaints, man. We traded our setup, we traded our rule set, and we made some money off of that rule set. We're just gonna have to be happy with it at the end of the day.
Private
company, yeah.
Type of business, private.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Otherwise, we would have heard like all these like competing bids.
I've never even heard of Parler in my life.
Yeah. It's like okay. So you guys know
Is
Rumble.
it more Facebook-like or is it more Twitter-like?
It's more for the conservatives to go on and like talk.
So it's like a political one.
Yeah, you know how it is. The Rumble is like, the whole thing right now is about censorship, right?
Yeah.
And so these ones are less censored than Twitter, Facebook, etc. This could all be moot though, guys. If Uncle Elon comes in there with the Twitter purchase, we all know how Uncle Elon feels about freedom of speech. So all these ones could be in jeopardy, especially if he turns it into the juggernaut that he wants to turn it into. That's going to be super interesting, to be honest with you. Yeah, guys, that 50 level is a real thing until right now. Like, how many times are we going to reject off that level? Let's count. Ever since we broke it here at that 1257 time slot, we've attempted once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. Those are 9 different 1-minute candles on the chart on Tilray. We haven't been able to break that 350 level. That's becoming a real thing now. So I'm out of the money currently, 4 pennies out of the money on Tilray. If we get up back to that 50, call me crazy, but I'm going to punch out at that point. I'll just take the 1 penny loss. I'd rather not, wait for my stop to trigger all the way down here at 338. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But, I am being patient because I do have very small size on this one, Pratt. Cano did a bit of an interesting thing. We have to zoom in on it to kind of get that look. But look what it did, guys. It popped up, and just like we take dip trades off the 50-period moving average, there's really no reason why we can't do it the opposite way. So when something's trending downward and it pops up and touches the 50-period, you could easily short that level as well, and that's the case it presented you here. Look at this time slot at 1:23 p.m. We almost touched the 50-period moving average, and that was around 490, and then we traced all the way back down into 428. So you could have had an easy 20-cent winner on that one. So if you're looking to base your trades off indicators, it just doesn't work to the upside. It works both ways, guys, to the downside and upside, proudly.
Yeah, we're just looking for what to do right now while we wait for the markets to maybe decide what it wants to do. This market has been a little boring for the last few hours, honestly, as we just play ping pong over here, back and forth, back and forth. It's a very great rally, honestly, though. If you think about a ping pong rally, you know, constant pinging and ponging back and forth action at this 3680 area and this 3700 area. Eventually, something's got to give. They either got to give to the downside or give to the upside. We're just waiting to see what direction the market gives to. That way we can take advantage of trades when the opportunities show up. What is LRCX? This scanner currently, LRCX popping up. It is a Lam Research Corporation apparently getting really pushed down to the downside.
BAC making a move.
Go ahead.
No, I'm telling you because you were trading BAC earlier. So this one's making a move. Anyone who's long Bank of America, it looks like we just had like a surge of volume coming in New York, right?
Yeah.
A surge of volume coming in, breaking that consolidation area. Let's have a look. BAC's up 6.4% on the day. It looks like we created a nice consolidation area here at that 3350. Look at this, guys. So in and around that 3350 area we had, and then all of a sudden at that 120 time slot or so, we've had an aggressive move up. Are we going to touch 34? What's the high of day today on BAC? 33.87, guys, is a high of day on BAC. We're trading at 33.74, so we're 13 pennies off the high of day there. You have to assume we may, like if we get a surge of volume continuation, we'll got to touch that 34 probably. Let's have a look at the daily on BAC, see if we can get any interesting daily levels off Bank of America. Here we go. Let's flip this one from the 1 minute chart to the daily. There we go. Okay, so look at this. We had a high on September 21st on Bank of America at 34.40. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we trend up today and touch that level here. It's a recent level, makes it more important in my book. 34.40 if you're looking for a possible 34 break on high of day. But Bradley, what is this you just put in the
This is
chat here, man?
This is something that I want to fight with Fahad, because Fahad, Neil, and myself were in our work chat having a conversation about the Dream Team and the Redeem Team. And Fahad over there was saying the Redeem Team is better than the Dream Team.
Okay, I know the Dream Team, but who's the Redeem Team?
The Redeem Team is Kobe, LeBron,
because they redeemed
Carmelo Anthony, Chris Paul.
Oh, I know that.
They redeemed the cup or not the cup, the gold medal in 2008.
Okay.
So Fahad thinks the Redeem Team is better than the Dream Team.
The Dream Team had Jordan and all those people.
Charles
in there.
Barkley.
Okay.
And,
that's a tough one right there, man.
So who? Magic Johnson. Yeah, who cares about Magic Johnson, right? Not like he is.
Okay. So a lot of big names on both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
So
that's a tough one.
Who do you have? The Dream Team or the Redeem Team?
You know I'm not a basketball guy, right?
Pick one. You got to pick one, Dream or Redeem.
All
Are you
right.
a Kobe fan or are you a Michael Jordan fan? That's all it comes down
to
to
me,
at the end of the day.
really, you're not LeBron or Michael? You're Kobe or Michael?
Yeah.
You're not LeBron or Michael? No, eh?
No.
Wow, that's a statement.
Kobe is like literally a copy of Michael.
Jeez, okay.
Kobe is literally a copy of Michael. Come on, it's got to be Kobe or Michael. LeBron is nowhere in the mix of that conversation.
Yeah.
Dude, they had to bring
don't know how
Kobe
you
to
can
make
say
that
that,
team
yeah.
better. Didn't they have to bring Kobe to make the Redeem Team better, Neil?
Neil is telling him to pump the brakes.
100%. Come on, 5 rings compared to 4.
Okay, so guys, by the way, we have 85% to 15% saying the Dream Team over the Redeem Team. Granted, we only have 142 votes. Only 142 people have voted. Guys, get the vote count up, man. Come on. What are we doing here? This is probably like the easiest thing you can do. Not even have to like the video or anything. Hit that, hit the vote button there. BAC topping out here at 33 3/4. Looks like it's pulling back, maybe a 1 minute pullback off the 7 EMA. If you're long-minded, this is not a bad area to enter. Granted, it is only 5-cent pullback, so you may want a little bit more. We'll see what this one does. I like BAC the majority of the day. These banks plays have been pretty good going back to last week, eh?
Yeah.
They've been not bad at all.
What, JP Morgan came out with the wrong number? Or
Morgan Stanley
did,
Morgan
yeah.
Stanley missed, yeah. Wells Fargo hit. I think JP Morgan hit, or they beat, or whatever. Sorry, hit. I mean beat. Anyway, Oh, yeah, both
NutX apparently opened up a halt. Sean, or sorry, not Sean. Neil just put it in our YouTube chat over there. Currently under $1 though. It down halted under $1, slightly around the 100-period EMA, but now opening up off the halt and trying to reclaim that $1 area, down 3% on the day. So basically turning red from green to red, I believe, if I can. Just by looking at the chart, I think it turned from green to red. But let's see if we can go back to green over here on NutX, which recently halted. We're also looking at another bank, U.S. Bank, which I thought had earnings today too, right?
U.S. Banks,
Bank,
yeah, there's been plenty of banks that have earnings. Bank of America had earnings today.
Yeah, well, we know Bank of America, but I think U.S. Bank also had earnings today. Let me just quickly open this one over here.
There you go.
That's Bank of America, Charles Schwab. No,
Yeah,
US
that's a big bank. Bank of America, Charles Schwab.
Yeah.
What else is that below it?
I don't see U.S. Bank on here, so maybe U.S. Bank did not have earnings report, but currently it is pushing to the downside. USB on New York, 42.50 as where it's trading at, down about 0.6% on the day. So some of these banks are still getting clapped. Let's go take a look at Morgan Stanley, actually. Did Morgan Stanley somehow make a recovery after the weak earnings report that it posted? Yeah, beautiful recovery on Morgan Stanley over here, up 2.6% on the day today. And looks like Bank of America actually helping them out over here on today. There was another bank, though, that they said they were thinking about separating their portfolios into 3 different categories. You didn't read about that?
No, I didn't hear about that one. That'd be interesting.
Let me quickly pull that one up over here. Goldman Sachs, thank you.
What do they want to
do? They want to split up their company into 3 groups. I'm trying to find it. I think it's in our watch list over here. Internal, yeah. Internally, they want to. There we go.
Yeah,
Goldman Sachs plans to combine its various businesses into 3 divisions in a significant reorganization, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke to Wall Street Journal. One unit will house investment banking and trading, with assets and wealth management in another, and then transaction banking in the 3rd division.
Okay.
So that's Goldman Sachs over there. Let's go see if Goldman Sachs has got green on the day today. Most likely it is. Yeah, 2.23%. The overall basket for XLF is up 2%.
Okay.
The only thing that I see is getting beat up today is Charles Schwab, and hence we are short Charles Schwab.
$2 super chat being sent by the shock industry saying dream team over any team all time forever. That's pretty much, a decisive, very clear statement. Thank you for that. Let's look at the votes, guys. 84 to 16, excuse me. So, a bit of a margin there, Bradley. But you know what is not a good margin? The amount of loss here that we've got on artillery position. We're in at 51s. I'm seeing 42s now come in on the bid. So we're 9 cents out of the money on this one. Against better judgment, I didn't cut it at that last time. It tested 50. I don't know, for some reason I was insisting on waiting for my stop to get hit here at that 338. So it looks like that's what's going to happen. It's going to be a loser for me, but thankfully we still are positive on the day. Let's have a look at our blotter. We are negative on 2 stocks and positive on 3 for an overall positive day, thankfully. So not too bad of a day, Let's have a look at some of these.
Going up.
Hey?
Cano's going up right now.
Cano's
Nice
going
little
up.
base
Oh, yeah.
formed on Cano, around $4.60, pushing to $5 right now. Let's see if we can actually break 5, maybe head towards VWAP, which is above $5.50. Not sure if it has the ability to do that, but we are moving to the north side on CANO with the rest of the market pushing towards the 3,700 level yet again. How many times are we going to keep on bouncing from 3,700? Something's got to give. Something's got to break. Either the bottom's got to break or the top's got to break. Depends on who has more buying power over here and who can bully the market into one direction or the other. I would like the market to, well, this is what you call I forget what you call this, Sharif, but basically let me draw this chart out for you, or the pattern out for you. So let's throw this one right here, right? And then we do this.
Oh, an ascending wedge.
Ascending wedge, which means it goes down.
Which means if it breaks that, well, that's the thing. No, I would disagree with that. It would have to break, usually it breaks upward. And the reason is because you have continuous higher lows. But you have a top, so it looks like there's a seller holding you up on the top. When that seller gets taken out, it usually gets it shoots up. So this one looks like it.
So 3,700 break looks imminent.
Yeah, you know these things are never hard and fast rules,
Yeah,
Bradley,
yeah,
but
yeah.
you know that an ascending wedge is supposed to be bullish.
All right, sweet.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
So that 3,700 break that I've been praying all day for. Come on, baby, let's break that 3,700.
Yes, sir. I'm looking to get in on Retta here because I am hurting for more pain. I'm looking for more pain here. Retta was the one we got into and then literally bottom wicked us on our stop and then continued to make higher highs into the day. So that was a frustrating stock. Looks like I tried to get in here at 33.95. It didn't fill me. The issue with this one has been liquidity. Currently, the spread is 13 or 14 pennies. That's not going to work for me, to be honest with you. I can't get in on
The Fed just pivoted again.
the Fed. What?
The Fed just pivoted
Oh,
again.
okay, yeah, we'll get to that one in a second because I definitely want to hear about
Yeah.
this. But Retta, yeah, if you're looking for Retta up 13% on the day, the reason I tried to get into it again because you had a nice little bounce here off the 200 period moving average. It held it quite nicely, and I wanted to take it north, perhaps maybe through the break of the 50 period, but I've decided against that, to be honest with you guys. And flipping quickly before we send it to Pratt to tell us about what the Fed is going to do with interest rates. This week? Is it this week?
No. Next November.
Week, November 2nd, I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of the money now on Tilray by 9 cents. Not looking good, guys.
Yeah, it wasn't Brainerd supposed to talk today, or
Lael
was it?
Brainerd.
I thought she was.
She's the dove
Let me
of the bunch.
quickly get the economic calendar that I found from yesterday. So she was
talking
supposed to
today?
talk at 1:35 right here at
Okay.
NABE. Not sure what NABE is. But Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd speaks at NABE at 1:35. It's way past 1:35 right now. It's 1:40. Well, way past. It's only 5 minutes, Brad. But it's past 1:35. But Empire State Manufacturing Index. Anyways, tomorrow, we got Fed President Raphael Bostic. Okay, I've heard of him.
Raphael
before.
Bostic, yeah,
he's going to talk tomorrow around 2 o'clock at the Atlanta Fed. But what I was going to come to is as Sharif said, I want to look at the Fed rate tool. Someone in the chat said Fed pivoted, so I quickly pulled up the Fed rate tool to see exactly if they pivoted or not. So it looks like they did move back to the 1% of only 0.5 rate hike instead of a 0.75, but 99% is a 0.75 rate hike, I believe, right? So we're still getting that big number. I wouldn't be surprised if they pivot back up again.
50 point, right? That 0.06
Yeah,
is 50 point, and
Yeah.
then now it's
0.75.
yeah. I mean, I
So
would agree with that.
They could pivot back and forth all they want, but the day that we are looking forward to is going to be the 2nd of November. That's when the FOMC is. FOMC will tell us exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting.
Wait,
day.
why does it say hike 100% probabilities?
Yeah, I've never really understood how to use that much. Because okay, well, here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to go and find out exactly what the current Fed fund rate is. Current
3%?
Fed funds rate. There we go. It's 3 to 3.25. Okay.
Yeah.
So look at the left column. What does that say?
What
It
left
says
column?
Left column right there where it says 0.6%. That's a right
3.754.
column. That's a right
Oh,
column.
350, 375.
Okay, so that would be
half.
50 points,
A half,
right?
yeah.
So that one is 75 base. So
Yeah.
100 points is not even on the table. It looks like the way that this tool, the odds makers are making this, is that we're almost certainly to have a 75 basis point hike as opposed to a 50 or a 100. You got to wonder why 100 is not on the table. Some people say, oh, that sends the wrong message. Well, what message, man? Inflation's going. I mean, you came out in your minutes last week. You said the rate hikes have yet to touch certain areas of the market, so then step on the gas. I know that some people are coming out on TV and they're saying, that they wanted to accelerate. I happen to be one of those people. I think that, the PR appearances and stuff like that and sending messages to the market are not something.
What happened?
What's up, Neil? Okay.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Our chat?
Hey, you're good.
Okay. So some people say, oh, they don't want to boost by 100 because it sends the wrong message to the market. That's not in the Fed's prerogative. They shouldn't care, like technically speaking, what the stock market, what the equity markets, what the bond markets are doing. They have two mandates, and that's full employment and to control inflation, price stability. So I don't really get why they're not just going for it, man. Canada went for it. Canada dropped the hammer, I mean. They went up 1% and they didn't care. They knew they had to get housing under control. You could say that the two economies are different, right? But I don't know. The American inflation is higher than the Canadian inflation. We're around 7 something percent. America is like in the low 8s. So I don't get it. Go ahead, Bradley.
Yeah, so like I said, November 2nd, we'll see as we get closer to the date. Maybe the tool stops flipping back and forth so much. We still got quite a bit of a ways to it. It is what today is, October. Oh my, it's already October 17th. My sober October is going by without a problem, baby.
And I just want to comment on this man and his sober October. We all went out Friday for Max and Ian's graduation party here, and Bradley was not drinking. He
had the zeros.
I thought that he
so many alcohol zeros,
Did you?
0.0s.
Okay.
It's like, and they all taste so bad. Man. The Heineken one tastes so bad.
I've never tried them. Okay.
It tastes so
But I want to shout out this guy because we were out there having a good time. You figure that he might buckle and he'll get a drink. No, he didn't, man.
Nope.
So shout out to Bradley for having that definite, what's it called? Willpower.
Willpower, baby. That's right. Ironclad willpower,
Atta
baby.
boy.
That's what it is. But the market needs to really break this levels, boys and girls. We're waiting to see what happens for us. And it's been pretty boring, honestly. The stocks are going sideways. They're moving in 20-cent ranges. I'm not interested in scalping 20 cents. I want to protect my money just in case the market breaks to this downside. I don't want to be trapped into a long. I'd much rather wait for the market to break that 3,700 high and then me taking a breakout long on such positions such as AMD or even Apple, right? Apple should most likely follow through with it to the north side. Meta seems like it's a little too far gone to the north side today already. Up 6% on the day, above 134, and still trying to go to the north side. Pretty insane move coming in for Meta. Real quick, I want to jump to what's coming up this weekend on the UFC side. This UFC weekend is going to be a monster weekend for those of you who are interested. We got the light heavyweight soon-to-be champion, who already was a champion, versus Khabib's buddy, Islam Makhachev, coming into play. Aljamain Sterling and TJ Dillashaw, Peter Yan and Sean O'Malley. These are the fights that are going to be the most hyped up fights for the night. Last UFC weekend, this last Saturday, I made 11 card parlay. 11 fights parlay.
I don't know what that is.
A parlay, you don't do bets, right?
No.
So parlay means you basically pick everyone that you think wins.
Okay.
And even if one person loses from that bet, your whole bet dies.
Oh, that sucks.
So I had 11 long parlay, which is pretty ridiculous. Those are pretty rare to hit. I won 10 out of 11 on that parlay, and
how much
I lost.
Would you have made?
I would have made $400 on $5.
That's ridiculous. That's really good.
So I hit 10 of those.
Good for you,
I get every single fighter correct except for this card right here. My buddy Cub Swanson actually loses. I mean, I love Cub even though he lost that. But if Cub won that, I would have got all 11 fighters correct.
Atta boy. Well, that's pretty good in my books.
That's amazing, man. That's so rare to get 10 out of 11. I would have got 11 out of 11 on that. But anyways, UFC this weekend is going to be a monster weekend. I can't wait to lose all of my money on that one. But thankfully, NFL was a banger of a winner for me.
Yes, I'm sitting beside Neil here, and I want to ask him how he felt about that big dub. Big dub.
You happy about that?
Going into...
Never in doubt.
Going into the second loudest stadium in football and one of the biggest stadiums. What do they got? Like 90,000 in that place? 80,000? It's a big boy stadium there.
Was it Kansas City or was it
Kansas City? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a huge stadium and it's really loud. I know it's number 2 after Seattle for noise, for decibel level noise. But that was Josh Allen being Josh Allen, and that was a really good.
He's a monster, eh?
Yeah.
This guy's huge.
Yeah, man.
He's huge.
And that quarterback sneak at the end there to keep the ball rolling. You're not going to stop a 240-pound man with 6'5",
240.
He's a big
come
boy.
On, dude.
Big boy. Yeah. Awesome guy. I'm a big fan of Josh Allen. If you are a football fan, you cannot not be a fan of this man. He's a hell of a player. I think he's going to be a hell of a player for a while.
That was actually the first game I ever watched when they played last year. The first ever NFL game I ever watched, and I was losing my mind. I was like, this game is nuts. And then I watched a couple other games. I was like, okay, maybe it's only when the good teams are playing.
Yeah, it can be. Football can be uber boring.
Like Thursday Night Football, bro. It's a joke.
Yeah, that was a bad. The
joke.
Commanders and who? What was it again? The
doesn't even
Commanders.
matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't even matter.
Yeah, it didn't really matter because it was a super boring game, to be honest with you. But Fahad, come or whoever's on thing, come to my screen, please. All right, guys, have a look at this. Look at number one. Let's zoom in, man, so that people can see who number one in all of the Premier League is. It's Arsenal by 4 points. Yes, we were only 1 point ahead of City. Now we're all at 4. But let me tell you guys, here's the sleeper. A lot of people have been sleeping on Chelsea. Yeah, they got off to a crappy start and they had issues with ownership and they fired Thomas Tuchel as their manager and they had all this stuff. But look at, since that whole thing, 4 dubs in a row, guys. Chelsea are a sleeper. They have excellent players in every position. They basically have a backup. They have an elite level backup for almost every position that they have. So meaning that they can play multiple tournaments at the same time. If you guys follow soccer, you know it's not just about the Prem. You gotta play. You gotta play in the Champions League. You gotta play in the FA Cup. I don't know what they're calling it. The Carling Cup. What are they calling it nowadays? Anyway, the League Cup is what they call it. So sometimes you're playing in 3 and 4 tournaments at the same time. So squad depth is super important. Arsenal's the one with 9 wins, baby. Arsenal is the one with 9 wins. Anyway, this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Chelsea being a bit of a sleeper. I don't think Man United are going to do that well. Sorry to the United fans, to be honest with you. I know you guys are in 5th. I think you guys are going to be either taken out by Liverpool or any of these teams from the bottom here. You guys might find yourself in 6th or 7th. I don't think you guys have what it takes, but what my eye is on Chelsea, Tottenham, and Man City. I think these are the players. And then obviously Liverpool making themselves known. We are not to be discounted. They just took out one of the best teams. My man Mo Salah. Shout out to Mo Salah. Obviously, my Egyptian boy coming and making the defense look like absolute, you know what, to put Liverpool ahead 1-0. If we didn't have copyright protocols on YouTube, I'd be playing that goal right now for you guys to see. It was a hell of a goal. All I can say is Google it, YouTube it, do whatever you need to do, but watch that goal. He makes the defense look super bad.
Has there ever been an NFL team who won all 6 weeks in a row?
Yeah, there was the 70-something Miami Dolphins, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. And then there were the Patriots that almost did it.
When TB was on them?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
because I saw Eagles did it, so I was just wondering if there has ever been any teams like that.
This
market's now moving back to 3,700, guys. So maybe we do get that break coming in for that possible 3,700 break. NASDAQ looks like it's creating a new high a day. Let me quickly pull up NASDAQ over here. No, not really. We're still in the same ranges for both of these markets, but a breakout of this range would be nice because we did see that ascending wedge pattern form on the S&P 500 and the same little ascending wedge pattern also forming on the NASDAQ market. Let's break it, baby. Move to the north side market. The longs are the only direction to be involved in today without doubt. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, we only have 300 more likes needed to hit that 3K marker for the morning show, so let's get that pumped up a little bit. Those of you who have not hit that like button yet, if you're happy that your team won on NFL, on soccer, on NHL, on basketball, whatever, smash that like button. If you enjoy the trades that we're giving you, smash that like button. If you enjoy the banter that Sharif and I have going back and forth all the time, hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. We need
Look at
that.
how this guy pauses on my face. I look ridiculous, bro.
All right, bro. Here, let me move. Let me move here. Okay, happy. We'll pause it over.
Why is my mouth so open when I speak like that? I gotta fix that.
No, you got the rap mouth. You know when a rapper's rapping, they like accentuate their lips a little bit, like.
Yeah, I guess. Oh my God.
You got the rap mouth, baby. But yeah, hit that like button, guys, please. Only 300 more likes to get to 3,000. Neil won't be rapping today, but at least getting 3,000 likes a day would be a very good goal for the show to achieve. We have 4,000 of you watching, so smash that like.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Retta, remember this one? We talked about this one. Looks like it's holding that 200 period quite well. at this level, but my concern remains the spread between the bid and the ask on this one. I want some more liquidity. If this one starts picking up in terms of liquidity in the afternoon, I'll definitely be a fan of this, especially if it reclaims that 50-period moving average currently at 34.20. We can get anywhere near there, man. I mean, it's been kind of a really slow day in small cap world today. Even the morning movers that did quite well off the bell have kind of just really gone to sleep. And nothing's really taken their place at this point, guys. I'm looking at my watch list. Everything is red. I hate that. I mean, I'm sorry, everything is green, excuse me. And the reason I don't like that is because nothing stands out at you, right? Like usually if you have like a mixed day, you'll be like, oh, wow, this one's up 21%, you know, against the market trend. But when everything is green, it's kind of hard to pick out the winners. Or if everything is red, it's kind of hard to pick out the losers. At least that's the way it works for me. So, yeah, not much going on in trade world here. Let's see what Abby says. I don't know what that means, Abby. I'm not going to read it out loud.
Boxing?
I saw Deontay Wilder knocked out.
Deontay Wilder's a monster,
Hold on. People are saying that he got that guy because he looks like Tyson Fury.
Yeah. He does
and
look
he
like
knocked
Tyson
him
Fury.
out like in the first. What was it? The first round?
Bro, first round. The
round
punch
knockout.
wasn't even like 100% punch because I've seen Deontay throw bombs, right?
Yeah.
And this was off the ropes, just a tiny little throw straight to the button. Ice cold. Guy had his eyes rolled to the back of his head. Deontay's a monster. You don't mess with Deontay.
There's Deontay. There you go. That's what I want to get into.
No, but look.
That's what I want to
Deontay
get
is
into.
46 fights, 42 knockouts.
But you have to understand.
The only 2 losses is to Tyson. He's a monster.
Everything you're saying is accurate, but you have to understand, boxing is kind of like soccer. If you don't start boxing at like between 6 to 8 years old, maximum 10, that's it. Right, then you're going to develop those bad habits. Like that's what the Spaniards saying. That's why the Spaniards are on the ball in soccer. It's like the ball is like glued to their foot. You know what I mean? Because they do that from like 6 and 5 years old. Deontay started boxing in his like late teens, early 20s. You cannot be like, I don't want to say you cannot be, because obviously he held a world title belt and he's an awesome fighter. He's a gifted athlete. There's no question about that. But to become an elite level fighter, to beat the Tyson Furies, to beat the Anthony Joshuas, you got to be boxing from like before your double digits. I'll put it that way.
Wilder just hit the audio. What happened to the audio, guys? I think something's wrong with your microphone over there.
I can beat Wilder.
Everything's good on your end there, Fahad?
People wilding in the chat.
People said that their eyes are breaking. Even Justin saying that their ears are ripping apart right now. So not sure what's going on that side. This market's not breaking 3,700 just yet, guys. We still got 5 minutes on the show. There was static apparently. Yeah, we'll get that checked out for you guys real quick. But this market's still struggling to break 3,700. This level has been absolutely annoying for the longs today, but amazing for the bears who have constantly been scalping the crap out of that level. So if you are enjoying that 3,700 area, smash that like button.
Okay, I'm just messaging people in the chat. Mr. Miyagi saying boxing and soccer are not alike and Joshua's garbage. I gotta disagree with Joshua's garbage. I think he is also an athlete as opposed to a young trained boxer, but there's no difference in what I'm saying between having soccer players start early and having boxers start early. It's the same thing. You have to start with the fundamentals. You have no idea how crazy the footwork is in boxing. I boxed for 2.5 years. My footwork is still garbage, okay? That's because I started too late. And I'm a pretty good athlete. So I gotta disagree with you on that. I think that there are similarities with respect to the training between boxing and soccer. Obviously, they're not related in terms of the rules of the sport or anything like that. But I just mean like getting kids started early in a particular sport. I think boxing is one of those where you have to get them started super early. That's just the way I see it. I could be wrong, of course. Now, let's talk about AGFY, because this is the one that was moving super south on that, I believe it was a reverse split or something like that Brendo was telling us about. Yeah, look at this, AGFY now, moving all the way from that $2 area. I think, what's the high on this bad boy here before I just continue? $2.08 on AGFY. Guys, we are about to break that $1 level and become a penny stock and make yourself officially out of my list here, because we are at $1.02 is the low. $1.04 is where we're currently trading at. So AGFY making all sorts of moves down to the south side. Now down over to what was 28% a second ago. Yeah, there we go. Back to 28% to the south side. AGFY. This one I had like a lot of expectations for, but Wow, did it take a bit of a dip, Brad. Now, before I send it back to Brad, remember INPX? Telling you I was not interested in INPX whatsoever until it reclaimed VWAP and really reclaimed it. I don't mean like go above it and just hang out then break back down. No, I mean like break above it, stay above it, and then retrace to it and bounce off it. That's what I'm talking about. Looks like we've done that now on INPX. So I think INPX up 72% on the day. This could be a good small capper going into the afternoon. And you know the beautiful part is you actually have levels above VWAP from which to play, from which to bounce everything off. That $8 level, here's the break of VWAP. And then you had a peak here and right at that 802, 803 level. And then you had a retracement right back into VWAP. And then you had, again, you had two areas here where $8 was an interesting area of resistance. And then you finally, on the third attempt, you had a break to the high side. So if you're looking to take this one long, my approach would be to look for a dip trade, possibly off 8, and if not off 8, then off VWAP, currently at 780. So INPX, definitely on the radar for me. When I get back from the gym, I'm going to be looking at this one proudly.
Yeah, Meta still going up to the north side, up 6.17%, 134.57. But before the market even breaks 3,700, so if the market breaks 3,700 and continues to go to the north side, how far does Meta actually go to the north side today? Monster move already coming into play for this bad boy. Tesla still hanging out near $220 as we only have a few seconds left on the show over here to wrap it up. We for sure had a great time as always, every single day, you know, putting on the trades for you, showing our setup, showing our mentality, showing you how to manage your risk at least to the best of our ability. So all we ask, guys, is to hit that like button. We got the 2.8K. I'm not going to cry about that. You know, 3K would have been nice, but thank you to all the people who did smash the like button and all the brand new subscribers, every single donation, super chat, and new members coming into play. Keep in mind, when you go to the closing show, it's going to be a brand new like counter. So please press the like button on that show too, because everything adds up to the YouTube algorithm. Sharif and I will be back tomorrow, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. And tomorrow is also the day when, Wednesdays and Fridays. So you're here with me all day tomorrow?
Yeah, and then I'm gone Wednesday, guys. I go on my trip and I will be...
Next Wednesday you're on your vacation?
No, this Wednesday.
This Wednesday you're on vacation?
Sir.
Oh, and then when are you back?
I'm back November 4th.
Wow.
Yeah. A nice little trip to Egypt there, guys. Going back to the motherland, gonna see my family. Going down south, gonna go on a Nile cruise from Luxor to Aswan. Then we're gonna go to the Red Sea for like a little beach vacation. So super pumped for that, and I definitely need the downtime.
Yes, sir. I'm sure you'll have a great time, but you're still here with us tomorrow.
Yes,
you're
sir.
not going anywhere
They ain't
tomorrow.
going nowhere.
So come back tomorrow, 11 o'clock to see Sharif and I. Until then, guys, be safe. Adios.
Take care, guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left in a very, very positive day here. Just noting GNUS, Genius Brands, I believe this is, with a share buyback is what I'm reading right now. So a huge volume spike here. One we haven't heard from in a long, long time. Now 65 cents apparently. So GNUS just popping up. A little bit strange for a penny stock, but we'll talk about that coming up here, I'm sure. There we go. That's a look at how we stand right now. 2.75 for the S&P, the Dow, about 2%.